2024年的 PCS 将迎来前所未见的全新赛制。8支 PCS 的队伍将进行2阶段的例行赛，以决定6支能晋级季后赛的队伍。第1阶段的例行赛中将以单循环 BO3 的方式进行。第1阶段赛事结束后，排名前4名的队伍将在第2阶段进入领先组。4队将与同组对手再次进行单循环 BO3， 根据最终战绩决定各自在季后赛的种子序。今年的季后赛将由 LJL 和 LCO 的顶尖队伍一同参与竞逐，后4名的队伍则在第2阶段分入突围组，他们将与同组对手进行单循环 BO3， 力争最后2席的季后赛资格。各小组的最终排名将依据第1阶段及第2阶段战绩的总和，所以每一场的比赛都至关重要。还没完，今年的例行赛的选边权也将迎来全新的改变，请让我为你隆重介绍选边权单挑赛。本季例行赛中的每一组对战，出战的2队将各自指派1位选手作为代表，在指定的地图进行1v1单挑赛。获胜的队伍将获得 BO3 第1场比赛的选边权，以及正式对战前的士气优势哦。以上就是2024 PCS 的赛制改动，相信全新的赛制面貌将带给你充满刺激和兴奋感的观赛体验。更多资讯请参考 LOL esports.com， 并持续锁定 PCS 的社群，及时获取最新的赛事资讯。 2024年的 PCS 将迎来前所未见的全新赛制。8支 PCS 的队伍将进行2阶段的例行赛，以决定6支能晋级季后赛的队伍。第1阶段的例行赛中将以单循环 BO3 的方式进行。第1阶段赛事结束后，排名前4名的队伍将在第2阶段进入领先组。4队将与同组对手再次进行单循环 BO3， 根据最终战绩决定各自在季后赛的总子序。今年的季后赛将由 LJL 和 LCO 的顶尖队伍一同参与竞逐，后4名的队伍则在第2阶段分入突围组，他们将与同组对手进行单循环 BO3， 力争最后2席的季后赛资格。各小组的最终排名将依据第1阶段及第2阶段战绩的总和，所以每一场的比赛都至关重要。还没完，今年的例行赛的选边权也将迎来全新的改变，请让我为你隆重介绍选边权单挑赛。本季例行赛中的每一组对战，出战的2队将各自指派1位选手作为代表，在指定的地图进行1v1单挑赛。获胜的队伍将获得 BO3 第1场比赛的选边权，以及正式对战前的士气优势哦。以上就是2024 PCS 的赛制改动，相信全新的赛制面貌将带给你充满刺激和兴奋感的观赛体验。更多资讯请参考 LOL esports.com， 并持续锁定 PCS 的社群，及时获取最新的赛事资讯。 2024年的 PCS 将迎来前所未见的全新赛制。8支 PCS 的队伍将进行2阶段的例行赛，以决定6支能晋级季后赛的队伍。第1阶段的例行赛中将以单循环 BO3 的方式进行。第1阶段赛事结束后，排名前4名的队伍将在第2阶段进入领先组。4队将与同组对手再次进行单循环 BO3， 根据最终战绩决定各自在季后赛的总子序。今年的季后赛将由 LJL 和 LCO 的顶尖队伍一同参与竞逐，后4名的队伍则在第2阶段分入突围组，他们将与同组对手进行单循环 BO3， 力争最后2席的季后赛资格。各小组的最终排名将依据第1阶段及第2阶段战绩的总和，所以每一场的比赛都至关重要。还没完，今年的例行赛的选边权也将迎来全新的改变，请让我为你隆重介绍选边权单挑赛。本季例行赛中的每一组对战，出战的2队将各自指派1位选手作为代表，在指定的地图进行1v1单挑赛。获胜的队伍将获得 BO3 第1场比赛的选边权，以及正式对战前的士气优势哦。以上就是2024 PCS 的赛制改动，相信全新的赛制面貌将带给你充满刺激和兴奋感的观赛体验。更多资讯请参考 LOL esports.com， 并持续锁定 PCS 的社群，及时获取最新的赛事资讯。
Hello everybody and welcome to the 2024 Spring Split of the PCS. It is so good to be back, of course, brought to you by Riot Games Carry Live. I am once again your host Vestian, and alongside me a very familiar face, it's Shop.
We are back for Season 14, which is bound to be interesting. There's so many changes and I can't wait to see the pros take them all on. I think the new items has been something that everyone's been excited about. There's a bunch of map changes as well, stuff like the Void Grubs and the Barons, so we'll have to see if it, how it changes the games.
And I think specifically for us, there's even more excitement, being that I think honestly for me, the most exciting thing, there's a lot of roster changes, but 1v1s to decide side selection for these best of threes is going to be really exciting, because I guess you could go two ways. You could try and just put your best player in there to try and get an even 1v1, or maybe some cheese strats to come out. It depends how much sort of importance you put on this side selection. And I guess as we get further down through the season, it's going to become more and more important to each of these teams. So I think we'll even see maybe a 1v1 meta start springing up, throughout the entirety of the split.
Yeah, and here it is on your screen now. So for the best of threes, game one side selection will be decided by that 1v1. It is on Howling Abyss. I think you put the mid laner in. Mid laner, typically the best player on the team, so it makes a lot of sense. And then the rest of the season, it is two halves, so best of three regular season, and then after that will be divided into two groups, which kind of decides your seeding into the playoffs. And then, of course, later on, everyone will be joined here in the PCS by the LCO and LJL.
Yeah, that's right. And the league is an 8-team league now instead of the 10 teams, as the promotion teams didn't manage to find a sponsor. But I think that's also more exciting because it means there's a lot more sort of even footing in these teams. Obviously, the last split, we see quite of a big difference between sort of the 10th and 9th team and then that of the top four. But it does mean that going into playoffs, there is going to be 6 teams going forward into the sort of, obviously there's the top, the top 4 after the first split. They go into the top of the bracket, which means they will qualify for the playoffs. It's just about seeding. If you come first in that group or second in that group, you do get a bye when it comes to that playoffs. And which means you do skip the first of the elimination bracket. So I think it's very important. Of course, with some powerhouses coming through from the LJL, it could mean a big difference in being able to qualify for the likes of MSI.
I think so. Yeah, definitely last, but we saw the higher seeds make a difference. Standings, of course, on your screen here. Obviously, no matches have been played, but you get to see our 8 teams. And there's been a lot of roster changes, as you mentioned, and some of the teams are looking pretty damn strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the most exciting one, and we get to see them first up today, is that CFO roster. They've got Kasa back from the LPL, Sword Art back from the LPL, Gory back from the NALCS. And I think that is just something really exciting to look towards. Obviously, still retaining Rest and Shun in the top lane and bot lane, respectively. But on the other side, BYG, they've picked up Driver in the top lane. And I mean, personal favorite for me, that guy is so fun to watch. We saw him last split picking up a pentakill on the gangplank. Obviously, meta, it seems like a lot of tanks are getting played in that top lane, but if there's any one man that could bring out a carry and make it look good, it's probably him. So I'm excited to see this Rest versus Driver matchup in the first game.
It should be pretty interesting because I think while tanks are certainly the meta at the moment, I think pocket picks like Jack seem to be quite strong at the moment. Even the Gragas for Driver is something that we've seen played a little bit internationally, so that could be something that he looks to pick up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in the LCK, at least, obviously, I have watched quite a lot of it. Udyr seems to be a really massive answer to the Jax, and otherwise it seems to do pretty terribly. So it's something to look out for. Now, new terrain, new monsters, new items, as you see on your screen there. I think, for me personally, I mean, you can come in, you know a little bit more, you're a bit better than me at the game, but new items, my takeaway is that AP champs seem to have been the biggest winners. It seems like just gaining so much extra AP on almost every item they like to build, as well as just some of the utility you get from those items now. It seems like they were the big winners coming through into the 14th season.
Yeah, I think definitely the manaless AP champ stuff like Akali especially is very strong. There are also kind of key items spread around the other roles that are, very strong. Stuff like in the top lane, I think Sundered Sky and Titanic are looking very good. Obviously for the, the mid laners, like you said, the Storm Surge very strong. I think Voltaic is another item, an 80 lethality item that I think we're playing on before the B patch, which means likely we're going to see a lot of 80 LeBlanc, which abuses the Voltaic and is absolutely disgusting. So we'll have to see what the teams end up prioritizing. But I definitely think it's, while you'd probably look at an item like Storm Surge as being potentially the best item in the game at the moment, there's definitely items here and there in other roles, again like Frozen Heart, Sundered Sky, etc., that are really powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's important to mention the AD LeBlanc, as you touched on. We actually have 1116 as a mid laner for BYG, and I think if you think back to last year in the summer split, he was almost the only mid laner that you'd see pick LeBlanc, and actually feel confident that he might be able to get something done on the pick. So I do think that's something that we certainly should look towards today. And obviously going up against Gory, he's really got to leave his mark and show that this roster that CFO have picked up aren't the absolute monsters that they are on paper.
Yeah, have to agree. And I wonder where we looked for that kind of like first pick in the draft, because internationally I think we've seen a lot of, again, like Rumble priority, LeBlanc priority. And then after that, it seems to kind of be up to you, what your take is. I've seen stuff like the first pick Lucian coming in. And I wonder as well if we'll see that double support item, which has been starting to kind of crop up in some leagues. We'll say that it hasn't been as prevalent as I thought it would be. I actually thought it would just be in every game, and it seems to be just the teams that have practiced it are picking it up and other teams are staying away from it. What do you think your take is on that?
Well, it feels like when you look towards something like that, it is really... You have to have a lot of practice on it, right? Because you've gone through season after season after season of not necessarily the same play style, but it's certainly how you normally play League is not with the support item where you have to try and stay below a certain amount of CS, otherwise you are just going to be losing gold in many ways. So I think it is a unique playstyle that you're going to have to get accustomed to. And as time progresses, if that sort of strat does develop and sort of become stronger and stronger, I think there's a real sort of utility you can get out of it. Obviously, you see the rosters there on your screen from last split compared to this split. And I have to say, I think the CFO roster on paper, I think PSG and CFO looking like the two teams that I have as favorites, but I will say BYG, maybe even J-Team, are close behind them. At least on paper, again, last split really was, the teams that we thought were going to be the best didn't really end up being the best outside of PSG. So just knowing that these the nameplates on, looking at them, thinking they're good, really doesn't say much about the league most of the time.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that CFO squad is looking very, very strong coming back. It is, of course, BYG on your screen here, though. One of the younger teams in the league, and they've got a lot of talented players, I think, on their roster, so we'll see how they go. Yeah,
absolutely. And Husha, importantly, he was obviously on PSG last split, but last year even, but he was kind of just warming the bench under Junjie, and so now he has his opportunity to come back and prove his worth. He gets a solid top laner up there in Driver. 116 really scaled throughout last year, and hoping he can come into this split looking as strong as last time. And the old Wolves coming back home, as you see there. It is Caster and Sword Art, I think, probably the biggest exciting point in terms of the roster swaps to happen, because obviously these are two of the most successful Taiwanese players to have ever come out of the LMS, now the PCS. And so I think, again, having them first up, getting to see where they are, what they look like, how they can mesh with the likes of Shun, Rest, and Gory is going to be really important to sort of set the pace for the league.
Definitely agree. I mean, these two players are, they're legends, not just, here in our PCS league, but really internationally they have made their mark. And I think that, you kind of see these players come back and you wonder, are they just going to be that kind of big fish in small pond and just absolutely obliterate the competition? Or has the PCS itself leveled up enough to really challenge them, which I think could be the case, actually. I think the PCS is looking very, very strong, and certainly the teams now seem pretty strong overall. So I'm very excited to see how they play, and especially excited to see how these players play in the new season, because I think new season is kind of like a soft reset in a way. It's as the year goes on, players get more and more experience with the new items and builds, metas, whatever. But at the very start of the split, a lot of it is still left wide open, especially before any pro matches have been played. You're really just going off what you've played in the scrims, what you've played in the solo queue, but there isn't so much a global meta that's been stabilized. So I think often these very first weeks can be very telling of what teams have been practicing, what they think is good, and then finally show it on stage.
And here we are. This is what I'm most excited for. The rules of the 1v1. It is blind pick. The win conditions, first to 2 kills or the first turret. They get to ban 3 champions each. If you remember back, if any of you watched, the All-Stars used to have the 1v1 events. It's the same rules as back then. Whoever wins gets to decide the side selection for game number 1, which I think first week might not be so important, but going throughout the split, you're going to learn what side seems to be better on the current patch. You're going to learn sort of what champions to take into these 1v1s as well. I think as things do progress throughout the first split here in spring, we are going to see a meta, I think, develop in this. And I mean, coming in for this is the absolute first one we're going to witness. What do you expect to see?
Yeah, I think it depends a lot on which player you put in. I think the champs that tend to be very, very strong in the 1v1 is you've got some of those very long-range marksmen, so something like the Caitlyn. You've also got some of the marksmen like Callista that are just kind of known for lane bullying. Even the Lucian as well can be in there. Obviously, there's bruisers, stuff like Fiora and Olaf Darius tend to be very strong in the 1v1. And finally, there's some of those stronger laning mages. You used to see the likes of Nico or Heimerdinger picked up in these 1v1. So I think a lot of that is just going to depend on, which players do you actually put in. You obviously want them to be on something comfortable. So we're going to see it. Gory.
I believe I just missed it, but I believe it was Gory versus Driver.
Ooh,
I believe I saw
I think
it.
those are good
I definitely
choices.
saw it was Driver.
Yeah, there
it
we
looks
go.
like it is going to be Gory versus Driver. And I think those are very good choices. Driver, known for absolutely dominating his lane, kind of what he exceeds at almost in the region. Gory, I mean, I'm not entirely sure on what to think. Looks like we have Driver just didn't even need 3 bans. Decided to only take the 2 bans, and we're already in. Zach versus Aatrox.
Yeah, so I think this should just be winning for Aatrox in my mind, but we'll see. I think, just the nature of it being blind pick is going to make it harder.
Yeah, and I do believe you are able to recall in this as well.
Yeah.
It isn't like the normal sort of Howling Abyss where you're not able to recall. I do believe you are able to, so I think as maybe items come through, it starts to maybe feel a little bit better for Zach. He can itemize sort of this heal cut a little bit more. As you see, it looks like things pretty even.
Yeah, I mean, I just think Aatrox is too strong. I feel like it'd be hard because Zach, I think, kind of needs to CC and then burst down someone, a bit squishier. Probably would be good against some... Ooh, nice dodge from Gory.
Yeah, pops the ult.
Ignite comes out early.
Driver does have the passive up. Oh, that's a lot of Qs.
God.
That is a lot of Qs landing. He's under the tower.
Ooh.
Driver's only going to be put
he
into
gets his
passive.
passive, though.
Yeah, that's completely fine. Has the Bramble Vest very early versus the Hex Drinker there. I think, the Hex Drinker should lead Gory to quite a lot of success.
Yeah, that seems like a smart decision. I think Aatrox is actually a really good blind for this mode because it is nice flash.
Okay.
Maybe he gets the kill?
Yes, looking like he might, but just not. Is up in CS. Though Driver able to get quite a lot of health back.
Yeah, going back up. I really feel like Zach has to burst, though, and I think Aatrox does so well in these long trades.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised that Driver went for the blind pick Zach.
Yeah.
I would have thought... I mean, we didn't see the bans, I don't think. But I feel like Zach, would kind of... Yeah, I mean, I guess against Gory, who's a mid laner, maybe he was expecting, one of those mages, and I could definitely see Zach being destructive against, an AP mage.
He's going in. Does have the Ignite up.
Yeah.
Gonna get that World Eater there out of Gory on the Aatrox. It's Ignite's traded.
Oh, significant
The Ring of
CS lead.
Fire.
Yeah.
Run out of time here, fellas.
Does he have time to... I guess he has time to base before it starts voting.
He's in the
does he?
fire. Oh,
Gory. No,
Gory
not like
has
this.
run it down.
Oh my god.
That was only death 1, but I guess Driver just wins now because of the Ring of Fire.
Yeah, no, I think it's only 1 kill once the ring starts coming in.
Yeah.
Wow.
Driver's so excited he's thrown his camera off. There he is.
What an absolute colossal throw.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have it any other way for our very first 1v1.
No,
I
that
mean,
is-
he had it in the bag.
He
It
did.
was
Oh.
over.
We're having some technical issues here with Driver's camera, but he got the job done. He absolutely.
He knows he got away with murder.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah.
And they
Gory
choose blue
recalling too
side.
late. Okay. Do you think that's something... I mean, obviously last split, your blue side was the dominant side. Do you think it's going to continue on through Season 14?
I'm not too sure. I think generally when there's a couple power picks, but not so many that you can trade, it tends to be blue side is more OP. One big thing I'll say is that, at least for the bot lane, blue side is far superior to red side. Red side is extremely gankable, and I think it's honestly just quite hard to play bot lane on red side. So maybe even just from the map itself, ignoring draft, blue side might just be superior at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see Feng back as well. Of course, Feng playing in spring last year, didn't play in the summer. He was the support, the substitute behind Betty, and so now him getting his chance to come back. He performed really well actually in the spring, but obviously Betty is one of those superstar AD carries from the LMS and now PCS, so it is good. This team honestly has a bunch of substitutes coming back, and then Driver, old Driver, Dr. Ivor up in the top lane.
Yeah, he's a beast. We'll see.
1-1-6 as well, and Stay True. He was also a sub in the summer split behind Shall C on CFO. So he gets to go up against his old roster.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, a little bit of rivalry. And honestly, the players that were subs, I think, come into week 1, especially for the need to prove themselves, right? That they belong. And here, of course, is that CFO roster on your screen. They did lose the size selection, but you have to say, I think they do come in with the stronger roster. There's some heavy hitters on this one.
Yeah.
And I also think, red side I feel like isn't even too bad for this team because I think Rest is one of the best at, going for those red side last picks. You'd have to say Driver is one of them as well.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Will be really interesting to see what the top lane picks. Rest is the kind of guy as well who played Udyr far before it was cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Him and Solo Kill last year were just playing Udyr top for funny.
They really were.
And now Udyr top is a legitimate pick. It seems to only do really well when it's against the Jax, but the Jax has been getting blind picked quite a lot. Now, I think importantly, last split, we didn't really see any of the PCS top laners playing Aatrox. And it seems like on the current patch, Aatrox is still very, very strong. So you'd have to imagine, obviously, these guys have been playing League for years and years. Rest and Driver, of course. I think both of them should be able to pick the Aatrox. We saw Gory's able to.
Yeah, I was going to say, worst case, you put Gory on it up in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Not so good as recall timings, but I think that's just learning the new game mode. I'm sure he hasn't had a whole lot of experience on the Ring of Fire Howling Abyss.
Yeah, that is the kind of mistake you only make once, I think.
Yeah, he's almost, well, does he go and do it too early next time? There could be just a fine line now.
Yeah. Well, we will see. Do you think Aatrox is going to be so high priority that it gets picked first 3? Or do you think it's more of a
I think
later
it might
pick
be
in the
banned. I think Aatrox might be getting banned. I don't know what side. It might be... Ooh, what side do I think? I think blue side might want to ban it because it doesn't feel like Aatrox is so powerful currently that you'd want to first pick it. But it feels like it's something you could first or second on red side.
Yeah, something that can be looked at. Currently, Poppy and Ashe banned away. Other picks are available, such as Rumble, LeBlanc, Azir, another big one. The Rumble is taken away. Makes a lot of sense. Both these players very capable on that Rumble, so we'll be taking that off the board. Rumble, of course, just very strong for his laning on the current patch. Ori is banned away, which is a bit of an interesting one.
Yeah.
Not the highest prior mid on the patch, but, certainly still powerful.
Yep, undoubtedly. Now, does LeBlanc remain open? Kallista's gone. Again, that's somewhat of a surprising one.
Yeah, the Callista could be... Honestly, could just be a target ban, I feel like. There's definitely one of the more aggressive laners down here in our bot lane. And what will this final ban be? Feels like a lot of power picks have still been left up, so you really do have to decide here. Maybe you want that LeBlanc away from 1116. What's it going to be? Okay, they take away the Vi. Husha, he did love his Vi.
Yeah. Was a big fan of the Vi.
Okay.
Looking like the first pick, Azir. It does come through. Azir remaining high priority. Following through from Season 13 now onto Season 14. Obviously receiving some nerfs in the near future. But I think the big thing about him is at the end of Season 13, he got that W buff where on-hits now actually apply through his soldiers. So the Nash's synergy has just risen even higher.
Especially now that you just rush Nash's. You no longer go a mana item on him, so you just go Nash's into Liandry most of the time and deal a ton of damage. Varus comes through as well. We've seen a lot of lethality Varus as well as on-hit Varus, so you definitely have some options. I would maybe expect lethality to come through versus Azir, just so you have a bit longer range. It can be quite hard to DPS up against those soldiers. And that could mean an aggressive laning support coming through later in the draft for Sword Art, so we'll have to take a look at that.
Yeah, where do you go here? It looks like they're looking to pick up this LeBlanc.
Makes a lot of sense. I think AD LeBlanc, one of the better champs of dealing with Azir in lane. It is quite hard to take out Azir in the laning phase, but obviously AD LeBlanc, one of the best to do it. And Lucian, now the pickup. Do they grab the Nami along with it? Or Milio?
Yeah. This looks like we're going to have two fairly aggressive bot lanes here, even if it's on hit or the lethality. Should be fairly aggressive. I would say, though, the Lucian Milio makes me think that the lethality just looks even more appealing.
Yeah.
Just being able to keep at that range the whole time. Now, Lucian, of course, a bit of a winner when it comes to the new items. He's able to just go straight into a bunch of Karachi's shards. He gets the Storm Razor, then goes into the Voltaic Cyclo Sword, into the Rapid Fire Cannon. Really enjoys pushing people off those mid waves.
And it is going to be the Zyra, which is going to be locked in most likely for Sword Art. So Varus Zyra, very oppressive in the laning phase. And I think Zyra actually was a big winner of the new items as well. So she goes for the Realm Spike, and then you can just rush out Liandry's and the Rylai's. Now that Liandry's doesn't have that mana on it anymore, obviously Zyra did not need it. So just is able to get those a little bit earlier. I think also the cheaper Morello is quite a good pickup on her. Now only being 2,200 gold, can get that AoE healing cut for your team. Akali is a ban here in the second phase. That's actually targeted towards the top lane. And I wonder what that means you're going to pick up. Because not often, I mean, it could be something like the Jax, but, you know, there are plenty of other options under the Jax. So let's take a look at the second ban. Might reveal what we're looking for.
Yeah, I want to say as things stand currently, obviously you don't really know what choice the Shun's going to be going for on this Varus, but a tank here for Driver does look pretty good. Obviously, you don't really want a player like Driver on a tank, but I feel like the Cassante, the Malphite, depending on what's picked up, could look okay as things stand.
Yeah. Last ban, they ban away the Rel. That is for the Rel jungle, which remains a pretty potent pick at the moment. So now CFO, they probably lock in the jungle power pick here. Ooh, instead, it looks like they might go towards their Udyr.
Banning out a Kali to open up Udyr does feel a little strange.
Yeah, it does feel very odd.
It doesn't feel like Akali's ever doing anything to this Udyr.
Well, they lock it in. And is it just going to be that tank versus tank in the top lane? Would not be surprised.
Yeah, it does. I feel like this is probably the right option, although it does feel like Udyr is going to have an absolutely free lane. Has a lot of build variety as well, this Udyr. He can go tank, he can go for that Riftmaker into tank. Even the option to go Triforce, Titanic. Great synergy on all those items. Sejuani's going to be the lock-in first. Not a whole lot of synergy yet. The Jax would open up a little bit of synergy up there in the top lane. May even give some dueling potential against the Udyr.
Yeah, I'd be a little surprised to see them lock in the Jax.
Yeah.
I feel like it's pretty bad against Varus LeBlanc and the Udyr. Something like the Mundo or the Cassante, I think, both very difficult options. I think the CFO comp right now doesn't have a lot of tank killing potential outside of that Zyra. So a full tank like Cassante, I think that gives BYG a very strong comp to work with. And I'll tell you right now, that Azir is living the absolute dream of having a Sejuani and Cassante in front of him.
And even more than that, has the Milio to escape from lockdown and whatnot. It is a pretty good game for Azir. Bel'Veth, that's a little bit of tank killing potential. Although it has to get really close and personal with the Sejuani, with the Cassante, which doesn't feel so good. It's also very, very heavily outranged by the Lucian, especially at the rapid fire cannon mark, as well as the Azir.
Very interesting comps in our first game. I would say that BYG have the stronger, or at least the more standard comp overall. Very simple, front to back, win condition. At the same time, CFO, I think their comp isn't as cohesive, but they've definitely got the snowballing potential. That is a team that you do not want to fall behind against.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very hard here for BYG to ever answer the LeBlanc if the LeBlanc is able to get online, get that static shiv, get the Storm Razor, get the Cyclo Sword. It becomes really, really difficult to ever deal with her in the side lane. Cassante never can have any chance of doing so. Azir can clear waves, but he's going to be constantly under his tower. And so I do think there are avenues for CFO to win. I'm of the belief that BYG came out on top here in the draft. There is a big question mark around the bot lane, though. If this Varus can get ahead, it becomes a whole lot harder here for the side of BYG to play. Of course, Sejuani and Cassante, assuming this is the lethality Varus, never are going to be too concerned with what the Varus is doing, but it's going to make the job for Azir and Lucian a lot harder in that mid game, especially around objectives. And now one more thing I want to ask you about is, how important do you think the Void Grubs are? Obviously, new addition. It gives a bunch of true damage to towers if you're able to get towards them, and depending how many you get, if you get 5 or 6, you're able to pick up those Void Grub pets that also help you taking down towers. But obviously at the same time, there's going to be a dragon on the other side of the map. So how do you think that sort of objective stacks up, and where would you put all your eggs? Which basket would you put them in?
I think Void Grubs are definitely better than the first dragon, but something you really have to consider is what happens to your bot lane when you do them. Like, for example, if you're beyond here and you start up those Void Grubs, is your bot lane going to be able to survive under tower up against the Varus Zyra, right? I don't think that's something that any bot laner would be happy about. I think also pretty important is those Void Grubs with LeBlanc in a side lane. If you manage to get 5 or 6 of them, LeBlanc will be absolutely annihilating your towers. And of course, there is the Bel'Veth as well, right? Who I believe does get the form off the Void Grubs. So, I think this game, Void Grubs are actually very, very important.
Okay. So I expect to see a bit of top pressure here. Of course, Husha picking up the Sejuani alongside Drivers Cassante. There is a little bit of synergy there, although in general, it's just going to be tanks wailing on tanks. And Kasa, if he's able to execute well, is probably going to have a good time in the 2v2 up there.
Shun did go for the lethal tempo.
Okay, it is on hit. I think maybe seeing Sejuani Cassante, you're almost forced into it. It does feel a little rough, because it feels like the lethal tempo, sort of the on-hit Varus, up against this, what I imagine is going to inevitably be sort of this mid-lane pressuring Lucian with the rapid fire cannon and all sorts of procs off your auto attack, means that it's going to be very hard to get pressure if you do fall at all behind in the bot lane. Of course, though, Zyra and Varus, a very, very strong lane, should actually have pressure for the most part early game.
They should, yeah. I think CFO's comp is a very big test of individual skill. I think this LeBlanc, Zyra, and the Bel'Veth all kind of have to perform a bit above their counterparts in order to win this game, because I think, like you mentioned before, Beyond kind of feels like they came out with the stronger, team fight comp, which is very important, I think, in stage games, because a lot of the time, no matter how scrims go, it sometimes does just come down to a bunch of 5v5s around the Dragon when you get to the real matches.
Yep. And I guess importantly as well, just in case anyone has forgotten, it is a best of 3. So the results of this game isn't necessarily the end of the world. It can be a reverse sweep. Either BYG or CFO picking this one up. They have another game to try and get it back on track. So, not the end of the world if you do lose, but of course you're not wanting to. Picking up a 2-0 win for either of these team would be ideal. And you see Casa getting his invade on. Belveth oftentimes is just going to staunch you out of your Raptors, and so giving them up and trying to take the opposite side of the map is Husha. But Casa's going to come, meet him. Should be able to pick up his Raptors as well. It should only be the red buff. Maybe even the Krugs here getting picked up by Husha, but he does have to definitely be a little bit careful.
Yeah, Casa's going to be pretty ahead after this, though. I think this is pretty good. You get a split map situation, so your bot lane, your Zyra, your Varus, they just get to push in that isolated 2v2 pretty much forever and rest. You're not too worried, I think, about dying in the top lane against these two tanks, so I think really, really good start for CFO.
For sure. Casa showing a bit of his abilities here, of course, in the jungle. He's going to be ahead as that Belveth, and you kind of have to, right? Sejuani not going to be sort of too upset with getting a little bit behind, but Belveth really does need to sort of start snowballing, start getting ahead to be as functional as a champ. Of course, you get to a point where if Sejuani runs into a lane, throws ult, hits the right person, can just mean the end of a team fight, and Shun doesn't have cleanse, so it's even more important that Shun's staying well away from any form of glacial prison.
Now, Belveth is in that bot river. Maybe looking at mid. Have to be careful here, does Azir. LeBlanc Belveth ganks it up.
Yeah.
Could be enough.
Oh, Gory cancelling the chain.
Yeah.
Would have been able to hit it, but I guess it would have cost him even more health. And 116 with Husha right behind him did feel pretty healthy. And now the Fleet Footwork is there. Take me through it. Do you think it's good?
Honestly, not really. I think the Fleet Footwork is here. It is really good up against some of those skill shot champions. So stuff like Syndra having the extra movement speed is nice. I think for the sustain, it's pretty mediocre. I think the main argument for it is, though, that AD LeBlanc is so strong in lane that you really just need all the sustain you can get. So I believe that's why he's gone for it. We'll have to see whether or not it pays off. As Casa, he's getting so aggressive in Husha's jungle here, and without the mid-prio, really just isn't much he can do.
Husha was able to pick up the camp, though, so really didn't lose anything for it. It was just a bit of pressure, and Husha will be able to back out and go now all the way through his jungle to get to his Krugs. I think he believes there's a Casa still lurking about, but there's not, so he'll be able to pick that one up. And now, obviously, you're not a support player, but what do you think we're going to have here as our 2 support item upgrades? I'm thinking Zax here for the Zyra on Sword Art, and Dreammaker would be my assumption for Stay True here.
Yeah, I think those are definitely both right. I think the Realm Spike pretty much guaranteed for the Zyra. And I think on Milio, Dreammaker makes the most sense. Maybe in a different game, you go Celestial if you're worried about dying. But here, shouldn't be the case as CFO's bot lane.
Getting very, very low. He's going to have to pop that flash, pop that heal. And now Sword Art is in absolutely no man's land. Husha comes over. Is he going to be able to land that stun? He will. It's going to be first blood of 2024 over to the Sejuani. On the other side, though, it is the Void Grubs getting picked up here from Casa. And so kind of what you talked about. It's what your bot lane can lose while you take those Void Grubs, and it's first blood here. As well as a lot of sums going over to the side of BYG.
Yeah, I think you're pretty happy there with BYG. Giving up these 3 grubs in order to shut down the enemy bot lane feels pretty good. And I wonder, CFO, how much of that was the map difference? Obviously, they didn't get ganked through that new bush there, but you see with that one ward in the river, it's very hard to control every path, right? They don't feel comfortable warding the tribe because they have to control the rest. And unfortunately, the bot lane just too far up when Belveth is on the top side. You'd have to feel that's pretty greedy from the side of CFO's bot lane. Probably needed to back off. I wonder if Husha could have just given the kill here. I don't think he needed to take it. That was a no flash on the Zyra, so probably could have given it over to Feng. But ultimately, a first blood is a first blood.
Yeah, and maybe just wanting to get it sort of the kill as soon as possible so you can try and push out your lane a little bit and get a more optimal back timing. That could have been the thought.
Top lane sure is looking exciting.
Yep. Absolute excitement here in the top lane. What do you reckon the first item here for Driver? New one, the Raccoon?
Ooh.
It's got the...
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it goes for Radiance for the wave clear, or maybe... Yeah, I don't know.
We'll it might be the Radiance. isn't all that much magic damage at the moment that he has to face. Of course, Udyr does do a bit. And I guess going on through the game, really everyone except for this Balveth will be outputting a reasonable amount of magic resist. So Driver has a pretty easy job of sort of build pathing this game. He can probably just get himself a Jack Show eventually and leave it there for any form of armor.
A Jack Show does feel like one of the very best items on the patch as well, especially picked up later in the build. Makes you a mega tank. Now, that is the first dragon picked up for CFO, so they managed to get all the neutral objectives so far, and even have managed to even up the gold and have a slight CS lead there in the bot side.
I think that's somewhat to be expected. I think as you sort of get to the mid-game, this Lucian using the first strike to Chade, as Driver looking for a kill here. Is it going to be able to land that third Q, but nothing more will come from it. It looks like a reset likely to come through here for Driver as we're back to the bot side. Going to actually land that kick here from the Melio. Stay True, though, isn't going to be able to get any more follow-up here for Husha as Casa on the way down, coming through that river.
Yeah, they might opt into a 3v3 here. Oh, Casa,
he's sitting outside the bush. Yeah.
It's going to be spotted out, and maybe Casa's just going to hover in order to fix the lane state here. Still kind of down to look for a 3v3.
Yeah, there is no roams coming through from either of these mid lanes. I think BYG are happy to just get this wave in. They're actually going to look. Swordart gets hit there by the Glacial Prison, and Feng will pick himself up a kill. Cully comes through. Shun, no summoners, and Hoosh is able to find himself a second. 3-0. BYG truly on the board.
Absolute disaster in the bot lane there for CFO. Swordart, he did not flash the Sejuani ult, and then Shun, he didn't have the flash. So punishment from before was taken out, and you wonder, what was CFO trying to accomplish there? There's no chance really of ever crashing the wave, and is crashing the wave even something you need to do? I'm not too sure. It feels like Casa was wasting a lot of time around there. And, from bad to worse, really, as both their bot laners do go down. And this is a bot lane, I think, that needed to be ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think sort of onto Casa there during that entire sort of play. He was never in a position that ever felt threatening towards Feng or Stager as we go to mid lane, and Gory gets very aggressive here under 116's tower. There's no teleport for this Azir, so a lot more CS will be lost. LeBlanc feeling pretty good about herself, but of course, going to have a pretty strong Lucian and Sejuani now to deal with.
We will, and we'll see this again. So Casa, he was spotted out nice and early, and I think at this point just wanted to make sure his bot lane didn't get dived, but I kind of feel that this 3v3, I'm not sure they can even kill Husha here. I think he is just too tanky. And Swordart, I mean, you had to flash this Sedge ult if you're going to commit to this fight ever. He just gets bursted down way too fast, and Shun, caught without that flash, really just has nowhere to go.
How did Husha get that kill? Was it the activation of the stun?
Yeah, must have been.
Driver? And everything. This is feeling pretty good here. I think as more and more magic resist comes through, this Cassandre is going to be impossible to deal with. And now back to what you said pre-game. Void Grubs are up. Hoosh has taken him. And BYG's bot lane is looking to get dove here. Chain of Corruption available. Stranglethorn's available. Everything's hitting. But the Breath of Life will come through. Feng's feeling very good. He's feeling full of health. And now there's no more ultimates left for the CFO bot lane.
Yeah, BYG's bot lane do very, very well here. They're pretty much undivable, I believe, with all their sums. They are going to try and force
they're looking for the dive. Nice kick. Swordart getting low. Feng looking for the kill. Won't find it. Flash out does come through. Barrier also popped. Casa going to take an extra tower shot for his trouble. As Shun dawdling through the tower is also going to lose his flash. Everyone so low. Husha on the way down. 4 members strong here trying to protect this bot lane of CFO. As this 2-man unit of Stay True and Feng are just unkillable.
That was incredibly well played by them, managing to survive there on the weak side. You're kind of expecting to have to walk away from your tower while your jungler's on the Rift Herald, but they have their cake, they eat it too. As they did have to burn a lot of sums, but they managed to survive and actually force some sums out of Shun as well. So a very big win for BYG. And they're pulling further and further ahead, now up almost 1k gold. And you have to feel like pretty much every lane is in a good spot. Even the Azir, the Cassandre, they're scaling up nicely. And the lanes that needed to get ahead for CFO are kind of falling behind.
Yep, absolutely. Things feeling very, very good. And again, as we sort of said before, it's going to be very difficult for anyone in CFO if they get behind to deal with this Cassandre. Because again, just stacking on MR, maybe one armor item, and you're pretty golden. You see Driver's just, not as exciting as we're used to from the Driver, but very solid. Has gone down 5 CS, but honestly, farming up against the Udyr, not the easiest job in the world.
It is that static shift now completed for LeBlanc. So it's up to Gory to start putting this game in a good position because, at least for now, isn't looking too hot. And he should be able to have that full control over the mid lane. And maybe he can come down and punish some of these bot lane stums. A second dragon is spawning in just 10 more seconds. And it is Gory already looking aggressively in this bot side.
There is quite a sizable seedling advantage for Kasa here as well, as Dragon will be spawning. Kasa seems to be pathing towards it. Husha on the same side of the map, and you have to say BYG's bot lane looking a lot stronger at the current time of the game. Gonna have vision control as well as force out the recall here from the CFO bot lane. Now Shun doesn't have sums for this, neither does Fing, but Fing obviously being on that Lucian feels a lot safer. Does have access to the Relentless Pursuit to be able to find some form of gap close or escape. Kasa's starting up this red buff though. Husha none the wiser. Looks like Kasa might get the greatest heist of his life here.
It does manage to get it away. Husha though, he's going to find Shun.
Yeah, Glacial Prison comes out, finds him, Sword Art. Getting very, very low. Chain of Corruption will land. Breath of Light comes out. And there's a very low bot lane here for CFO. They're not really looking like they're going to be able to contest this Baron as Kasa's in the pit. Fing looking to get aggressive. Will find a couple of auto attacks here, as well as that Piercing Light, but Kasa will limp that way. Low health. It really is just the domination coming through here, honestly by Husha, but alongside the BYG bot lane that is just allowing for so much on this map.
Yep, and I think with that current mid and bot prior, they should look to start up this first dragon. They do have spikes on pretty much every member here, so going to feel pretty confident to pick this up, and I don't see CFO looking to contest this. At the same time, giving up dragons when you've got the Varus and the counterpick Zyra feels pretty bad. You definitely know something's gone wrong.
For sure. I wonder if Husha's realized his red's gone yet. I think he's about to.
Yeah, he pinged on his way to it on the map. It
Sorry,
is not
pal.
there. He missing pings it as well. Happens to the best.
I love Driver's player cam. He's just always smiling. He's really leaned in, tuned in, and just got a smile on his face.
We love to see it. Is he rushing out the Leandri up there?
Ooh.
Could be a Rift Maker.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see. It should be a Rift Maker, right?
Yeah, makes more sense.
I think, yeah. You do generally, I think it was seen internationally, a lot in the LCK as Rift Maker coming through into full tank. It just gives you a whole lot of damage, some Omni Vamp as well. Kind of feels like a bit of a broken item if you're playing a champ that is able to purchase it.
And there it is, up against the Hollow Radiance as well on the top side. And this is the Herald. Herald has been changed as well. You can now pilot it. You can steer it.
And would you believe it? We got the support items right.
Oh, we did.
What do you think of the new Moonstone, by the way?
I think it's strong.
Yeah, I think it's completely broken. It feels so good. I've played it a couple times myself in my solo queue games, and I'm playing champs like Lulu, for example. When you just put a shield on one person and another person gets it, it's like, wow, why would you ever not build this item anymore?
Yeah, it is pretty strong. So that Herald does go the way of BYG. We'll see what they get done with it. I think breaking the mid tower and opening up the map is normally the place to go. Maybe getting some gold onto your Azir could be more valuable, just to make sure you can keep up in that side lane against LeBlanc, because LeBlanc, especially with this AD build, is one of those champs that really runs away with the game if she does manage to get ahead. So kind of stopping that, or slowing it down at least, I think does go a long way. Driver, though, I mean, he's going to be able to just clear these waves, and it's going to take Gory a long time to knock down this tower, but he will knock it down eventually.
Yeah. Husha, very far behind on his seedling, as I said before. Still has 6 stacks remaining, whereas Casters is complete. And if you look at the jungler scoreline, this seems to me like a classic solo queue game where one jungler's just power farming and angry at his team for dying to obvious ganks. Not that they were so obvious, but...
Well, he was there for the obvious ganks.
Yeah, one of them was Husha just throwing out an ult.
Yeah, we'll see. So now, heading into that mid-game Husha, he is hovering around mid, probably wants to bring some more members around this mid lane before he commits the Herald. Actually may look top though. Now, Gory is not the easiest champ to pick. Are they going to try? That's one dash gone already. Husha is around. Slater on the Milio moving up as well, but doesn't offer much to a gank. Sword Art will be spotted out on this pink ward as he tries to regain some of that precious topside control. They want Gory to be able to play for the split push, but without having control of that mid wave and having a losing bot lane, it makes their life a lot more difficult.
Yeah, just poking and prodding around here. Really is no objective on the map. It's just pressuring, They are ahead, so they have the ability to pressure in this jungle, get some vision down. I think there's treachery afoot, by the way, in Hoosh's itemization.
Treachery?
Yeah, I'm not sure that plated steel caps makes a whole lot of sense this game.
Yeah.
I guess Belveth and Varus are the only two ever killing you, but it also feels like there is a lot of CC.
Yeah, I mean, it could be good against LeBlanc, maybe. He might also just have a lot of tenacity in his runes. I didn't see what he took, but if you have unflinching and tenacity, I could kind of see it.
Yeah, that's fair.
And is going to get that very cheap Frozen Heart. Frozen Heart, another absolutely busted item on the patch. So really making use of that OP itemization. There's a lot of OP items at the moment, to be fair.
Yeah, at the point where there's a lot of OP items, is anything truly OP?
Just the ones everyone's building.
I think Storm Surge seems to be the biggest outlier for me. As well as the new Hydra. The new Hydra feels bonkers on AD Assassins as well.
Oh, Profane?
Yeah, Profane Hydra.
Okay, Driver has to be a little bit careful. Should be strong enough to get out of this, but they are going to have a look at it.
Does have Ghost, does have movement, gets himself out. Gory, though, as we said before, having a pretty good time for himself up in this side lane. I guess one benefit of having the Azir into this AD LeBlanc is later on when there are some towers down and she's pressuring a side lane, you are able to construct the sandcastle, and which will delay about one more wave from this LeBlanc, which can buy enough time for an objective on the opposite side of a map or a play.
Dragon is spawning in 20 more seconds, and that Herald is still in Hoosh's inventory, so they might just drop it mid in order to secure that second Herald, something that we've seen many times before. Actually, CFO's bot lane have recalled. If BYG checked that, they could maybe break this tower on this wave.
Does anyone drive it into a wall?
I did, my very first time.
I did as well. But do you think any of these players will?
No, they've been scrimming all week, surely.
We'll see.
Okay, Hoosh, let's see. He's got his driver's license.
Yeah, he's drifting.
Look at him go.
Yeah, this guy's crazy.
That's a man who's dropped several Rift Heralds in his time.
There we go. This will be the Rift Herald going down.
This will be the Dragon traded away, but maybe they can go for 2 top. That's also the first tower of the game.
Ooh. Yeah, now Hoosh is driving.
Yeah, gets another head off, and I believe they can take this. They've got a lot of these little void things here. What do you call them?
Are they just void grubs? Void mites, I think, actually?
Void mites, yeah. I think
they're
it.
void mites.
Okay.
Sandcastle goes up. They should be safe.
Yeah, a little bit of damage traded on to BYG there, but I think for the amount of gold they picked up, sacrificing a second Dragon is completely worth it, especially because you'd have to feel like they're the team that should be happy with the game going longer. I think the longer the game goes, the more CFO's win con becomes just, can Gory split push this game into a victory? Because I think team fight is just going to get more and more difficult, and you can see there in the player gold, those carries for BYG are pretty ahead.
Yeah, and Feng has gone the Navori Quick Blades here second, which isn't exactly what I sort of had guessed would happen, but it does mean that he'll have a little bit more damage when it comes to dealing with the likes of the Udyr. Even the Belveth in many ways. A little less burst when it comes to that sort of mid-wave, but got his own itemization.
I kind of like what BYG is doing here of matching the Cassante into the LeBlanc, because I think it takes just so long for LeBlanc to make any headway here.
Oh, that culling.
Yeah, a little bit of damage traded over, but not a whole lot as CFO. They have moved from the bot side, so they could look for a play around mid. But BYG, their bot lane's been respecting all game long, so respect this window too. And in the meantime, 116 continues to gather more and more gold in the bot lane. He's going to Nash's Leandri build, very based, big fan. And he's going to grab another tower. And I think this is very important because that tower gold that CFO picked up, it was spread on the Belveth and the Udyr. 2 champs that, you know, Belveth with gold, I think it's fine. At this point in the game, feels less and less relevant. I think the Udyr pretty much already, you'd rather have that gold on pretty much anyone else. Meanwhile, though, BYG, all the tower gold has gone to Azir.
Yeah.
So it's going to be very, very ahead. Might even be picking up his second item after a couple more waves on the bot side here. And if he gets that Leandri's before another key fight, this Azir is going to be outputting some pretty crazy DPS. Gory, though, he is level 14, currently ahead of pretty much anyone else in the game. Rest is the only one matching him. And 116 now takes over to 14. That's very, very important. Another one of AD LeBlanc's strengths is just being ahead in levels compared to everyone else and really utilizing those base stats to continue that 1v1 pressure. That Leandri's was just picked up now for 1116. I believe alongside the Frozen Heart there on Hoosh, so some very big second item spikes coming in right now. And BYG, I think, you know, grouping up around mid would feel very comfortable forcing a fight at this point in the game.
Yeah, through goes Husha. I mean, Husha is just unkillable at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to take some time. And I think importantly, Kasa is engaged on, takes a little bit of damage. Rest as well.
Now, 116 is going to be able to do damage to this Udyr now. Does have that Liandry's, as you said, as well as Nash's. Husha's going to be able to cut him off. Rest can go CC immune. Will not get stunned up here. And Feng, with the culling, will be able to secure himself a kill there. Now, attention going towards this Baron. It does feel a little bit hard to secure still, as Driver looking to 1v4 to fend off this tower. And honestly, might just be able to do so.
Yeah,
be going back. Feng now is here, as well as the rest of the boys. Does manage to fend off any attacks here on the mid wave.
Or maybe looking forward. It's a bit hard, though. I mean, Sorta, he was someone who needed to be a big part of this team, getting that Liandry's early, but still does not have it at 22 minutes in. And Zyra, without that, not really a champion. I think this mid tower will eventually fall, which you have to feel like might be a bit of a mistake from BYG. I think mismanaged the priority around mid. And it does honestly cost them in a pretty big way now the mid lane opened. Means the CFO have some more windows into this wave. 116, he catches out Rest on the side. Now, there was a lot committed in order to secure this kill, but I feel also like the punishment from CFO wasn't the best. I think right now, CFO, you see them on the map trying to move to this play, whereas probably should just be bulldozing it down mid and perhaps could have got the tower a little bit faster. Ultimately, did end up getting it, so can't complain too much. But now Dragon admitted away. CFO, they are down gold, but they have a pretty decent position with that mid lane opened up, and there are important spikes coming through. The Rage Blade on Shun. Still no Liandry's on Sword Art, which is really hampering his damage.
For sure. It's also the 2 items. Storm Razor now completed for Glory. So definitely going to be strong, especially if he's able to get some of that pressure in the side lane. But as we saw before, it seems like BYG are just happy putting Driver in that lane and kind of neutralizing that LeBlanc as much as possible. Now, I think next fight, of course, should happen around this Dragon. You really don't want to give it over if you're BYG. You're ahead as things stand and shouldn't be giving over 3rd Dragon. Definitely do not want to be on Soul Point.
No. I think for either team here, there is enough to... There's a look for the engage.
Husha does get the blue buff. And of course, nowadays in Season 14, blue buff and red buff are mini objectives, if not just full-on objectives, being that after the 20-minute mark, securing either of them does give your entire team the buff. Meaning, as you see on your screen here, BYG both all rocking double buffs.
Ooh, a CFO deciding to trade it. They don't go for the Baron, but are going to try to trade away this top tower. So not bad. I mean, a trade is the best you can get here. I think opting into the team fight would be a losing scenario, but can they get enough for it to be worth it? Because I think TP used by LeBlanc here means eventually there is going to be a lull in split push pressure, and the mid tower is traded away too, so it wasn't like they got this for free. BYG, I think, feeling better and better about their position. They definitely have enough DPS as well as the tanks to start up a Baron if CFO ever make a mistake and overextend.
For sure. Recalls coming through. Be important to see if this rapid fire cannon can be completed by Feng on the Lucian, and it will be, so huge, huge spike there. Not so much an upfront damage, but certainly when you're around these mid waves. Slaytrue, though, being looked at. Chains will land. Slaytrue getting very low. Breath of Light comes through as Rallis has Jangle Thorns, and now Gory getting very, very low in his own right, but will be able to get on out of there with that Distortion and Mimic. But a lot of low health bars. It is going to cost a flash there from Slaytrue. Holds the heal, which nerves of steel, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it might have still been down. I'm not sure. I think it just came up. But if he did, very brave to hold that heal for so long. Gory did lose his flash as well, so it ends up just being a flash trade. I think Shun also healed him on the way out. To some's advantage, slightly to the side of BYG. Ultimately, though, not too much happens as a result. Liandry's finally completed for Sword Art is going to be able to start dealing some damage, but you wonder if it's too little too late. Zyra champ that, again, very oppressive from ahead, but oftentimes can feel pretty lackluster. Honestly, just like a 300 gold pinata when she falls behind.
Definitely behind she is at the moment. Kills still stand at 4-0 in favor of BYG. Gold at 3k ahead. Dragon's even. Really the next big objective, and I think obviously there could be the dragon fight over Soul Point, but Baron needs to start being looked at, I think, from BYG. You're ahead and have to start pressuring somehow. If you just keep letting this LeBlanc sit in the side lane, eventually she's going to get to the point where she's even able to do some damage to the Cassante.
A driver is being brought up from that bot side, so maybe BYG want to try and make a real effort to secure this top side control and force a Baron. I think starting up a Baron up against Zyra LeBlanc can be kind of risky, but they do have a lot of damage, so it can be done quickly as they pressure it slightly.
Usha getting very, very low here. Gory jumps in the pit, takes a little bit of damage from that Baron.
Usha being brought so low, I think, means that nothing should come of this, and I wonder if we're just going to play towards a 4th dragon win condition. You feel like BYG should be able to be more aggressive with their lead. Oh, engage onto
Sword
Sorta.
Art found again. Another Glacial Prism will find him. Strangle Forms comes out, but the Culling is able to secure that kill. Finn gets in, gets out, and now Rest is looking for anything. The heal coming through here from Stay True. It's Gory coming from the north. Will have to go back to the Distortion. Comes back in with that Mimic and back again. Driver though pops a ghost. He's now made it onto Shun. This Varus is not long for the world as 1116 will pick that up. It's 2 for 0 here in favor of BYG. Their attention though still not towards this Baron.
I'm very surprised that they didn't start out the Baron here. I guess just felt like the health bars were too low and LeBlanc has too much poke, but I think with the tanks and with the DPS available, they could have done it. Maybe just feel like if the game continues to play out slowly that there is no risk of them losing this game. So ultimately, I'm just playing it as safe as possible, which, you know, perhaps for the very first game of the season, could be the way to go. It is that Leandri is now being built from the Azir. We'll take a look at this. So Sword Art, it is difficult. He's the one that kind of has to clear this vision, but he walks too far up, and a squishy Zyra is not long for this world. I believe the culling was actually down, but Feng, just with the rapid-fire auto, did just take him out immediately. Managed to kite it out. At least for now. And there was a bit of damage traded back here. Nice flank from Driver with the TP. Comes in, it manages to find Shun. You do worry a little bit because I think CFO's bot lane definitely meant to be one of their big strengths as a team, and so far in the first game have not really found their place.
Zyra though, managing to do the most damage for the team in a team fight. That's a classic Zyra moment.
It really is. Useless all game. Dies first in the team fight. Still top damages.
Hits you with the check damage at the end. Milio, on the other hand, actually doing a lot in the team fight, but only 100 damage.
Damage is the only stat that matters. Okay, 35 seconds away from what is going to be the 3rd drag for either one of these teams. CFO, they've yet to pick up a kill, and they are down a little bit of gold. Spikes as well feel like they're definitely in BYG's favor. That 3rd item, you know, on both the carries, while Voltaic Cyclo Sword has been picked up here by the LeBlanc, but Wit's End still missing from Shun. And it is BYG who maintain the control here. Have really their choice. Ooh,
Culling comes out.
It's just blocked up.
Yeah, Turtle Stance will block out a lot of it. Of course, though, it still feels good. You do have that first strike, and it's giving you constant gold, which means you're going to get towards these item spikes quicker. But again, not a whole lot of progress being made. Dragon does spawn now, and it looks like this is BYG's for free. It's going to be their 3rd. That means they're on Soul Point. CFO now, certainly on the clock. There's about 5 minutes left for them to really have to contest. Should be enough time, though, for this Varus to pick himself up his 3rd item, as well as the Udyr up in the top side. Casa, though, not likely to get any further than 2nd. Just some components.
Yeah. So now BYG, the majority of them off the map. Feng actually has to be careful. He's the only one on the map right now, so does need to respect. Is going to back off. And I wonder, will we just see BYG now really committing towards that 4th dragon? It feels like it is the safest play, but honestly feels like you could get a lot more done than they have so far. Will they spot out this recall? They do not. I'm probably going to feel uncomfortable pulling the trigger on anything without knowing that. Oh, Gory walks up. Takes a little bit of damage for his trouble.
Yeah, Feng not afraid to go forward. I think one thing that's kind of concerning to me is that LeBlanc was ahead in CS all game, but now after just random mid lane fights and whatnot, it is actually 116 who's regained control of the CS lead. And it does feel like in the Azir vs LeBlanc matchup, that should never really happen at any stage of the game.
I think a lot of it is just BYG's bot lane has so much control over the mid wave that it really is difficult for Gory to hard commit to split pushing. Oftentimes, you know, doesn't feel safe pushing past that river, and so just has to back off. And that really means that he can't get the damage on the tier 2 towers that he needs, as well as take the jungle camps. Ucha, he's brawling Casa. Culling does come out. Sorta. He's taken low. Might be forced into a reset here. We'll see. I think he wants to try to stay on the map. They don't want to give up this vision if they don't have to. But a reset will need to come through eventually. Is he going to use the Zyra plants? Oh, the flash ult.
Yeah, flash ult is going to be Breath of Light though. Gory now being chunked out by this Lucian. Feng doing so much damage, and it's Husha in the middle. But here comes Driver. He's on the Cassante. Sorta will be able to flash away, but Shun is going to die for his troubles. And the all-out comes through. Rest is going so low. No problem there for 116 as he picks himself up at double, and attention goes towards the Baron.
That should just be the Baron going over to BYG. Another really nice pick found there.
Oh, Driver's not done though. Casa.
Can he get one more?
It looks like he might be able to. All out is going to be ending though. A lot of damage lost at that stage. It is going to be the Baron, however, picked up, and huge lead now for BYG.
Yeah, they should be able to bring this one to a win, and that was a play that started off with Shun trying to make a hero play, went for the flash ult onto Feng, but Slay True, he managed to turn that around with that quick Breath of Light. So really, just disastrous game, and how bad would it be for CFO if you come in as one of the strongest teams in the league and you get 0 kills in your first game?
Yep, not the greatest look. Really good reaction from Husha too there, managing to land that the Glacial Prison, sorry.
I think once that initial engage fails as well, you really see the CFO comp sort of run out of steam. I mean, this was a comp that needed to be ahead, and if they fought, even from an even position, as the culling takes out Shun.
Has absolutely culled that Varus.
Yep.
And now it's a 4v5 with BYG having Baron.
How much can they get with this?
Ooh, it looks like with Driver here, it feels like you've got such a front line that you would be able to just push down. Also, not a whole lot of ranged wave clear. Glacial Prison does come out. It's going to land onto Rest. He's getting chunked out quite low. One auto attack taking out a third there of Caster's health. Now, Feng doesn't have a lifesteal. Is fairly low, but 116 down on the bottom side, able to pick himself up in a tower. And now attention towards this inhib tower is going to lead that to going down. Pressure coming from 2 lanes. Inhib number 1 will be going down here in the mid lane as Gory gets chunked out. Quite a lot there by Azir and his Sand Soldiers.
It looks like it will be a double inhib at the minimum. I think pushing for more might be too much as BYG, they're going to try just disengage from this. They know they have that 4th drag win condition and only 1 more minute and a substantial goal lead to go along with it. You feel like there's pretty much no way to lose this game.
Oh,
so, Driver, he might be sacrificed here, although he is Cassante, let's not forget.
He might.
Could he take Rest through the wall?
Yeah, if he can get Rest through the wall, maybe he can get out. But it does look like he's just going to be going down.
He's a tanky boy.
Yeah, this guy's just not dying.
That's worrying signs, honestly. You know, this is you finding the Cassandra in the side lane with your entire team, and it still takes
5v1.
a solid 10 seconds to take him out.
And in the meantime, now you're going to be losing your 3rd inhib.
Yeah. Are they going to be able to reset in time? It is a death cap on this Azir, so it has so much AP, just absolutely murders the tower. It goes down already, and I believe that is the 3rd inhib now gone. So Driver's misplay, the overstay, actually ends up rewarding them.
Yeah, now importantly, he will be dead for the spawn of this dragon, but depending on the pressure that BYG are able to exert using these minion waves, there might be the opportunity where CFO can look for this fight. Although Feng going forward will land the culling, a lot of damage onto Shun. Caster does a lot of blocking there, but Rest now going to pay his crimes, getting so low. 116 trying to slide in, will not be able to find the angle. And everyone just getting rallied back into their base. It's 4v5. Driver does not have teleport, but Hexgate's coming through. It's going to be that Hex Tech Dragon and Soul picked up now for BYG.
Yeah, BYG really just playing it as safe as possible. Now going to look towards this dragon. It should pick it up, and I think after this, can probably just walk in with all those Baron or with all the super waves and probably just end it. Looks like they will go for 1 more set of recalls, spend as much gold as you can. And I think they'll probably look to push it down. If they want to play it super safe, they can wait for the Baron to spawn, but I feel like it's pretty unnecessary. At this point, you're so far ahead. You have so many spikes in your carries and an absolutely unkillable front line. I really don't see a way into this game for CFO. Now, something real interesting. I think Gory is actually going for a Bork.
Okay.
Which kind of makes sense.
Yeah, well, could it be the Terminus?
It could be.
Because you're getting a lot of auto attacks off. There's no 2 ways about that. Armor Pen and Magic Pen, both good stats on this build of LeBlanc.
And it's a shame. We probably won't get to see what it ends up being built into, as now BYG, they want to put the last touches on this game.
Yeah, Husha being an absolute unkillable tank here. Glacial Prison will land. Shun going to have to flash away. Also has to use that heal. And Driver, he's in there. He's all out. Shun is locked up. You see so much going on, but all that's going to really happen is BYG picking up the first game here of the 2024 split. They're 1-0 up in the series as long as they're able to put the final touches. Feng, he wants to pay the damage, dodging out of everything, continuing to lay waste here in the fountain. In comes the Shurima shuffle. It's massive, it's unnecessary, but it's going to secure themselves 2 more, maybe 3 more kills, not quite, but first win of 2024 to Beyond.
Beyond, they really came out swinging. They obviously got that side selection, the morale boost that they talked about. And yeah, they played a very good game. I think possibly could have sped things up, but did they really feel the need to? I don't think so. They were pretty comfortable in just outscaling. And I think really, obviously it is only 1 game, and of course it's a best of 3. So plenty of time for CFO to come back, but I think you really do have to question the bot lane in particular, maybe Caster as well, because it feels like these were members that, you know, came in and were meant to perform, you know, above and beyond the league around them, and they kind of got handled in game number 1.
They certainly did, and I think, honestly, I didn't know that Caster did anything in particularly wrong. Like, his bot lane kind of died on repeat to Husha just walking over there, and I mean, Caster did a really good job of controlling the very early game.
That is true. The first half was good, yeah.
And his only death was right at the end there with that fountain dive. So it's not like he was really giving over anything, and I certainly think he sort of did his job at controlling the early game. But it all really fell apart in the bot lane where they were winning to start off with. Husha found a really critical gank, came back, got another kill for himself, and at that stage it really was Feng just being able to control the entire pace of the game.
Yeah, I think that falling behind as the Varus Zyra is pretty unacceptable. And I also think the way that they fell behind wasn't too good either. You know, that is a bot lane that needs to push pretty much all lane, right? But the one time you shouldn't push is when your jungler is on the complete opposite side of the map. And I think maybe they felt a bit safer than they should have, where they had that ward. I think it was in the river, but, you know, obviously didn't spot the tri-brush gank in time. And it is hard, right? Like, defending the vision on red side is really difficult because there are so many paths, right? Like, a champ like Sejuani can just jump the dragon wall and then pass completely around behind you. So how do you control all that? Honestly, maybe you can't, and then maybe you can't play those super aggressive bot lanes on the red side. We'll have to see, right, like what ends up happening, but I think the blue side choice definitely did work out.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we're going to see a developing meta where you get red side and you just pick Thresh and just,
yeah,
you just
don't do anything.
Yeah, you just have your Thresh stand well behind you if you ever want to push up. But it does feel like that, right? Like, if you're playing the blue side of bot lane, things are much the same as they always have been. In fact, you'd almost argue they're safer because you can see someone, like, you know, the sort of old wall where there used to be where you can now just walk into lane.
Yeah.
You actually can see junglers earlier now when it comes through that. You just have that tri-bush, you have still time to react. And so it almost feels safer now if you're blue side, but certainly a lot more dangerous if you're red. And obviously some of that was the effects, we saw it in this game. I do think, though, like, the very obvious one where Husha's just standing in lane, throws an ult, hits Sword Art who has flash up. That's unacceptable. There's no side reasoning for that. That's just a blatant misplay. And it's things like that that really got Feng ahead. And I mean, if we did MVP for game number 1, I think it's a toss-up between Husha or Feng, but I think I want to give it to Feng because he got the lead given to him by Husha and really proved that it was good to be on him. I think he played team fights immaculately, dotted in and out. He was not afraid to go forward when Gory was looking for poke and really poke out Gory in return. And I think those are the things you need to do to push your advantage. I think they were a little bit slow at times, but certainly, at least in Feng's case, I think he did absolutely everything pretty much as well as he could have.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree. I also want to say shout out to Slay True, though, because I think he had some very good ults this game. Obviously, it's not the hardest thing to do, right? Like, you pretty much just need to save it for the Varus ult. But I think, in particular, when their bot lane survived that dive that was coming through, I think that is really a turning point of the game, right? That's one of those times where if you trade away the Void Grubs, but your bot lane dies, potentially that game is completely different. But the bot lane, knowing that they were already ahead and knowing that they had all the stuns available, felt confident enough not only to just, you know, stay under their tower, but actually to burn subs from the enemy team as well. I think that's a game-changing moment that while there isn't actually any kills, you know, exchanged, it is a make-or-break moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think importantly, they were actually threatening a lot of kills. There were so many low health bars. So not only did they survive, they actually survived with more health than all 3 members that looked for that dive as well, which meant they then able to push out their lane, which gives a bad back timing for that Varus Zyra lane. And as you touched on, you need to be winning lane if you're playing a lane like that. Of course, yes, you're the lethal tempo Varus, which means you do have scaling. But again, your champion is almost built to be a stat checker and a lane bully. And if you're not winning lane, then when it comes to the mid game in particular, you really do suffer, and we saw that in the game.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the Zyra is actually even more important, right? Because you can kind of see that, Zyra, without getting the gold from just constantly poking in the lane and from not able to get, any turret plates or any towers taken, she didn't have her legendaries until like 23 minutes or something. And the difference between, that first item spike and not having it is absolutely insane. And even from then on, there are items that Zyra can buy, like the Rylai's, that completely change how fights go. Imagine if you just have that kind of AoE slow put down, or imagine if it's a Morello and it's just AoE healing reduction. It's really impactful items, and I think mage supports definitely cannot fall behind, especially not ones as volatile as Zyra. You see that when she went up to face check pretty much anything, wants to try get the vision, she's immediately the target because she just falls over.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, to looking at the stats here, no real surprise with how much damage Fing did. I mean, it was probably more than I thought, but I certainly expect him to top it. But I mean, look at Shun's damage. That really is just the effect of you fell behind as a lane that needs to win, and you no longer really get to play the game. I think nothing stands out to me here as overly surprising. Obviously, Casa, very lackluster in his damage, but again, it's another champ that needs to be ahead to function, particularly when you are into that Sejuani K'Sante, because you have to be melee of them, and if you're not able to survive, you're just going to be able to pretty much do nothing.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the ADC damage difference, I think, really puts it into perspective as to what happened, because having the control over that mid lane the whole time, the Varus is unable to walk up, and I think that really impacts Gory as well, because Gory did have not a substantial lead, but he had a small 1v1 lead, but was never really able to leverage it because he just cannot feel safe pushing the side lane. Because if he ever gets, prio, he's collapsed on immediately and has to walk away. And even if they can't kill him, they just make sure that, nothing can really happen there as we get some more stats.
I only see one. Do
Damage dealt percentage?
That's right, 42.5. That is an insane number.
Yeah.
To come into the PCS in Season 14 and just to output that much. It always feels bad, though, when you're the melee player, because none of the damage you actually give your AD carry counts as your own, and so they're just doing a whole bunch extra, and you've done 4.8.
That is pretty crazy. It was 100% KP from the bot lane there.
Yeah, that's insane. 100% from Rest as well.
Yeah, I saw that. Absolutely gap Driver, who only had 31%.
That's right. That's actually, I think, touching on Driver too, like that one moment where he was able to run 5 people around the map that long was pretty impressive. I think that was a big turning point, and everything's coming up, Fing.
They really gave Rest the most damage taken. That feels bad. But yeah, Fang obviously had a very good game, both statistically and with the eyeball test, so can't say enough good things about him. Dude, I feel bad for Rest. Imagine you just lose a game, and you're pretty much always going to be most damage taken as the tank top. Not sure what you can do there.
Key matchup. It is that top lane. I don't know that this was the key matchup for me.
I don't think I agree either.
I would almost argue it could have been jungle. Like in many ways. Obviously the bot lane, I think the way bot lane went stemmed from that jungle, from Husha and his pressure at the same time as those Void Grubs were getting taken.
Yeah. Player of the game going to Driver. What do we think about that?
I think Fing was criminally robbed.
Look, Driver, he did do a good TP flank, but wasn't he? I mean, look, he was doing a good job of neutralizing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think he did his job, but I don't think by any means he was the player of the game.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I mean, again, yeah, he was the only person on his team to die up until the Fountain dive as well.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think he did well. I mean, they made correct decision as a team to put him against the LeBlanc, and I think every team fight he did exactly what you'd want him to. But
yeah.
I mean, you look at this, Fing chunking down Sword Art to 1 HP and never getting caught by anything at all except a flash Varus ult, which ends up in a team fight win.
Yeah, I think it was here that he goes for the TP flank, right? It's after Shun goes for the flash ult forwards onto Feng. And I think really nice reaction from Slater. Pretty much immediately gets Feng out of that before any danger can come through. And this is a TP flank. I'm not sure I would put this on Driver, though. I think this is really well set up from the rest of BYG. Driver admittedly capitalizes on it very well. And he gets into this backline just being absolutely untouchable. Just really no DPS outside of the Varus. And with that Varus already dead, he has just free reign over the rest of the team fight.
For sure. I mean, ultimately, the entire team played well, right? So
they did, yeah.
It's not too bad to give any one of them MVP. In fairness, it's not like a situation where you're like, that guy just did nothing and got it. Like Driver did absolutely do his job. He sat in the side lane and neutralized the LeBlanc, which performs best when they're in a side lane, get to roam up, throw off one auto attack. But, I mean, Gory never really got the opportunity to do that. And a lot of that was because of Driver. So, I mean, fair enough, he played well, but again, I think, at least for me, it was Feng. I think Feng in my heart and my eyeballs was the player of the game for me.
Yeah. I mean, I would have given it just to anyone in the bot side or Husha, right? It feels like the two bot lane and Husha obviously had a lot of, catalytic plays in that game. So, oh well, he was down 5 CS in the top lane. He did a good job.
Absolutely. But that's game number 1 wrapped up of our best of 3. Of course, don't go anywhere because after this break, we'll be back with you for game number 2 to see if CFO can tie it up. Wouldn't you know it, we're back here. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Beyond and CFO. Of course, CFO now will be on the red side. And I think coming off game number 2, I expect big changes because everything sort of fell flat there for CFO.
It did. I mean, admittedly, they had a comp that needed a snowball early and kind of fell apart so early in the game that I think it's hard to get a good read on CFO. You know, I don't think you can look at that and be like, okay, this team is just, you know, expected to get dominated again, because I think if you have just a couple changes there in the early game, you could have a very different game on your hands. And I think as well, you know, if they do decide to change the sides, that could make, you know, a big impact as well. You saw that Azir that was first picked. Maybe it can be first picked away instead by the side of CFO. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, coming into that, of course, the champion select is going to be very, very interesting, I think, because, of course, I think all the champions that were picked were fairly strong champions. And so we'll see if it's sort of like a reverse of the same draft, and maybe CFO look to pick up something akin to what Beyond had in that game. Maybe they look for the Lucian Nami, for example, or Milio in this case.
Yeah, could be something. Now, do you remember if last game was Karma banned when Zyra was picked up? I don't think it was. I think they opted for Zyra over Karma, which is a little strange because I think Karma, one of the strongest champions on the patch right now, and obviously synergizes very well with having that strong lane. I wonder if they kind of thought that, well, we're picking Zyra for a bit more tank killing potential as opposed to laning, right? Because Karma, obviously a strong laner, but definitely outperformed by Zyra when it comes to killing tanks. So I'm not too sure. I think Zyra is a champ that honestly is a little underrated, but unfortunately we didn't really get to see the strength of it here.
Yeah, and it also might have been that they felt like they were lacking in magic damage because they had planned to go for that LeBlanc with AD, of course, and then at that stage all you really had was the Udyr and then whatever you can get in support, and so I felt like Zyra was almost forced in many ways. Of course there are other mage supports. I mean, in the LCK we saw Beryl picking up the Hui, but I think there should be a bit of time before players are really feeling comfortable on that champ, because if Aphelios was hard to learn, Hui is like 3 times harder, so we'll see. I mean, I'm interested to see how this plays out. Is blue side just the side of the draft, or is it sort of how the bot lane interacts with the map changes that makes the blue side feel a little easier?
We'll see. CFO, though, they chose the red side, so we'll be running it back over there. And we'll have to see if there are any adaptations, possibly banning away the Azir in the first 3 just to make your AD LeBlanc a little stronger. At the same time, you could run into the problem of, you know, what happens if 1116 decides to pick that up instead, because obviously it is capable of playing it. So far, though, draft is looking much the same bans as we saw in that previous game.
Oh, it's the salty run back.
I hope not.
Well, I mean, I would almost be interested to see, because Casa did a phenomenal job of sort of controlling the early game. Got both objectives, was able to pick up quite a lot of Husha's jungle as well as almost all of his own. So we'll see. Aphelios banned, that is a change.
Yeah, what was it last time?
I don't even remember, but it wasn't Aphelios.
Yeah, it wasn't Aphelios. So what do we look for now? That Azir was first picked last time, and perhaps will be again. Very strong mid laner on the patch, and definitely felt the impact of it in that last game. Yeah, they will be locked in once again. So I think picking up the LeBlanc and the Azir still makes the most sense. I'm not sure what other champ you would look for at the moment. Potentially the Akali. It was banned in that second phase by CFO, but you could maybe pick it up here and flex it. I believe Rest is capable of playing it. Looks like they will go towards the LeBlanc instead, though. Obviously is a very... They move away from it. They're going to take the Lucian. And the Milio, perhaps?
Yeah.
It is locked in.
Okay, now we'll see what the answer is. Vi was the third ban last time.
Okay, so they let Husha's Vi go through. And I guess they're thinking that, well, Lucian with this much movement speed and peel is going to be able to survive these Vi ults, but it's a little risky, right? Like, the Lucian really wants to be able to be dashing forward, play aggressively, and now it's kind of always in the back of your head that you do have to be careful of that Vi ult, because go too far forward and you will be punished.
For sure.
Does get locked in.
Now, of course, the Milio ult's very good at dealing with CC, but it only deals with stuff like stuns, root silences, and whatnot, and doesn't do anything when you're just getting charged at by a Vi. The heal is fairly nice. Now, Jax, the current hover, will just be locked in now to drive it. Feeling comfortable to just blind pick that. Will it just be the immediate Udyr answer? Does feel like something that would make sense. It's something Rest does play. Honestly, had no real problems with his gameplay last game. It just kind of got to the point where he was playing a tank and everything around him had fallen apart.
Yeah, I was thinking they could go for Udyr, but that would mean dropping jungle, and I think that Rest probably has enough picks left up into the Jax that they can afford to drop it. I think you could play, obviously, the Udyr, but also the Gragas and the Kennen can be options into the Jax. So with 3 top lane options available, I think picking up a jungler before it gets banned out second phase does make sense, and the Rel, a pretty strong power pick there. And what will they ban second phase? Both of the bot laners have not been picked up. They ban away the Varus first, so don't want to give any of that laning power over to Feng. I wonder what they're going to go for alongside it.
Will be interesting to see. There is still something like Caitlyn open, which again will have laning power. Caitlyn Lux still a very strong lane. Talia going to be the ban here, so taking that away, obviously a good pick into the Azir and the isolated 1v1 in mid lane. Also has gank set up for that Rel.
Yeah, I think also it's another champ that is a little harder to teamfight into as Jack, so kind of just an all-round good pick. Now the center banned away, so maybe that could have been center support. It also could be one of the many center combinations, right? Like you can play center Tarm, for example, is the common one.
Sure. Now last ban to come through for the side of BYG to round out the second phase of bans. Will they look for another mid laner? The likes of Corki. Less likely, but Xerath is another answer that we often see into the Azir. Certainly doesn't feel very good into the Vi though. Young going to be the choice. Something Gory has played quite a lot of in his career, so don't hate to see it.
So what will be this top lane option? Because pretty much everything was left up. So Rest has his pick of the litter. And could it be the Cassante? I mean, this is something we saw a lot in last year, where the Cassante would hold off the Jax for a very long time, but eventually the Jax does start to win.
Yeah, and I feel like nowadays Jax is getting stronger, whereas Cassante receiving nerf after nerf, it does feel a lot harder. Using abilities as Cassante in lane now, a lot more taxing on that mana bar. Now Zeri the Hover, one of the, if not the only AD carry, at least that I can think of, that has benefited from the experimental Hex plate. Gets to get quite tanky, as well as do absurd amounts of damage with that Hex plate. Titanic Hydra, Runan's Hurricane. Kind of like the second iteration of Zeri builds that we saw when she was really dominant. We'll be locked in. Blitzcrank the Hover. It's something that StayTrue did pick up quite often in the spring split. Not sure that I really want to see it. Nort I do kind of like. Good to pair with the Vi. But the Blitz doesn't have a whole lot of good options in terms of hooks. And it will be the Lulu locked in. Definitely like that. Obviously another Enchanter. Interesting to see what he'll pick up first. Of course, the Moonstone is a very strong item, but also the fact that you're not so reliant on Mythics anymore means you can go the route of an Ardent Slave.
You can. What do you think of this Sylas last pick? I'm not a huge fan. I think maybe
I'd rather see
taking
a Kali.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think taking the Vial allows you to maybe lock down the Zeri, but overall, I feel like it's honestly similar situation to the previous game where it feels like BYG just overall have the stronger comp, and it is up to CFO to outperform their opponents, to out-execute, and to really snowball because they once again have the tools, right? They have that Lucian Melee with the dominant laning phase. They have a Sylas that, if it starts to get ahead, will really run this game over, but I feel like if BYG can remain as calm and collected as they did in the previous game, they've got such a strong comp here to just sit back, play for some 5v5s, and just let the game play itself.
Yeah, just sit back and enjoy the show. We'll see. I mean, heading into game 2, of course it was BYG who managed to pick up game number 1, picked up their first win, in fact the first win of 2024 PCS, and I'm always a fan of seeing Driver win. I'm excited to see him back on the Jax. Of course, we saw it quite a lot actually in the playoffs. He was actually playing very, very well. His team kind of fell apart though. And so seeing him back on it, new members around him, Feng back as well. I mean, his first showing after what was a very good spring split of 2023 has left a lot for me to want to see more, honestly.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of this game will rest on Gory with the Sylas pick, because I think Sylas into Azir is a champ that definitely has some windows to win and obviously has the ganks up and can punish in the early game, but I think Azir outscales this matchup so unbelievably hard, and if you're an Azir in this game where you are just DPSing down that front line, you feel very, very happy. So once again, I think this is a game that really should just go to Beyond, barring a big performance from CFO, which potentially they could do it, right? Like that is a team with the individuals on there that, you know, has the potential to put up the performances they need to get over the line. But if they have a disastrous early game like the previous one, or even if they have a mediocre early game, I feel like it might not be enough.
For sure. And we have Conqueror on the Azir. I was going to ask you what rune you expect to see, but I have been answered. It is the Conqueror. It makes a lot of sense. You don't really need the fleet in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm a Conqueror Azir enjoyer these days. I think Lethal tempo before was quite nice when you weren't rushing out the Nasher and you instead rushed out the Leandries as your mythic. Oh, did he just get some gold?
Yeah, he got the 10.
Oh my god, he's rich.
Yeah.
Dude, look at him. 10 gold lead.
He's not even going to fish again.
He's used up all his luck.
Yeah.
There's probably no more fish left in the river.
Yeah, that's fair. He just caught 10 at once. Oh,
Oh, here we go.
that's going to be a oneer. There's no way he gets it twice in a row.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a oneer. That's all right. 11 gold lead.
You take
No
those.
complain about that.
Shouldn't got himself some gold.
Okay.
And
Well,
some more.
He certainly did. Now, I'm
Okay.
interested to see what Lulu purchases first here. I think we're going to see 2 Dream Makers in terms of the support items. But will Lulu go for Arden or will she instead go for that Moonstone? Obviously, a lot of power really in both items. It might even depend on what the game is looking like at any given time.
Potentially. I think rushing out the straight Ardent makes a lot of sense this game. I'm really interested to see what exact build Fang goes for because, you mentioned before the Hexplate into Titanic into Runans is a build. Sometimes they still go the Hexplate into Navori, so that could be something. And I wonder if that is the play of this game because I honestly don't think there's a whole lot of threat onto Fang, and he has that Lulu already. I think he can itemize very aggressively, but maybe you see it as, there is so little threat that if you do build tanky, well, you're still going to deal a lot of damage and literally no one will kill you. Like maybe all you need to do is just survive that Silas ult, stealing the Vi, and then just clean it up from there.
Big trades coming out bot. Favoring CFO for the time, but Shun certainly getting a bit low in regards to his mana.
Something you don't often see is that longsword 3-star from Shun. I guess he just wants to rush out. Do you think he's just going to go a straight Dirk item? Because sometimes you do just see the Voltaic picked up as the very first item. So maybe he just wants that Dirk on first base. Does give him a lot of power.
I do think it looks... I think if you're going longsword, you generally are trying to get that Dirk as soon as possible. We also see sometimes overseas as well the Yomus on Lucian.
Yeah.
We'll see though. It's definitely a different look than what we saw from Fing last game, and Kasa once again looking for invades. Is going to see that this red buff is no longer there, and
ooh, he's looking bar.
yeah, we'll be spotted on this ward, but can Fing and Staydrew get out? Forward it does go Shun, and nice escape there from Fing. Not going to have to use any
Can they
subs.
turn this?
Yeah, Kasa, he's lost his flash now, and he's very slow when he's dismounted. Husha is in the area. Will have flash available. Vault Breaker coming through. Does he look for the flash? He's not going to.
Yeah, I think it's very slightly out of range. And Driver, what happened there?
Quick recall.
We like that.
I actually think,
That
yeah,
is
that's
smart.
very, very smart. Cleared the wave. Instead of recalling, just executing the tower. He's not a KDA player.
No.
He's here to get a job done.
He does. And I think, in the mid lane, Gory, does he get the solo kill here? I think he's got it.
Flash is available.
Oh, doesn't quite have it.
Husha now.
It's going to be forced away, but I think very important that is there to not give over a first blood to Silas would be one of the worst things you could possibly do.
Yeah, kind of surprising that the lane is going in such a way. It must have been a misplay somewhere along the lines for 1116 on this Azir. Has gone back though, now has a recurve bow.
Cannon denied as well. So not too bad there.
And Husha manages to pick himself up a big chicken. Shock's preferred mini legend, if anyone was curious.
True. Okay, 20 seconds on that first dragon. And I wonder if we'll see either team actually prioritize going for it. I think, this is a game where I think both the grubs and the first dragon are not as important. I think just ensuring that your lanes are in good states here is probably the best. Although Husha, he's already looking towards those Void Grubs. He's pinged his way towards it.
Good time for it. Castle recalling.
It currently has a lot of top priority. Now, mid-pro isn't the best, but I think he probably knows that Kasa would have cleared those top camps and is likely making his way down the map. So this... Ooh.
How good is he at doing this? Because if you can, some champions, you can execute all 3 at once.
Yeah, I wonder if he could have aimed the AoE a bit better, but ultimately is going to get them. Kasa, I think, once he sees these start going down, will probably just beeline towards the dragon and try and pick that up. Currently has that bot in mid priority, so most likely will go his way. 1116 just recalled mid as well, so it feels like that is an uncontested drag if he wants it. But first, it's going to make his way towards the Raptors, so really taking the advantage of Gory. Having that mid pro is going to try to take away a bit more, knowing that he can go to dragon later on if he still wants it, or maybe their first dragon, it just isn't that important.
Yeah, and you have Silas level 6 now. Your bot lane should be winning for the most part, so it does feel like you can take this dragon almost at will. Level 6 is here with a recurve bow. Certainly is not going to be as good as skirmishing as Gory on this Silas. Dragon will be started up. Is going to use that crash down, and Rel fairly competent at taking these dragons, although Chemtech is one of the harder ones to take down. Very, very tanky.
They will bring their bot lane over to it just to DPS this down. It is going to be a decent pickup, but I think you're still wanting more out of your early game here as CFO. You've got that Dirk on the Lucian, so if you can force some fights to happen around your Lucian and your Silas, do they actually want this fight? I feel like they don't.
Okay, Caster is able to secure it. Slaytrue flashes forward to land a Glitter Lance. Very interesting.
I'm very surprised that BYG actually looked for that, because I think that Azir clearly was not ready to fight, and I think fighting into a Dirk Lucian doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm also surprised that CFO didn't pull the trigger a bit harder. I think that Gory could have just altered the Azir into the team fight and maybe forced out a flash, so kind of weird, I think, from both sides.
Yeah, the Lulu flash Q.
That was pretty base.
That's an engage I've never seen before.
Never seen my Lulu, I guess. Hoocha quickly pass towards that red buff, and if he can sneak this away, that's a fairly good bit of power for the top side of the map.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so it does now take that. So any 2v2s they take around the top side will feel pretty good. And will they look to contest any more? I feel like still 2v2s might not be in their best interest, especially with Azir not having items, not having the ult. And has to be careful of Gory getting aggressive. If he hits that chain, manages to dodge it out.
Yeah, BYG being at a 600 gold natural lead does feel a little bit scary because they are the better scaling comp. Gory getting well too aggressive.
He was in range.
We'll be able to use that cease and desist. Gory 1 HP, and Hoocha once again 2 for 2, picks himself up 2 first bloods. Red buff securing it this time.
A very nice play there. Does manage to get that first blood, and I think while you would prefer it on Azir, it's definitely not bad on Vi, especially early on in the game.
Doctor. The Doctor has to be careful.
Needs
Will be
to
able to
dodge
dodge
this.
out. Does not manage to. Will flash.
Nice flash.
Does make that all out go the wrong way, but here comes the flash from Caster. The crash down. Ward jump. Does dodge out. He's going to try and train it back. Rest is going to pick up that kill. Caster does tank it long enough for him to go down. So the 1-for-1 up on the top side, but Shun turning around the bot side. Polymorph does come out to stop that culling, but it should just be a matter of auto attacks, relentless pursuit. Barrier comes through, and it's the double kill. The 2v2 found here on the bot side. CFO's bot lane turning up now in game number 2. Hoocha in the area, though. He's not spotted out. Does have flash available.
Yeah, he's going to wait.
Look for it. There is a ward, so they do know.
Oh my god. Red side, bot side.
Yeah, okay. Shun does have flash available. I don't think this is a kill, but it should definitely... Oh!
Wait. Can he chase him down, maybe?
No,
he cannot.
no.
No mana.
He's fine, but that was well played from both players, I think.
I think so too. That really is the lead that bot lane needs, though. Getting 2 kills with your Dirk Spike feels very, very good.
Feng with both sums as well.
Weapon here. Oh, we'll get the replay on the first blood. I think Gory, he definitely knew here, right? Like, you can tell he's hesitant. He knows that 116 is hugging to his jungler. I think he probably just didn't expect Vi to be in ult range, to be honest, because it was pretty far. He did even have flash at the end there, but probably wouldn't have got him out. And then onto the top side, I think Driver played this pretty much as well as he could have, dodged almost everything, but just CFO, they had a bit too much. And they were able to take him out eventually. Was that flash invested, though? 2 flashes used.
Yeah. Does turn back 1 for himself, so...
Yeah.
I mean, about as good as it gets.
Yeah, it was pretty nice. And then on the bot side, I mean, it was looking good for BYG. They got a lot of damage traded over, but I think the problem is Beyond just ran out of damage. They couldn't quite finish Sorta. Had nothing left, and Shun was still full HP, so with no threat remaining, just walks forward, picks up 1, ticks level 6, and then Slaytrue takes so much damage on the way out. And again, exactly what you need. Getting these 2 kills, I mean, Lucian Milio snowballs so incredibly hard, and much more what I think we would expect from this caliber of bot lane. It is the Ghostblade picked up first for Shun.
So what you about Vision? He calls builds.
He certainly does. Okay, now could this be a dive on a bot side? This time there are sums missing. It's much harder for Beyond to survive this.
116 does have teleport, and there is a nice teleport ward, so it is definitely very dangerous.
Yeah, it looks like they will wisely back away. I think still having the ults as well does make it pretty difficult. I think the Lulu Wild Growth can make things a lot more difficult down there.
Yeah, and Fing both sums, didn't use them in the occasion he died.
Just pushing in mid for now is 1116. He's got himself a nice little lead. Obviously, some of that comes from that first blood, but I think already being ahead of his Sylas and Sylas not finding anything generally does bode well for the Azir, and I think a lot of this game is now looking at Shun. You know, how much can he get done? And it's that Shirelli is picked up by Sword Art, so really just wants to go forward. And a Proto Belt picked up for Sylas. That's kind of interesting. There's a lot of different Sylas builds going around. Sometimes you see the, hold that thought, as Driver is engaged on.
Yeah, we'll use that Counter-Strike, and he should be fine. It's just going to be the ult invested by Rest. I think he should change back to his regular tanky form, though, to get his ult coming back off cooldown.
It is that Hexplate picked up by the Zeri, but back to the Proto Belt. So I think the best Sylas build is to go Rod of Ages into Cosmic. I think Proto Belt honestly kind of sucks on Sylas, so we'll have to see as Engage comes out on a Shun already.
Shun will be found. There is a lot of healing, but here comes that lightning crash, and so much damage. Husha picking himself up a second kill for the game. Kasa getting very, very low, running to his tower, and Sword Art as well. Tail between his legs, running back. It is going to be resets, but it's going to be, importantly, second Dragon here, and first of the game for BYG.
I think that's a very important kill, not even so much for the goal, but just because this is a fight that CFO would really like to force, right? They've got that one-item spike on Sylas, you've got an extremely strong Lucian, so you want to be forcing fights in the river and beyond. Even just managing to disable this play would have been enough, but actually taking out the Lucian, stopping him from farming, and getting a Dragon above all that is such a good outcome. We'll take another look at how it happens. So currently Azir is basing, so it feels like CFO, they should have controlled the river. They've got the Sylas coming down. Was it maybe just greedy pathing that ended up costing Shun? We'll see. Yeah, the TP flank comes in and Shun, you know, without the flash, just couldn't cover the distance and then went into the waiting arms of 1116 here, who just ended up taking him out.
Really nice wild growth to cancel the culling there too. Back to live though. This plate is going to go down if 116 allows one minion to auto it. See. He didn't. I swear that's a let the plate go down angle.
116 has to be quite careful. Oh, nice ward.
Yeah, very good ward. So,
I saw that ward on Twitter, just saying. Being able to place it over the wall can save your life, as you just saw there.
Definitely. Especially when the Sylas does have access to that Emperor's Divide. Obviously, flash Emperor's Divide while your jungler's around can lead to a very quick death. Privy to it though, stays alive. He's going to be able to keep farming up, quite happy. Of course, as things stand, it's a 1k gold advantage to BYG, despite the 3-3 score. As well as they've picked themselves up a dragon. I believe they got 6 Void Grubs as well. Emperor's Divide will come out. 116 going to get himself out there with the Shurima Shuffle. Things look a little bit dicey, but we'll be okay.
It ultimately is fine. I think very happy just to be outscaling here. As long as there isn't too much action early, I think Beyond should feel better and better as that Zeri and Azir are just pulling ahead, and they do outscale. I think the window is closing a little bit for CFO for Sylas to have this impact. And remember that this is first pick Azir and then last pick Sylas, I believe, right? So he has seen the matchup, he's seen the entire comp, and to find this little impact is not a good look.
I'm a little curious here at Rest's itemization. I think I don't know, you tell me, but I think Hollow Radiance doesn't make a whole lot of sense in this game.
Yeah, that's a little strange.
Okay, teleport coming through. Sure. It's going to be Rest. A lot of members, though, he's going to have to just teleport down, immediately run away. Rift Shield, though, should be picked up by Caster on the opposite side of the map, unless Driver wants to get a little bit spicy.
It should just be picked up. And CFO, they need to bring themselves to a more substantial lead, actually being down 2k gold right now. They had those 2 kills on the Lucian, and it was looking so good, but a couple throws here and there have made things a little more difficult. If they could break open this mid tower, allow Sylas to play aggressively on the side lane, they could find some ways to make some picks. But they need to find it soon, because the longer this game goes, I think, especially as Beyond gets towards their 2 and 3 items, things will start to look pretty dire for the side of CFO.
Right about, doesn't manage to connect, and 116 able to take away any potential for using that first strike. Can be important. A lot of gold can be farmed in one game with that first strike rune.
Nikasa, he's getting pretty aggressive. But Feng knows he's got so many people around him.
Just looking for the Scuttle Crab.
And how bad do you feel here as Shun, where you've got 2 kills and you're 2v2 and you're still down 30 CS to the Zeri, just slowly falling behind as Zeri is getting closer and closer to being just too tanky to deal with. And Vision is pushed out here, and Gory, he won't be able to get Pro on this top wave and does need to be a little careful of getting dived, especially with that mid Pro coming from beyond. Ooh. Will he face check? He does. Going to take a little bit of damage for it. And does he give up this tower? I think he will. He doesn't have members around him. So once again, 1116 going to be the beneficiary of getting these side lane towers. And that's so much gold onto your Azir. And you can see how quickly it does go down. Will they get up here in time to stop it? Ooh, maybe.
Emperor's Divide is massive. They will be able to get down this tower. Does 116 have his ult available? But in the meantime, there's so much damage coming down at Stay True, who's able to find the first kill. Feng with that lightning crash is looking for more, but CC comes through, clears Will, but there's Driver. The counter-strike will lock up Sword Art, but he's not able to go down before that flash and heal is able to come out. And despite a lot of action, it was just one person going down. It's Gory going down. Tower was picked up, and now Shun, he's getting aggressive. Stay True so low! And Shun will find that second auto. Flash coming through from Feng, but Shun is so fast. Feng able to just get away, but now Rest is here. The fight does continue. 116 arrives, teleporting back from base into that mid lane.
Another TP coming in from Gory.
This is going to be Gory now trying to join the fray. He shouldn't have access to his ultimate, but he does. He's going to be able to pick up that cease and desist, and now it's Husha going down. The Rift Herald will crash as Casa drives it into that mid lane tower. Down it goes, and the chains land. Driver's getting so low. 116 trying to do the damage, will not have it in him. And a huge team fight win here from CFO from top to mid, and we're still going. Crash down does happen, and now Shiralias should mean they get away.
That small overstay, basing in a bush with a ward, and it ends up costing Beyond in a huge way as CFO almost completely close up that lead. And now get some more kills exactly where they want it. A kill on Silas and a couple more on Shun. With that second dragon coming up, they have the items to contest it if they want, and we'll get a second look at it. So it starts off very well for Beyond. They managed to finish off this tower without anyone else going down. There just isn't the damage here. Gory has nothing left, and Shun's not yet here on the Lucian. So the carries can DPS for free. Everything is looking good for Beyond. Lots of things invested nice and early, and it really is the overstay that turns everything around at the end. I think if Beyond had just left here, would be in a fantastic position, but the greedy recall cost them so much. Could have just backed a little further off. You've got to feel like this is watered at this point, right? I think the signs were definitely there. Flash was invested from both bot laners. Feels pretty bad.
Driver going to be forced off this Rift Scuttle. Going to be picked up there by Shun, who's finding himself more and more gold as the game goes on, but importantly, I think Zeri should outscale, so while he is ahead, ultimately gold does remain completely even between the two teams. One dragon in favor of BYG. We're able to get that dragon despite the team fight loss. Now Driver going to find a lot of damage onto Gory. Wild Growth is picked up there by this Lulu, but everyone's coming in now. Husha's able to find a nice cease and desist here onto Gory, getting very low. Now Shun, though, comes in with the culling. It's not going to mean much as Casa does get picked up. Feng going to be the recipient of that gold. And just a clean 1-for-0 here in favor of the side of BYG.
It is Baron now spawning. And you've got to feel like every time one team gets a lead, they just throw it right back. How cool is that?
Yeah. Got the second iteration of our Baron pits here in this game.
But yeah, now Zeri is looking pretty strong. Still ahead in the CS, but obviously so much gold here picked up by Shun. Still should be ahead for now. And you got to wonder, you know, CFO, what are they playing for? Because currently you don't really have a dragon win condition. I think that goes for Beyond. I don't think you really outscale either. You don't have a split push win con, so it feels like you're kind of just hoping that Beyond mess up. And I think definitely with the way Beyond played game number 1, you would say that, okay, this is a team that is disciplined enough that, okay, well, maybe they can't actually end the game quickly, but they can make sure that they don't throw it. But in this game, haven't quite been as clean. You have to see how they do from here on out. Because I think even a 1k gold lead with this team comp they have is still pretty substantial, especially over the early game spikes that should be coming out of CFO. It feels like more needs to get done here, and soon, for CFO.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like as well, the front-to-back team fight here for BYG is just insanely strong. Like, there is no real threat on this team of CFO towards Feng, especially with the Lulu. It doesn't feel like there's any real way of which Feng should be punished. And, of course, when you have Jax, you have Vi, you have the Azir, the job for Lucian is a lot harder. It feels like Lucian's also the only one really with the damage to take out Feng, so really a lot of weight on this Lucian's shoulders as he is going to be jumping on in. Kasa finding himself a nice flank alongside Gory. Gory will have that ult available. Driver getting picked up. He's not going to be able to get anything off. Wildgrove does come out and he is going to be saved, but that's a big commitment here. Attention now from CFO. Will it go towards the Baron? It does feel a little bit risky as Driver does have that teleport available for him, but of course Wildgrove as well as the Jax ult being down means a lot of pressure off the map.
They probably do not want to start this up, but until then, they can continue to control this mid wave. I wonder if you even play for dragons at all. At this point, I feel like maybe trading a dragon away and just bursting down a Baron could be the way to go. Although this Baron is admittedly quite hard to do because if the enemy team does come, there's a lot of walls for them to play behind. 116 though could be caught under this tower. Has to be very, very careful. He's away. Blue trinkets the bush. Wisely backs away. In the meantime, that will be beyond having full control over the mid lane. And this might be CFO giving up their mid tier 1 if they're not careful.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any clear path for CFO to get back and defend this, although the teleport will do it.
Teleport is committed,
Rest.
and he does have a flank. This will be a fight.
Yeah, who's just managed to find the season assist here onto Shun. Shun's going to be dealing with this Vi for a long, long time. Everyone, though, turning their attention towards Husha. They're not able to find him. In comes a crash down. Kasa finding a really nice ult for himself. All out comes through, and Rest is trying to run distraction. Feng, though, getting so low. Able to dodge out there off the third Natofu strikes. A Slaytrue running for his life. And 116 getting found in the process. So despite what I said, Feng getting pressured very, very well. Is able to be found. And now half health bars on CFO should mean they're able to find this Baron. Teleport available, though, for Driver.
Yeah, I think they're going to try contest. We'll see if they're able to. Maybe you can stop this base from Gory. I think they can. Yeah. That makes it a lot more contestable. There are a lot of ults missing from CFO, and I don't think they can do this anymore.
Yeah, and resets are going to have to come through, which leads priority over mid lane as well as both sides of the river here to the side of BYG, which means Dragon or Baron they could look at.
Yeah. Again, you wanted more, though, there as CFO. It was a really nice engage found by Kasa. And was able to take down Feng really, really low early in the fight, but they didn't manage to get any objectives off it. Now they are, for the first time in a long time, ahead in gold, and could probably use that to keep forcing some fights, but I think next fight could be difficult. While there are no sums on Feng, you are missing those sums on your engage. No Ghost on Rest and no Flash on Kasa. Those can be the differences between picking the Zeri or not. Should know very, very strong on the solution. Ghost played into Kraken Navori. Certainly has the damage. As Husha may be looking for something along mid. Flexing his muscles, but isn't going to go for it.
No, Wisely will not be using that Vault Breaker to go forward. And now Caster's going to start up this Dragon. And it seems like BYG have no interest in it. They're in fact turning their attentions and a lot of pings going down onto this Baron.
Yeah, can they do it?
Sword Art's recalling.
Yeah, I think there's enough vision that Beyond probably won't start it, but it gets riskier, obviously, the longer you don't get there as CFO. They're going to immediately have to come back topside and recontest some of this vision.
Yeah, Rest, though. Herding the cattle outside of that river. And now vision control should start slowly going back towards CFO. Gold still does remain even, but importantly, as we've touched on multiple times, as Zeri starts to get more and more items, everything should start favoring the side of BYG. As well, of course, they do have this Azir. The Jax does start to win out more and more as the game progresses also.
And I wonder... Ooh. Anathema's chains picked up by Lucia. I guess that's just going on Lucian.
But Husha doesn't have a stun. I mean, I guess there's a micro stun at the end of his ult as well as the Q.
Yeah,
but
I think he just bought it for the damage reduction.
Of course. Does feel a little bit... I'm not sure. A little bit how you going.
Is that Sun to Sky now picked up by Driver? So that 2-item spike is very, very strong here. Is BYG currently in control. But have to concede it over to CFO as they had control of the mid wave. Gory coming back on the map has his Zhonya's, still feeling very weak, I think, on the Silas. The Protobelt Zhonya's definitely not the highest damage build you could go for, and doesn't really have much health behind it either. I think at this point, his main job really is just to steal an important ultimate, something like the Vi, and find a way to lock down the likes of Feng or 1116. Both currently flashless, can be vulnerable.
Absolutely. Both of those carries will get their flash off at the same time. Crash down does come down. It is, as you said, though, onto this tank. Kusha really not feeling much, and that's just a Ral ult gone for nothing.
Feels pretty strange. I think there's never really going to be anything done by starting a fight onto the Vi. I think you definitely need to be able to find some carries. It isn't the longest cooldown in the world, but it is a very important one, and Beyond can use that small window in order to really regain some control over this, and once again, keep slowing down the game, allow that Zeri and Nazir to get more items. Shun, he gets aggressive onto Driver, forces him back for now, and Gory, I'm not sure he wants that one to hit.
Yeah, I'm not convinced either. Of course, as well, as jungler does not have ult available. But Control certainly is in favor of CFO, just the nature of having a 5-in-1 Lucian, and Shun certainly a player that can get the job done. Definitely on a timer though, as Gory going to continue to try and find himself any farm he possibly can get. 116 again, likely to go for the Void Staff. Of course, could go Crypt Bloom, but a lot of MR coming through means the extra 10% of Magic Pen certainly very meaningful.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Also, Azir's not really trying to kill someone in 3 seconds.
That is true. Now, this next dragon is third drag for either team, which means a somewhat realistic dragon win condition if it's picked up. At the same time, DPS is now high enough that I think trading a Baron for a dragon is very realistic for either side. And Beyond, maybe you have to be careful here. There is a big flank by Gory, but he goes back onto the top wave. So now showing, doesn't need to be too scared here.
Yeah, I think BYG really want to wait until this Titanic comes through. Assuming that's what he's going for. Could actually just be the Navori by the looks of it.
Yeah, might be. I think he's feeling safe enough. Although he didn't look too safe in the last team fight.
Yeah, kind of got dismantled. Rest coming through. Feng will be able to get himself out, and Husha's certainly not the target he wants, so nothing will come of it, but certainly good looks. Culling does come through, doesn't find a whole lot of damage, but will secure the second tier mid lane tower, which opens up the map even more. Of course, already fairly open as their mid lane tower remains alive. Driver, though, getting to work now on this bot side tower. They did pick up the 6 Void Grubs, so a lot of damage coming through. Rest coming to answer. Will not answer in time, though. That does go down, but will they look for the kill now onto Driver? He does feel like he's in a bit of a predicament.
Yeah, I think if you're BYG, you almost need to start Baron here just to peel people away from Driver, although he might manage to make... Yeah, I think he's out. Yeah. That was pretty good escape. I think BYG maybe should have started Baron, not even to do it, just to bring people away. Because I think Driver very easily could have died for free, and that could have been CFO starting up the Baron.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised he was able to get out that easily. I mean, if the kick landed there from Sword Art, of course he probably wouldn't have, but it does feel like there was a way that CFO should have been able to find Driver there on the Jax, but they weren't. Picks himself up that inner. That's 700 gold in his back pocket, which feels extremely good. I think it's one of the most therapeutic things in League of Legends now is taking a side lane second tier tower.
Yeah.
You just get so much gold from it.
Cassante has now grabbed his Jack Show, so Rest feeling mighty unkillable in the top side. You can see the gold there. A lot in Shun's pockets. Definitely reflected in his items at the moment. And BYG, they're having a stab at this Baron, but doesn't feel super realistic just yet. Currently, though, Beyond have committed most of their resources to the top side, so can't really face check bot Gory. He's going to take the Vi ult.
Yeah, Stay True might be in trouble here. Going to have to commit that flash. Half HP due to that culling, and cease and desist picked up for Gory with that hijack.
Driver back to making progress on the bot side. Feels like no one can really match him in the 1v1, although I think likes of Rest could definitely just hold the towers, and Gory does force him away for now.
Yeah, I think Driver's just happy bringing people to his lane. It means there's pressure off this potential Baron. It gives his team more time to scale, get those items. You really want 116 to complete this Void Staff before you look for anything super important, as third Dragon likely to be picked up here from CFO. Not the end of the world. Of course, you don't want to be giving over the soul for free. But at this stage of the game, one team fight could lead to Baron, which could lead to the end of the game, so you don't feel the worst.
Yeah. It is, again, more gold picked up by Beyond. In the meantime, they have been giving up these dragons, but they're continuing to pressure side lanes, taking away camps, getting more spikes. Maybe they're playing for that Azir Void stuff before they take their next fight, because it does feel with the amount of magic resist that has come in already that you really do need that in order to deal any damage here.
Yeah, Kanik Recurn, you've got Jack Show.
Yeah, the Hollow Radiance as well. There is just a lot of magic resist on that front line. Now a Lich Bane picked up by Gory. So he's actually got himself a fair amount of burst here.
For sure.
I think he is still useful just because he can take the Vial. And that is quite hard to play against.
Vial, try and trade your life for things.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're able to do that, you should just roll the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, even if you just get in and Zonya, right? Like, you can waste a lot of time.
Yeah, it feels very hard for Fing to ever go forward at that point.
Out DPSing the Grump healing. It's classic.
Now,
Shun's looking.
Do you have to feel like this Void Staff should be on the verge of completion by now?
Yeah, not far away. And I think Beyond, I really don't think you want to fight here.
Oh, that was
Yeah, need to be careful. I think they're looking very aggressive when they probably should just be funneling a bit more farm onto this Azir. Get him his spike and then get him off the map. Maybe they'll give him this blue buff gold. Looks like he's got it. How strange does it look, just seeing everyone with double buff?
Yeah, just flies around and gives everyone double buff. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Okay, Rest working away at this bot tower, but isn't going to pick it up. Driver. Ooh. Actually, CFO, they start this, and they might get this.
Yeah, Husha's going to spot it out.
Oh, TP comes in. They know now.
Yeah, Driver, is he going to be able to get there? There's no real way for him to get in there.
Yeah, TP's come, but I think it's gone. I think CFO, they punished. Ooh, they're going to
look for the fight. So it will be the Baron picked up here from CFO, but what happens afterwards is yet to be seen as the fight looks like it's going to break out. Everything going on to Husha. He's going to land up a bit of CC. Caster does come into it. Driver finds a two-man stun with that counter-strike. Rest, however, he's finding his way here. Fing going to have to flash away after getting all out into the team. Will land the slow, and Driver continuing on forward. Corey goes forward as well. But everyone gets away. It's just the Baron high CF or CFO. They pull the trigger and they're rewarded.
They are just too tanky. Maybe there'll be a TP flank. It does come through Beyond. They might have overextended here.
Bars.
They've got to be very, very careful. How are they going to get out? There is no flash on Feng.
Yeah.
Oh, Slaytru explodes.
Yeah, Slaytru just gets absolutely annihilated. Husha trying to get away. Gory does go golden here in the middle of the fight. 116 now stuck with his tower, but he's finding so much damage. Gory will go down. It's traded, though, as Husha, as well as 116 is taken out. Feng is going to be spotted, but he's not going to be stopped, so does get that recall off. It's going to be Driver now and Feng with it all to do to defend here.
Yeah, can they hold on to this? I feel like CFO might have just, not quite end the game, but really kind of put the game in such a difficult position for Beyond, because now you have to get on the map, you have to get a lot of control to somehow contest this fourth dragon. But the problem is CFO, they will still have their Baron buff when this dragon spawns, and I think giving a Cloud Dragon over to this comp could be pretty problematic. So we'll take a look at the replay. I mean, CFO, they pulled the trigger very fast. They got it nice and early, and I think the fight was looking pretty good for Beyond, but honestly, they're just lacking damage. I mean, you can see how long the front line lives here. Despite the Azir and despite the Zeri DPSing them the whole time, no one is dying. They all managed to get out, and you can see Beyond, they start to overextend a bit too far. They want to take this mid tower. They want to get something for this Baron, but that pink ward on full vision behind them is just the perfect TP ward for Gory, who comes in. I believe he's level 16, has so much burst, and immediately sets his eyes on Slaytru, who just has nowhere to go and instantly explodes here. And that's a lot of the peel now gone. With the front line collapsing and the Lulu down, it's too hard for Beyond to maintain a cohesive front line or anything here, really, and the damage dealers are just picked off one by one.
Yeah. Shun just cleaning up all the scraps here, but I think importantly, one thing to notice is Shun no longer has his summoners, and I think his summoners are a lot more important than Feng's. And so if Vi is able to get on this Lucian, it's a whole lot harder for him to survive in this next fight. We have the Void Staff completed. We also have the LDR completed now onto Feng, so that damage will be hitting just that bit higher. Now, Air Dragon will be spawning. The Cloud Dragon is up, and obviously CFO having complete control over the river. BYG looking. Rest is going to get stunned up. He's going to get low. He goes unstoppable. Does get himself out. Mid lane control afforded, though, to Beyond. And Shun going forward. Counter-Strike does come out to stop any of that follow-up damage. BYG not really able to get anything as of yet. Driver going to be jumping forward. Casa by himself. Does not have any sums available. So tanky are the members of CFO. As Driver now being looked at. Shun going to find a nice culling. Taking Husha to about half HP,
Feng.
and Feng is going to be in there. Feng's going to get all out. Polymorph does come through onto Rest. Now Feng trying to find the damage. As Driver who finds a nice stun, but Breath of Light means that nothing will come of it, and the all-out comes down.
Ooh.
Feng is taken out. It's going to be BYG getting so low. 116 with it all to do. The kick away will land. Driver 116, that's all that is left, and now there is nothing. Rest picks himself up a triple. It's the clean ace, and after 37 minutes, it's going to be 1-1 now. CFO tying the series.
The CFO, they come back big in game number 2. Definitely wasn't a clean game, but they get it done in the end with a few hiccups here and there. And that last fight was pretty hectic. I hope we get a replay of it in the post-game, because I think that was so close to Beyond managing to win that fight despite being at that deficit. But game number 2 now picked up the series, tied at 1-1. Of course, we're going to game number 3.
We certainly are, and I mean, this series is quite exciting now, I think, after how Game 1 went and now how Game 2 went, because Game 2 started off with me thinking BYG look like they're in control. They should be able to take this home. A few hiccups here and there. A nice Baron call from CFO means they've tied up the series. I think coming into the draft phase, maybe we're looking at that Lucian as an absolute staple power pick of at least this best of 3.
Lucian has looked good, managed to find those 2 solo kills in the bot side, and I think you'd have to say it was hard to tell how much damage was actually being put out in the fights, right? Because I think the Zeri was a lot of the time just hitting tanks. The health bars didn't seem to move, but it felt like, you know, you really saw when Shun was hitting people. I think at the very end in that fight, 1116 was so close to killing Shun. I actually think he could have got him. But
really?
Yeah, I think he misplaced a soldier or just didn't have one available. I'm not too sure, but he lived on a sliver of health and would have been able to clean up that team fight. So I really hope we get to see that again. But yeah, the Lucian is looking very strong. I think especially when you drop your bot lane to 4-5, right? They probably dropped it thinking, okay, well, we've got this Zeri Lulu combination no matter what, so we're not too worried about the bans that come through. But banning away the Varus in the center means that there's a lot of those, again, lethality AD carries or just laning champions in general taken away, which are the only ones really that can match the Lucian. So I'm not sure if we'll see the Lucian just banned away in game number 3. It might be better just to take it off the board and say, well, maybe CFO are relying on it, and we as BYG, we're happy to play other combos. We'll see. I think that Shun probably was one of the better Lucian players previous split as well, and I think it definitely fits them, their style.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Shun played this game phenomenally well, I think.
Yeah.
Them picking up the 2v2 kill, I'm not sure if there was ever an angle where Feng could have got out by using his sums, but he did die 2v2 with both sums available. And so you do have to wonder, of course, Shun also had his flash available, so you could argue it's just going to be followed up.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just questions that you have, and obviously, in the first place, that shouldn't happen. You shouldn't really be going down. It was extremely close, of course. They almost picked up the kill in the bot side onto Sword Art, who was able to get out on a slither, and then Shun really turned it around. And similar to Game 1, really, how Feng got a hit on the Lucian and really took over, Shun was doing the exact same thing this game. Different build, albeit very strong, and those cullings were really hitting like a truck. He was able to kite away despite Husha ulting him every single fight. And I think that is what you really want out of your Lucian player. Of course, you're going to get locked down by that Vi, but it's about what you can do to try and get out afterwards. And fight after fight, he was able to do so. And it does seem like this Lucian-Milio combo, at least for this series, is going to be the staple power pick. Do you ban it? Do you just look to take it? Do you even pick up the Lucian in your first pick? And then if they take away the Milio, you look to just take the Nami. Things like this is possible because we do see internationally the Nami still very strong with the Lucian. And I'll even argue it's actually picked more often than the Milio most of the time. So, I mean, coming into game number 3, I think pick bans are going to be really important to see where both of these teams go.
I think so as well, and I think MVP of this game, you know, you're looking at Shun as your obvious choice, but I think real shout out to Rest and Casa, because I think so many of those fights, those 2 tanks were just absolutely unkillable, and you really saw Feng just thrown around, right? He's got all the shields on him, so he's not dying, but I think just importantly, stopping him from DPSing is enough a lot of the time, and the Cassante especially is so good at that, so real credit to them.
Now, take us away with this replay. I don't even remember what it looks like.
Yeah, no, this is the very last fight of the game. It just goes on for a very long time, I'm pretty sure. And we'll see it again.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, so I believe in this fight, right, so there was a lot of focus on the Feng. He gets caught out here, but pay attention to 116 on the Azir. So Shun goes golden, which means it's a free setup for this Azir to come in later on. Gets stunned. He is taken low. And 116, he goes in, ults, and the soldier orders a creep. It ordered a creep. So he didn't manage to kill Shun here. And then, you know, he isn't able to kind of get things together to kill anyone else. But I think this was... I'm not sure if they... I don't think anything really happens if they win that fight, but they definitely extend the game a bit longer than it did. And you could see, right, the gold was in their favor. Never substantially, but I think enough for the comp that you would expect to outscale. But I think you can see it there. Around that 30-minute mark, the call from CFO just to start up the Baron when they had their vision so deep instantly swung the game around, right? That was the kind of breaking point or the opening that they really needed to snowball this game into a win. And I think you really saw Shun run away with the game from there.
Yeah, for sure. And I think a lot of the early game as well, credit to Casa again, is a lot of those teamfight setups that he was able to find with that Rel, with that Magnet Storm, were very impressive. And that's similar to game one, where a lot of the tanks were doing things to allow Feng to get ahead on the Lucian. It was the same thing here, where a lot of the tanks going in, finding a lot of CC, Lucian just following up, doing heaps and heaps of damage. Taking a look at the damage, wasn't quite the 42%, but 37.5 ain't so shabby.
It's not. And Rest actually dealing more damage on the Cassante than the Sylas is pretty impressive. I think goes to... Obviously, like, Sylas doesn't get the opportunity to deal damage as much, but I think it really speaks to Cassante as a champion, where he is so unkillable as a tank, has so much CC, and still puts out relevant damage, right? Because a lot of the time you're getting 2 of the 3 of, you know, you don't often get all of those things in one champion. I think it shows why the champion is still so powerful. And Shun...
Oh, no. It's happened again.
Is this just going to always be the case? The 80 carries get all the damage ones, and then the top laner on the losing team gets most damage taken?
Well, we have a trend currently set. We'll see, though. I mean, it does seem like all 3 of those stats will almost always go hand in hand.
Yeah.
A lot of the time.
You would think so. Key matchup.
I agree with it this time.
Yeah.
And it's going to be Shun who picks it up. Maybe Driver. Driver might somehow snag himself another one, even on the losing team.
Yeah. I think Shun is like your obvious MVP, but I wouldn't be surprised to see one of the tanks pick it up, because I think Casa and Rest both had a very, very good game for themselves and definitely paved the way for Shun to clean this up. It does go to him, though. 37% of his team's damage is, of course, nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I wonder, going into the next game, I don't think I like the Jax all that much, how things currently are, because it looked like the Cassante was just more useful. Now, given a lot of those fights, Driver was putting out about as much as you'd ever want your Jax to, but it just felt like Cassante standing there and being Cassante was just doing more. It was just allowing more space for Shun, and that ultimately was enough, really. And this was a massive turning point.
I forgot about this. This was a big turning point in the game. This is what kind of brought the game to an even state from being beyond just in control of everything, and blew the game open in a big way. Now, something I really quickly want to mention is that with Jax, some of the Jaxes internationally have just been going Titanic into tank items as opposed to going the Triforce, Sundered Sky, whatever it is. So I think that might be better for a game like this, where really you've got enough DPS, you just need to put forward a front line. So maybe not so much the pick, and could instead be the build.
Yeah, I could see that being sort of a reality. And I think you would have seen there in the damage graph too. It was like, Feng felt like he should have had a fairly safe game for himself. Yeah. But the damage he output was like 12% less. I didn't see the exact numbers, but I saw it when it was the percentages. He did like 12% less damage than the Azir. So I feel like the Azir, at least, is doing quite a lot. Obviously, a lot of it's invisible that you don't get to see because it's just getting soaked up by tanks. But it felt like out of the 2 champions there, it was the Azir that was somewhat breaking through those tanks. And maybe going forward, we don't really want to see the Zeri. It felt like Zeri not really that good at shredding through the tanks. And maybe in that case, it's even better to pick up something like the Kaiser, have a bit of AP on her. You know, you can build things like the Storm Surge on that champion. Sort of how it always has been on Kaiser. You can build whatever you want. But I think going into next game, there's going to be some changes up in this champion select. I think Lucian and Melee are going to be the big ones. But that is a story for next game. Of course, we are going to go to a break. Once we're back, game number 3 for the first series here of PCS 2024. And we're back. Game number 3, getting ready and getting excited, honestly, because we've had a bit of a back and forward series on our hands here. Game 1 very firmly in control by BYG. Game 2 looked to be the same until a couple of throws in a row led to CFO's success. And now game number 3, what do we expect? Is it just going to be from one side to the other and it's just going to be a CFO stop?
Ooh, I'm not too sure. I think a lot of this does just come down to the side selection, actually, because so far we've seen the blue side, played twice by the side of Beyond, and the red side played by CFO. And I wonder now if you continue the same sides and you choose to change it up and you instead pick maybe the Lucian first over something like the Azir, or do you just swap sides and try and take, that bot lane in your first 2? Because obviously, being Beyond here, you have the luxury of that side selection going into game number 3, and hopefully they have some sort of plan with it. And I hope we don't just see kind of a repeat of the same couple drafts.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Driver's superior mechanics there in that 1v1, securing himself the side selection. But, I mean, we'll see. I do think, as we said before the break, Lucian Milio, Lucian Nami, even if that were to come out, does look like pretty much what's getting these series across the line. And so, obviously, both AD carries, very formidable players. And now, do we really have that much emphasis on needing the Lucian? Well, I guess we'll see.
Yeah. I wonder what other adaptations can come through. I think possibly I would like to see an Azir ban from the side of CFO, because I think the Azir, despite, it didn't win this game, I think it has been pretty impactful. And also, I think it's suffocating Gory a lot. In game number 1, I think Gory did fine. He managed to, get a lead in the 1v1, but was never able to snowball to anything to write home about. And then in game number 2, I think the Silas was pretty useless for the most part. He did find some moments here and there, but I think overall just wasn't that impactful. So I would like to see the Azir taken away or just taken off the board maybe, just to allow Gory a bit more ability, I guess, to punish, because I think Azir is just so safe, so strong in lane, so well-rounded that it's really hard to, if you are the better mid laner, which I'm not sure Gory is, but I'm sure he believes he is, right? He needs to have that confidence. I would like to see him in a position to be able to do more. Yeah,
absolutely. I feel very similarly, and I also wonder if, going through this, if you do give over the Azir, if you just confidently pick the Akali, because Akali has traditionally been the only assassin that you'd pick into Azir, because while, yes, you do fall behind a little bit in the early stages of the game, you are just so much more powerful when it comes to those skirmishes that it often leads to picking up these objectives a lot easier. And things like giving over the 6 Void Grubs, while they got away with it in game number 2, it doesn't feel like that's something that you should be doing, because it can ultimately just give so much extra pushing power when you don't want to do so. And so, yeah, I think the Akali is an option. Maybe they didn't pick it last game because the Lulu's there and it makes it a little bit harder to play. Yeah. Whereas the Silas does have an easier time against champs like Lulu. But I guess when we come to this draft, we'll find out. And bans are obviously going to tell us a lot, because so far we've had the same bans. The only sort of change within the first 6 bans was that Aphelios getting banned instead of Vi. And Husha honestly looked fine on the Vi. I think if you want to pick it again, you absolutely can. It was just sort of not enough follow-up there, and Shun getting a little bit too fed to really be able to punish him.
Yeah, I think the lack of follow-up was kind of a problem. You saw men in their fights, the Vi would manage to get to the back line, but then who really can be there? The Zeri and the Azir were just kiting back, and the Jax just couldn't get through all the CC. The Azir does come through, but it's actually banned by Beyond.
Yeah, and same sides again, so we're going to see 3 games of blue for Beyond, 3 games of red for CFO. Clearly both feeling comfortable on their given sides, and thus far, Lucian does remain open, still will remain open here after that ban. I think the Azir ban leads me to believe the Lucian's going to be immediately picked up.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that as well. It feels like you're worried about Gory getting it. It could also mean that they were just trying to pick Azir as a denial pick to Gory, and now instead 116 wants to go for something else. But I think you're right, the Lucian early seems very likely at this point.
Taking away the Kalista as well, and another strong sort of laning AD carry. Does build Youmu's nowadays. The Youmu's Guinsoo's has risen in popularity for that champion. Has a lot of upfront damage when you pair it with the Halo Blades. And so taking that away means that the life for laning as Lucian does get a little bit easier. Of course, Varus does remain open, but there does come the Lucian ban. So we will not be seeing it here in game number 3. We're going to have an entirely different game on our hands. No Azir, no Lucian. Rumble, though, did get through. Driver, one of the premier Rumble players in the PCS of the past. And so I think it's very, very scary to see this hovered. It also can be flexed mid, in theory.
Yeah, definitely think it can be flexed mid. I kind of doubt 1116 plays it, and I think Driver's so good on the Rumble that he might just want it on him anyway. But this is looking to be a pretty explosive game. We'll see what gets picked into it. I'm not sure what is a winning lane into Rumble these days. I feel like
the Rise, apparently.
Yeah,
I've never seen it in action, but that's what I've been told.
You can play some winning range matchups. I think opting for a tank is... Yeah, I think Udyr might be as close to a neutralizer as you can get, but I wouldn't be surprised if Rumble can still kind of cook him up. What gets picked along with that? Could it just be the Rel once again? Caster, he had a very good game on it before, and provided that front line that his team needed. I think also it's a denial to Rumble as well, right? Like you have the extra CC there, which is pretty good. And Xayah.
Now, in theory, Rel can be flexed, but certainly more likely to be picked up here in the jungle for a second game in a row. Varus makes a whole lot more sense than the Xayah. I don't think Xayah faring too well, although Feng in the Spring Split of 2023 looked amazing on the champion. Of course, a lot has changed since then. Gale Force out of the game, which was a lot of the playmaking potential that this champion did have back then. But the Xayah Rakan certainly will be a strong bot lane. But it can be matched against lots of things. There are the likes of the Zyra Varus again can be picked up. Of course, you can only pick up one side of the bot lane here before going back into the ban phase. And they're not going to opt to do either of them. The LeBlanc does feel like a fairly okay pickup.
Yeah. I think picking the LeBlanc into 2 bans here could be pretty powerful. I'm not sure what 1116 would look for mid at that point. I think Tristana could be a ban that you look for here because Tristana before was one of those mids that actually dealt very well with AD LeBlanc. And they've got the Rumble in the top side, so they've got the AP behind it if they want to play some sort of AD mid.
Yeah, and there's always the option that Husha can look for something like the Maokai, like the Sejuani, even things like Ivern to just buster up that magic damage just a little bit. Tristana does get banned though, so well pointed out by you.
And what will come after that? So I think you're looking for bot lane bans. I think probably better to ban ADCs given that that Rel is a flex pick. At the same time, maybe you take away just laning supports and force the Rel to go bot.
Could do.
I think taking away the Varus.
Yeah, I think a
might
Varus
be smart.
seems like a good ban.
Yeah.
Varus, potentially Caitlyn if you're worried about Caitlyn Lux.
Caitlyn could be good. Is it a Shun champ? I feel like I haven't seen him play it before, but you have to feel like he's capable of it.
Oh, I think he's capable of it. He plays stuff like Draven. I feel like if you play Draven, you can play Caitlyn. Certainly is a lesser degree of mechanics required.
So what will the second man be? It's the Annie. So that was a 1116 special pretty much all last year. Not too sure how it fares up against AD LeBlanc, but obviously and well enough to respect the ban.
It does just have hard CC lockdown, which can be really annoying to deal with. A good setup for Rumble ult as well as follow-up for stuff like the Rakan. Okay, now last ban should be a bot laner. It's just going to be that Zyra taken out.
Yeah. I wonder how much of this is a Sword Art specific ban and how much of it is maybe this is PCS meta. You know, like maybe there is actually a lot of Zyra being played in support because I never would have thought of Sword Art as a Zyra player, right? So it kind of makes me think that this is just something that's been experimented with in scrims a lot. And it is the Ezreal picked up. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. I feel like Ezreal on this patch is overall kind of weak. It is a safe pick, I suppose. It allows you to get away from Rakan and the Rumble, but I'm not sure it's what CFO needs, especially after the performance that Shun put in last game, and now this insane teamfight comp coming out of Beyond.
Yeah. Xin Zhao, I think, the most likely lock-in out of all the hovers. I don't really want to see Viego. In fact, I don't want to see it at all, unless Kongyue is playing it.
Yeah, PCS Viego. I will say Viego does have a Titanic build now, so you can go tankier if you like.
And back to the Israel point, you know, like, Israel doesn't seem very strong on the patch, but I guarantee you someone's going to work out some giga-broken build on that champion. It always happens. It's always the most obscure items, but there is always a way to make Israel the best champion in League of Legends.
And will it be a Yuumi?
I hope it isn't.
Alongside it. That would be kind of wild. I feel like Yuumi also is not very strong in the current patch.
I also feel like their damage is quite lacking. Now, admittedly, there's not a whole lot of tankiness coming through for the side of BYG.
Yeah.
But there is also not all that much damage coming through here for CFO. So, I mean, looking at draft, I mean, big question mark around the bot side in fairness. If this is Sword Art absolutely carrying on Bard, I can see this being very good for the side of CFO. But initial instinct does lead me to believe that Beyond came out better off in this draft yet again.
Beyond's draft, I think, definitely looks more standard and stable. I do think it's an interesting take from CFO. I think there's a potential here that a LeBlanc on the side lane being hovered by a Bard can, without a doubt, deal with either Rumble or the Nico.
Yeah.
And then it's very easy for Ezreal just to remain under the mid tower completely safe. So I think there is avenues for CFO to actually completely take over this game. At the same time, it feels like ease of execution is well in Beyond's favor. And I think that does matter a lot, right? I don't think either team has been executing particularly well in this series, and that's something you kind of expect early on in the split, right? Like teams just naturally aren't as good at the start of the split as they are towards the end of the year. So a lot of growing pains to get through, and I think during those times, that ease of execution, those big 5v5 team fights tend to function better than going for something really requiring a lot of finesse, like CFO's comp.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want you to take me through the Nico build real quickly. But to build on it, I think it's important to note that Nico, sort of akin to the Annie, was a very, very big champion for 116 in the summer on 2023. And so I think seeing him on it here again feels like it's a lot about comfort. He feels comfortable in his lane against the AD LeBlanc, which he would have had a lot of practice with again back in 2023. And so seeing him on it, I feel confident. It's got itself a lot of follow-up for the likes of Rakan. It can set up for the Rumble ult. And now we've got some shenanigans. There is once again treachery afoot.
There is. There's also some wild things going on in the top lane as Driver has Ghost at first strike, which I'm down for that.
Yeah. It's Eerie on the Nico, so
yeah.
Arcane Comet was the most common pickup, but I guess it's not the easiest to ever land the Arcane Comet onto LeBlanc.
I think it is difficult. But back to your point, though, of what Nico will be building. So for the most part, Nico goes Storm Surge, or sorry, goes Proto Belt into Storm Surge, so making use of those, you know, the cheaper Proto Belt and then the new OP item in Storm Surge. Now, will she go for that this game? Maybe not. I mean, maybe you go for Zhonya second instead, just to kind of provide yourself with a bit more armor and the ability to kind of, you know, survive after that initial engage. I'm not totally sure. At the same time, you know, do you need to go full AP? You know, do you need that Storm Surge second when you have a Rumble? Maybe not. I'm not sure. We'll see what his take on it is. But I think the 1v1, you know, obviously in the lane is quite good. But as the game goes on, it can be very, very difficult for Nico to deal with that AD LeBlanc. Particularly, it's very hard to match the wave clear. So if Sword Art can find a way to get out of this lane, start impacting the map, I could see that matchup going the other way pretty easily.
For sure. Sword Art off to a very good start here with the Bard, managing to land that Q to stun up Feng. First Q of the game, stunning is always a good start, and 116 is actually going to start with that E, so Gory jumping forward will get rooted up, but still definitely winning out on the trade.
And so far...
Yeah, Rest having a good time up top.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well for himself. I think Udyr always a champ that is quite strong early.
Yeah. I think really once you start to get to level 3, Rumble's pretty weak until level 3, when you can actually start controlling your heat.
Yep. Mid lane in Gory's favor for the moment. Oh, that stun does miss. And AD LeBlanc, a real nuisance to lane against. You know when Nico is kind of on the back foot in lane that something is wrong with the champion laning against. Obviously Nico, one of the strongest laners, probably in the entire game, but definitely within mid. Now it's a big step wave up here in Driver. Rest is going to try and make it past and maybe just straight into the jungle, get a bit of vision.
Oh yeah, will he force out the smite? It shouldn't do. But Carson now, with this pressure afforded to him, is going to be able to make his way now into Husha's jungle. There is a Gromp to clear. There's also the Wolves, and Husha is going to have to recall. So once again, Carson getting himself a lot of control in the jungle. This time, of course, mainly due to Rest.
And could this be a 3-man onto mid this early in the game? It is half health here for 1116. Has the W, though.
He manages to get out.
Wow.
Yeah, that was really nice pathing there by him. I think I die there almost 100% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been so upset. I think I would have died too. I was getting 3-manned at 3 minutes into the game by the enemy top laner. Yeah, that's such a... Wow, that's crazy. But he plays it well. He manages to get out. Doesn't even have to burn any sums and does waste a fair amount of their time. I wonder as well if that ends up with Driver having TP advantage. I'm not sure. He might just TP back to lane anyway, or he might choose to stay for a while and just try and build up a bigger item advantage.
Well, he's doing a...
Some scouting.
So he's gonna know where Carcer is very shortly, but Carcer should be fine. He's obviously picked himself up an extra wolf camp, and he has no real threat onto his topside camps. Although Husha is looking to try pick up something here. Looks like he might even get himself a wolf camp.
Nice little takeaway for him there. As 1116 was forced to TP back on the lane, so obviously was chunked very low. Didn't need to come back. And it'd be nice to see how much first strike gold Rumble makes at the end of the game. I don't think we'll ever get to see it, but I think, you know, Rumble, one of those melee champs that obviously can abuse a rune really well because he has ranged components in his kit, you know, like the E and the Q. So that can be really, really nice. Definitely one of the best users, I think, of the rune.
There's no flash on this Rumble, and there is a Casa. Very much welcoming. Is going to pop that Ghost, get stunned up. Casa's going to be able to land that CC. Driver still trying to run away. Is going to have to try and use that shield. Not going to be able to. It's first blood now for Rest. Husha not going to go 3 for 3.
But his Driver, of course, going down. He goes to rush out the Merc Treads. So just wants the movement speed and the ability to get out of all this CC. Husha, in the meantime, trades on the bot side of the map. Will be starting up this Dragon. Currently has both mid and bot priority. Gory hasn't reset yet either, so Beyond should know that there's no chance this gets contested. And they will just be able to pick up a Dragon for their trouble.
Yeah, now it'll be interesting to see what Husha does following this, because obviously Casa's pathed out to the bot side, seen that his wolves are gone, and now is headed top, where he doesn't have a camp yet, but there are the Void Grubs.
Get a replay of this. So Driver, he didn't have a ward down. This pink ward is just controlling the river, and while he did spot Casa here, I think what he was expecting was probably just a reset, as there are no top camps up yet. And unfortunately, the wave was in a pretty poor state for him, pushing away from him while his jungler is on the other side of the map. So wanted to be able to crash it in. Unfortunately, just is not going to be able to be safe. I think even with the flash instead of the Ghost, wouldn't have made it out here. It was just too far up and too much available for the side of CFO. And now, Driver, he altered the Grub. He's got his priorities in order. He got it.
This guy forgot to change to smart cast.
You reckon?
No, I don't know, but I feel like that was not how he should have altered.
No, probably not.
Personally, I think he probably should have altered to pressure Casa, but alas, they got the Void Grub, so it's 2-1 now in regards to that.
Yeah, not too bad. As sorta, I think this is the kind of time where you can start to get a bit more active on the map. Gory still has not reset, so should be sitting on a ton of gold. Maybe he's going to try force 1116 to reset again before he goes for his. It looks like that's what's going to happen, so he's going to have a pretty nice lead when eventually he does TP back to lane. Let's see if he waits for one more. Nope, decides to base, so maybe he can actually hold his TP.
Husha has a Doran's Blade, by the way.
Yeah, that's not super uncommon at the moment. You sometimes see junglers picking up a Doran's Blade after their first few camps, which maybe it's more of a solo queue thing, but I think on Viego especially, it's one of those champs that really needs to snowball, so having that extra dueling power can make a big difference. Gory actually TP'd the lane, so he did use that TP, which means 1116 will have his first, but it does currently afford the LeBlanc a lot of priority on the map for now. Can get some of his vision set up.
Now, trades up top are going fairly even, but Driver does have that first strike rune, so every trade that does go out, as long as he's able to proc that first, means he's gaining an advantage at least somewhat. Bit by bit, getting more and more gold, and 116 feeling a little bit better now that he has that Hextech alternator. Well, he's doing pretty well here with these auto trades. Does going to pop the Pop Blossom, he's found the stun, the Rouge, he's got the solo kill. We're talking about the power of LeBlanc's laning phase, but 116 does not care as he finds himself a solo kill in the mid lane.
It's a very nice pickup there, and well, I think it was very well played by 116. I think it could have been a misplay from Gory. I think he stayed in lane for too long before. Probably should have looked to leverage that TP advantage a lot earlier. Instead, it kind of feels like he just ended up completely even in lane when he should have had a big lead. And we'll see how it kicks off here. I think Gory just was surprised by the ulti coming out. Have a look here. Dashes forward. A really nice punish from 1116. Manages to catch Gory there. And the CC just lasts so long. And Nico, of course, does so much damage. And I think 1116 has just always been very good at these sort of, not hard carry champs, but more, not even utility, but more like off carry champs, right? Stuff like the Annie and the Nico definitely have the potential to carry the game. They do it a bit differently than normal. And he's definitely showing us again here.
You'd almost say sort of playmaking champs.
Yeah, playmaking might be the way.
They can set up their own sort of skirmishes, their own opportunities. Now, Casa looking for an invade yet again onto Husha's jungle. Wolf camp being done. They will be able to spot out that this Gromp is alive. Sword Art, of course, in the area. Will have that tunnel. Is going to come through. Driver's trying to make his way out. Ghost does come down. He's getting very, very low. Equalizer comes out, and he's going to be burnt down. Rest picking up in second.
That was a nice play from Sword Art. Manages to come up to this top side. Unfortunately, Shun's not going to lose anything on the bot side either, as stay true. He's around, but I don't think he'll be able to find anything. He's just going to push through mid at the moment. And there are more Void Grubs spawning soon, but not just yet. Dragon as well, only 45 seconds away. I'm not too sure who actually wins this bot side 4v4 at the moment, because there is more damage, I think, for the side of Beyond. But I feel like Casa might just be completely unkillable right now on the bot side.
Yeah, potentially. But I do feel like if you are able to get one reset on Viego, it should go in your favor. And there is a lot of setup between the Rakan, between the Nico. And of course, if you're landing CC, then Xayah is going to be outputting a lot of damage with those feathers.
Void Grubs are started up here by Husha. Does manage to get that. Was on 1 HP in Casa. He gets in. This is going to be a full-on fight. It is Xayah with first move. So CFO, they're on a timer here. They have to do this before Feng gets here. Well, Feng, actually, he's not sure if he should go back bot or not. Looks like he's going to commit. So CFO, they probably should give at this point.
Okay, but every single Void Grub got picked up by BYG.
Nice
it is going to be a Bard ult to save a lot of lives. Mystical Journey coming through. Husha does go through, but he's going to have to use that Heartbreaker to get himself out. And the stun comes through now. 116 very low. Does manage to land the two-man route. And now Driver in no man's land. Feng, though, returning. It is still a 4v5. Knockup will not connect there onto Gory, as he's going to be able to distort away. And while no one goes down, it's been Shun that's the big winner here from this engagement.
Shun gets a lot of gold on the bot side. And I have to say, I feel like Sword Art 1v9 that fight. It was a really good Bard ult. And then somehow, the Bard tunnel feels like he just baited in one at a time, over and over and over. So it actually went pretty well, you know, given that that was a 4v5, getting everyone out. I'm not sure if, did they get one Void Grub in there, or did they not get any?
Yeah, no, it was BYG picked up all three.
Okay.
Which feels surprising, but
yeah,
well done to them.
It was nice. They did commit a lot for it, though. A question is really, can he do enough with the gold? Because again, I feel like Ezreal is just honestly not super strong in this patch. And I would much rather, you know, let's say it was reversed and your Xayah's getting gold. I think I'd feel a lot better about that.
Yeah, definitely more carry potential, it feels like, on a Xayah. Even though Xayah, not the best champ on the patch either. We'll see, though. Maybe Shun has one of those mystic techs that come through on Ezreal. It's very surprising to sort of note that Ezreal isn't that strong on the patch, considering in prior patches you could just build different sort of mythics and made your build so much stronger, and now that you can build anything, he's just got him weaker.
Yeah. Okay, Dragon is started up here by CFO. They've got that static shiv completed on their mid laner, so a lot of priority should be afforded to them. Instead, though, they're giving up the wave, and this means that Beyond will be able to contest soon. CFO, this is going to turn into a fight. I'm not sure if it's one CFO wants.
Yeah, Caster's a little bit of no man's land. He is getting out, but he's going to get rooted. He's going to get charmed up. He's going to be taken now. He goes golden first, though. It's 116, very, very low. Taken out now by Shun. There is a trade, though, as Husha turns into this rail, turns around, picks up that dragon. But it's going to be Driver who's looking for the double kill. Gory is not going to be taken out. The exhaust does come through by Sword Art as well as that flash from the LeBlanc. Driver, though, he's feeling okay. Rest in the meanwhile, up in top lane, taking out some plates. The big win, really, for BYG.
Yeah. I think that could have gone a lot worse for CFO as well. They did manage to sneak back a kill, but it was looking pretty bad there at the start. So that's an all right outcome, I think, for both sides, all things considered. We'll see it again here, and I think it was pretty weirdly played by CFO. I think the way to get this is to use the fact that with your static shiv, you should always get mid-prior, and you can keep Nico out of this fight. Instead, it just ends up a kind of fist fight 4v4 in the river, which Beyond should be better at. Again, I think a very, very good Bartle, as well as the Relot went pretty hard there as well. And Driver, you know, he TP'd in. Unfortunately, LeBlanc is a bit too slippery to catch, especially with Sword Art on him as well.
Yeah, does force out the flash, though. And while Flash not the most important summoner spell on LeBlanc, it does feel good to get rid of whatever you can. And now there's 2 Meeps on the battlefield.
There are. That's a lot of things to collect.
Second one's giving you a little bit of movement speed as well as some ability haste. Permanent until you die.
Slater is forced out here. Gory with that top move.
Is going to have to use that battle dance. Is going to get stunned up, and True Shot Barrage will connect. Feng losing a lot of his health. But ultimately, is it going to lead to anything? Of course, Rift Shield is up. And it feels pretty bad to fight right here because you do have Shun with Triforce while Feng is currently sitting a very minimal amount of gold away from completing the Kraken Slayer. Driver though on the top side, he's going to get chained up. Magical Journey comes through, stuns come through, tower goes golden, but Husha has arrived. Is it going to be enough though? Caster getting very low, Heartbreaker comes in, Flash comes in, there's teleport now from both mid laners. 116 might be more impactful, has the Pop Blossom. That is going to be a reset now, there's a Rel in the battle. Rest is burning, Sword Art's burning, Husha is transforming, and now we have the Rel turning into the Udyr. It's another kill here, found by 116. It should be the Rift Herald, and a huge lead now afforded to BYG.
At Beyond, they come up big there, and I think that was CFO trying to make a proactive play. They even connected the chain onto the Rumble, but there just is no damage. With the LeBlanc build, it's much more of a, sustained DPS build, and honestly, even at these items, doesn't even have that, right? You need more items on this LeBlanc to be impactful. You'll see it here. It really is just 3 champs with CC, but no actual damage to back it up. Because normally, with LeBlanc, AP at least, if you connect one chain, someone is pretty much dead. But you see, run out of damage completely, a lot of ultis used just to take Driver to half HP, and now committed already, too far up, TPs come through, and Beyond just clean them all up. And look how impactful Nico is compared to LeBlanc in this sort of fight. Again, I think the AD LeBlanc build is very, very strong at the moment, but something we saw in the PCS all last year was it honestly not being played around. I think LeBlanc just needs to be left in the side lane as a split pusher, allow her to get as much gold and XP over your opponents. Try stay away from any of those bigger team fights, especially if you're playing against a champ like Nico.
Yeah, I think to your point about sort of how LeBlanc ends up transitioning into a sustained DPS sort of champ, and at this stage isn't quite there yet. What she is right now is a very safe wave clearing champ, and that's sort of all you do. You sit around and you try and collect some waves. If there's a random skirmish that you can take for free, you take it, try and pick up some kill gold. But other than that, you're never going to be as impactful as a Nico in these fights, because the Pop Blossom itself is just more impactful than the entirety of this LeBlanc champion as it stands. And so, obviously, you can see by the score here, 5 kills for BYG. It is 116 being a part of all 5 of them. It's going to look for another one here. There's a lot of CC coming down, and Sword Art tries to get away. Magical Journey will not do it. We have a Bard on the Rift, being traitorous. It's on the new team.
I'm not too sure what happened to Sword Art there. I'm not sure if 1116 was disguised as a ward, and so when Sword Art checked it, he didn't think it was, a Nico or not. I didn't actually see, but either way, he checked the push and felt safe to keep going. Oh, it died.
Yeah, he drove backwards. I actually think he meant to, though.
Yeah.
In this case, I'll allow it.
It is that Storm Surge picked up second for the Nico, so we'll be dealing a lot of damage. Leandri on the way for the Rumble as well.
Oh my God, round 2? Round 2, Sword Art? You don't fall for it again, do you? Oh, we do, and here comes Kasa. Kasa will fall for it. He's not going to go down, but he's certainly going to lose too much health to ever contest this 3rd dragon now for the side of BYG.
Yeah, things are looking pretty worrying here for CFO. I don't think they have too much of a win con in this game unless they can really get this LeBlanc ahead in the side lane. But it feels like that ship might have already sailed at this point, because this 3rd dragon being picked up so early means there is a huge threat on the 4th dragon only 5 minutes away, and you're going to have to bring your LeBlanc out of the split push to try and contest that, which really doesn't feel feasible. Champions like LeBlanc and Bard are just less impactful in a straight-up teamfight when you compare them to their counterparts than Nico and Rakan. So far, it feels like the CFO comp, we said it required a lot more execution, both in the mechanical and decision-making department, and so far has not paid off.
Yeah, I think in general, I mean, we're seeing why 116 picked the champ, right? Nico, not the most predominant champion currently as things stand, but certainly making it work. I think in general, if you're comfortable on a champion, you're comfortable with the matchup, there's no reason not to play it. And he's showing us exactly why here. Now, interestingly, in my humble opinion, I think the worst support item in the game is the Slay.
Yeah.
And Sword Art currently has it.
Yeah,
And I think
that really
Bard
surprises me.
is like the best user of Bloodsong.
Yeah,
almost.
I kind of agree. I think pretty much every Bard I've ever seen has gone Bloodsong. So I'm very, very surprised by that. And honestly, yeah, I don't really know what his reasoning was. Okay, 2 items now for Shun. The question is, does it matter for the 4th Dragon? I'm not sure it does, because I think that, well, the one thing you've got going for you is there isn't a whole lot of armor on Beyond. So you're not really reliant on having a Serildus to do your damage, but I think Shun has to really go crazy in the next team fight, because Xayah almost certainly is going to have her Navori by that time. And I think the 2 items Xayah definitely out DPS's the Ezreal, unless there's, unless Shun plays it really well, essentially, and hits pretty much every Q.
Yep, and certainly easier said than done. As well as I just think if anyone gets caught by a Pop Blossom, they're pretty much dead, so just having that constantly in the back of your head is really daunting to play against. Now, topside control very heavily in favor of the side of CFO. Husha, in fact, getting forced away. Pop Blossom comes through, he's only going to find Sword Up, but the follow-up here onto Shun is going to be good. Does get made golden there by that Tempest Fate, but Shun doesn't have a way out, or does he? Does get the flash away. Husha, though, lands the stun now onto Rest, who's rooted up. He's going to get knocked up. He's going to get taken out. And now that's 2 down here on the side of CFO. BYG still standing 5 strong, and Shun has no idea what's waiting for him, as he is going to get taken out. Husha going the long way around and being rewarded for it. 5 still strong here for BYG. Only 2 left for the side of CFO. Gory, though, is able to poke in and out. Slay True gets stunned up. 116, though, trying to find the damage. In fact, finds a lot of it here on Gory. Is going to have to jump away. Driver, though, everyone actually just getting off the Baron is going to be stopped there. So a bit of a win for CFO, but certainly a lot of gold now on the side of BYG.
And managing to stop it there is good, but it does feel like Beyond running away with this game more and more. And that was a fight where I think very, very good engage from the Nico actually caught up Shun and was saved by Sword Art. I think despite Sword Art's scoreline, he actually played again that fight very, very well on the Bard. But they're just too far behind at this point really to do anything. It is only LeBlanc now hitting her 2 items. This is kind of when you're sort of expecting your LeBlanc to start doing stuff, but the game feels somewhat decided by this point already, especially with the 4th Dragon spawning in just a minute and a half. We're going to replay of it. So very nice engage, as I mentioned here. Now pay attention to Shun. He gets locked up by the E, but Sword Art, as he's dying, he ults to Ezreal to save him and creates a portal for him to get out. So really, really nice job. Shun manages to live for a long time, but there just isn't the damage to back this up. And after Rest dies, I think Shun was thinking, okay, I'll stay around in order to poke them off. But getting into the fog of war there was Husha on this Viego. Finds Shun, one-shots him on the backside. And I'm pretty sure Beyond could have done the Baron there, but unfortunately got peeled off it a little bit. But do they need to? Probably not. They're so far ahead. They've got this 4th Dragon spawning in a minute. They've got spikes on pretty much everyone now. So it is looking good. And Driver has interrupted his Leandry to buy Anathema's chains, which I guess is going on Ezreal. I'm not too sure. That feels very random to me. Possibly it goes on LeBlanc just for the split push.
Yeah, maybe. I think, well, he's going to have to deal with it all game, right? You don't really want your Nico to, because she is just so strong. Able to look for fights pretty much whenever she wants. So having it on the LeBlanc and being able to take a little bit more poke, probably very beneficial. We'll see, though. 20 seconds now. Rest headed down. Everyone converging around this Dragon. Of course, 116 does have that teleport available, and we have to watch out for Stay True, trying to get himself a nice teleport ward. Of course, the blue bush looks like the obvious choice. I've seen this one before. A lot of ults come down. Caster's very low. Here comes the teleport. There are low health bars, though, coming through for BYG, as Shun is landing a fairly decent amount of these Mystic shots. Gory will not be found here from the Pop Blossom, but will absolutely be taken out anyway. Big ult cooldown lost for the Nico, but the trade for LeBlanc's life certainly worth it.
Shun is the only damage here. He has to go really big in this fight, and he takes a bit of damage already. It makes his job harder.
They've managed to find their way onto Husha, but Husha's managed to get out as Rest getting taken out. Feng just wailing upon that back line. And now with the transform, Husha gets a bit of health back, gets a bit of tankiness, has another reset available for himself, and they're looking. Mystical Journey does come through, but he's found his way onto Shun. Shun doesn't have anything to his use. He's going to go down. There's only 2 left. It's Sword Art, it's Casa. It's the LPL imports. They're from Taiwan, but they're going down. Casa is the only one remaining. Infernal Soul now for BYG, and all attention likely to head towards this Baron, although teleport coming in from Gory shouldn't find a whole lot.
Can he cancel some bases, though?
Oh, he doesn't.
Ooh. Well, he does put a stop to any ideas of Baron, but it doesn't look like that's what Beyond was going for anyway. As resets do come through, they now have a fairly solid gold lead as well as a 4th dragon to back that up. And it feels like the game is as good as theirs at this point, but they still need to find a way to close it out. And Baron has to be the logical choice for that. If they can push out that mid and top, control some of that topside jungle, start up a Baron and force CFO to come to them. Now we're going to rerun of this fight. Despite the ult being missing from the Nico, I think the problem is Shun is really the only damage. It's actually pretty good engage that comes out of CFO here, but there really is just no follow-up, right? Zoned off by Driver's ultimate and just unable to get to the backline. Rest dealt with rather easily. And then Shun, again, he's doing what he can, but it's just so difficult.
Yeah.
Right? Especially without the Sorotas for the more consistent damage. Ease forward once, certainly punished for it. Forced away, taken out, and then the 4th dragon picked up.
Yeah, absolutely. BYG making up for their mistakes of game 2 and having a much cleaner game here in this one. I'm going to make a bold prediction here, but I don't think Rest gets most damage taken. I think it might be Casa this game.
It probably is. Oh.
Gory is gone. Slippery champion, not slippery enough. Absolutely eliminated. 1116 having a right game for himself, as well as Husha. 7-0-5. Now, I'm not a fan of the PCS Viegos. Kyungye was about the only exception, but maybe I can add Husha to that list.
Yeah, Husha's kind of been impressive, right? I think a lot of last year was just riding the bench in Jinji's shadow, but he is proving himself to be very good. That's a lot of damage.
That is essentially a 1-item Rumble.
Yeah.
I think the Anathemas will be on LeBlanc. I mean, I can't see it just now, but...
How much Magic Pen do you get from Empowered Ease? Is it 60% total, or is it more? It's a lot.
Yeah, it is an absurd amount, but he was actually just one-shotting the Udyr, who was built... I mean, to be fair, he hasn't exactly itemized in DMR mostly. He's got a frozen
he's
heart
got
in there.
quite a lot of it, though.
He certainly does have a lot of it, yeah.
I think it is just if you hit 2 Empowered Harpoons, it's something like 60% Magic Pen Shred, which is insane.
And then just bonk him on the head with your mace.
Yeah.
Well, I think things are looking like it should go BYG favored. 14-3 is the kill score, and they're up 7k gold. Obviously has that Infernal Soul now, so anything that lands is going to land that much harder. I think now it's just a process. Pushing down mid, looking for this Baron. It doesn't feel like there's any world in which they lose a fight. Husha backing, does complete that Sterex now, and returning onto the map, of course, Gory being that annoying LeBlanc, able to take out this vision.
Well, still looking at the Baron. Alternatively, can just play for the Elder in 3 more minutes. If they can secure the Baron, especially now, and then have the Baron buff to push up the lanes, it makes contesting Elder pretty much impossible. As Sword Art, he's going to be found here.
Yeah, he's going to be found. That's Flash now lost on the Bard.
Is he out?
Clone. I'm not convinced.
Nope.
He's certainly not. He's absolutely dead. That's a transformation now. We have Bard. Husha going to just use that mystical journey out as Rest teleports in, quickly pops the ghost and gets on out of there. Should know in the area. Once again, it's going to be mostly up to him to find any damage. Gory yet to pick up that Cyclo Sword as 116 is...
He's on a mission.
He's an adventurous little siege minion. He's coming through. He's found his way onto Casa. He's going to be sitting on a ward, though, so they do definitely know where he is. Pop Blossom comes out. He's not going to find anyone important. He's going to be taken out.
Oh, and that should... Oh, are they going to keep going?
Yeah, Rest is going to be taken out too, though, so it's now going to be a 3v4 as Driver running forward. He lands the Harpoon. He's going to land another one, perhaps. He does, and he's following on through. A lot of damage coming through. Casa's trying to get out, and it doesn't matter how much magic resist you have. You are going to go down. Gory should be okay in the backside, though, and now Baron likely to be picked up from BYG.
Think so. Gory has to pull off a miracle to do this. Probably doesn't even have time to base TP. I think he just has to get aggressive here. Looks like he might actually be taken down. Oh, the Harpoons do miss. Oh, he goes back in.
Oh, he's getting a bit lippy. Does get taken out. Feng's able to turn around as Husha's fine to keep heading away at this Baron. Feng pops that Feather Storm. Won't connect on anyone as people are getting quite low here. Stun lands. Shun will find one kill here onto Driver. That's important. Gold onto him. Heartbreaker come through, though, and he should not be long for this world. In fact, is not.
I think, yeah, that was a 1k gold shutdown picked up by Shun. Does it matter, though? I feel like probably not. Down 10,000 gold. And now with the Baron, importantly, ahead of Elder, it's so easy for the side of Beyond just to push up the waves, use that Baron, and then get straight into that river. And, of course, just do the Dragon as soon as it spawns. I think that the items here are probably just too strong. We'll take a look at this replay.
This was ambitious.
Yeah, he probably needed a sweeper to do this. Because unfortunately he didn't know he was on a ward. It's just immediately turned on, gets taken out. Rumbler was pretty decent though, still got a lot of damage onto Gory. And getting damage onto Gory, I think is pretty good here. Means that he can't just be a pest on the side of the team fight. Makes him kind of need time to TP back. Was just chased by Husha the whole fight. And Kasa unfortunately taken down by the squad here. Oh, look at all those cinders. Okay, so Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. It feels like it's just Beyond. They've already pushed up mid and bot. At the same time, CFO, you have no choice but to contest.
Yeah.
Shun is reasonably strong here. He's got his Serodas and he's got his Hex Drinker. I feel like it's too little too late. And there's also a 10-0 Viego running around.
Yeah, the 10-0 Viego is what I've been looking at. Now, are they even going to turn? Of course, it doesn't feel like CFO can ever start this Dragon.
I think they might have to, but... You're right. It feels really hard to do anything.
Oh, they're in a choke, and there is an equalizer. 116, though, being looked at by Rest, and Rest is going to be looked at instead. He's going to go down. That's going to be another kill here for Feng. 4v5 now as Teleport coming through from 116, trying to cut off the team of CFO. There is a mystical journey. Equalizer's good. Tempest's Fate only will land onto Stay True. Not the most impactful member to hit on, and Sword Art won't be long for this world. Driver going to be able to comfortably pick that one up, and now... The stragglers are running away. Casa's still alive. It feels like the only opportunity left in this game is a steal, but how likely is he to ever get anywhere near this pit? I think the question's being answered now. He's not. He's going to be taken out. Pop Blossom used. Husha picking up his 11th. Probably, oh, he's not going to look for the 12th.
Well, Elder picked up. They're TPing into the base.
Yeah. Driver's TPing in. Shun... I think you're in a bit of a predicament.
Ooh, almost a prediction from Driver. Doesn't manage quite to get it. And Shun actually lasted a pretty long time there as Husha, I think, just got his 11th kill.
I think it's 12.
Might be on 12. Yeah. He's a strong boy. Perhaps the best Viego performance we've seen. You know, we would have looked at Kongwei, but I don't think Kongwei ever got 12-0.
I don't think he was even a 12-0 Viego. Yeah. That's right.
Okay, so now sieging this down.
Yeah, I don't think there's much you can do. I think BYG can just staunch it out. They're going to. Rest will be absolutely annihilated. Sword Art too. Equalizer for 1 second, loses all of his health. Does use that Bard ult to try and delay just for that little bit more. Gory, auto attack's really nothing to speak of as Husha remains on full health. Tal will be taken out. Gory does pick himself up a kill on Driver, but Casa's going to go down, and that's going to be yet another kill here found for Feng on this Xayah. It's going to be game number 3, and the first series of 2024 does go over to BYG. It was a long one.
It was.
2 40-minute games into a 30-minute game, but ultimately BYG were in control at the start of every single game, and after a slip-up in game number 2, they cleaned it up really, really well for game number 3 and got it absolutely done.
Yeah, and I honestly think that probably isn't the result that most people would have expected, right? I think CFO come into this one as the heavy hitter, but it is Beyond that cleaned them up, I'd say, rather promptly, right? They had fairly clean games. I think game number 2 wasn't very clean from either side. I do want to say on the side of CFO, obviously there were good signs. I think the biggest disappointment for me was actually Gory. I feel like in all 3 games, he never really found his mark. Now, some of that can be, you know, perhaps he wasn't played around properly, or maybe he was played around too much in the case of LeBlanc, where he should just be left alone. But CFO, obviously, they've got a lot to work on. Clearly, they have the individual talent, right? I don't think this is a team that you're going to look at for struggling later on in the split, but I definitely think in terms of drafting and finding a way to win that works for them, getting on the same page is something they definitely need to work out. Beyond, though, I mean, getting everything together this early and coming out that strong, it's a good look.
Yeah, but I think Beyond played fantastically. I think their early game cohesion has looked really, really good. Now, admittedly, the jungle started off a bit rough every game, but they were managing to play around Husha just enough to make sure things were happening elsewhere on the map, and they got a lot of void grubs in both those games. They were able to pick up a lot of dragons. And I think ultimately just how the bot lane in particular was able to play around him was quite surprising, really, because we haven't seen Feng in quite a long time. I mean, we haven't seen Husha in a year, and to seeing all these players come together and perform this well against, you might argue, CFO on paper look to be the strongest team in the league. Obviously, it's unclear as of yet, and especially after this series, you start to think maybe not. Maybe it's beyond because Driver's just the goat up in the top lane. But, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting to see how things are going to progress because I certainly didn't expect this result.
No.
I didn't expect this result. I mean, even if this result were to happen, I didn't expect it in the way of which it happened, where the 2 games beyond one were just essentially absolute stomps. And I think the one critique I have for them is how they close out games, because it feels like they're a little bit slow at it. They don't really know how to get it across the line. It feels like, especially the first game where the score was something like 14-0 and they had absolute control. They were playing a little bit too reserved, where they could be potentially punished by better teams. And so looking to that as the split progresses is probably what I'm thinking.
I think I definitely agree. It feels like if you're one of those weaker teams, you can just rely on the Dragon win condition. But I think having the ability to pull the trigger around the Baron, I mean, that's what won CFO game number 2, right? And you have to think that maybe if Beyond had done that, earlier in their previous games or even in game number 2, they might have been the ones walking away with just a 2-0 victory. So definitely something they have to work on. At the same time, it's early days, right? There's lots of things for every team to work on, and you would rather be the team winning the series with stuff to work on than losing the series with stuff to work on.
Absolutely. I mean, it's already points towards getting into the playoffs and whatnot. Obviously, very early days now to be talking about that, but obviously, you have one round robin, then you get seeded into the top bracket or the bottom bracket. If you're in the top bracket, you've made playoffs. So it is important, every game, very, very much so. I think even more so than last split, right? You just have less sort of times to verse other teams. You're just straight up, you have a couple games, and then you're straight into have you made playoffs or not. So very important to pick up an early win, especially up against a team you would expect to be one of those top 4 teams. And sort of back onto the ending the game thing that you were just talking about. I think it's like, looking back to last split, last year, PSG were about the only team who would comfortably say if they get ahead, there's multiple ways in which they will end the game. And they end up winning both splits, and I think that's something other teams have to do as well if they want to be able to take PSG away from their pedestal.
For sure, yeah. There is plenty of time, though, for everyone to work on that. And I wonder how much as well will change with the meta, because it feels like there is, at least for now, quite a lot of snowball mechanics implemented in the game. Stuff like the Void Grubs and the stronger Rift Herald, but we didn't really see it too much in this series, and it definitely dragged on. Here's a highlight, though, of one of those very key fights. This was the 4th Dragon fight, where Shun, only damage alive, gets zoned out by Driver, and there just isn't any other damage left to follow up. And I do think while CFO didn't have the best execution, I think also they hindered themselves in draft, I think, a lot. I think their drafts overall were not only harder to play, but honestly just weaker a lot of the time, especially for this early in the split, where I think ease of execution is, I wouldn't say it's everything, but I would say it's actually the most important thing. Just having a cohesive 5v5 team comp, really not too difficult to put together. There's plenty of champs in the current meta that can make it happen, and you saw it in this game. Now Driver.
I'm surprised. I mean, to be fair, I never thought Viego would have done the most damage. But I'm surprised that Driver did that much damage. I mean, we're seeing here that Udyr is not an answer to the Rumble, because you kill him twice in lane and you still do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and remember, this is essentially a tank Rumble. I mean, it was Riftmaker, Anathema's Liandry, still topping the charts, which, I mean, it really shows why this champ is pretty much permabanned in pro play at the moment. Is slated for nerfs in the next patch, but honestly, will still probably be maybe not a first pick or ban, but I think expect to see a lot of Rumble still. Of course, Driver, very good at the Rumble. Actually, we have a lot of good Rumble players, I think, here in the PCS, so we should see it a fair amount.
Yeah, or we'll see it banned every game. I think after Driver getting it once, it's like, oh, maybe we shouldn't leave it open. And I think, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the reason why Rumble has succeeded so much on this new patch is that the combination between Demonic and Riftmaker has just made that one-item power spike even higher than it used to be, and that was all. He almost had the best one-item power spike in the game already, and so it just becomes a bit overbearing. And you see here, I mean, damaged out. It's pretty even across the board, really, for the side of BYG. Obviously, looking at the side of CFO, the people you expect to do damage were doing damage. It just never really amounted to enough.
Okay.
Oh,
Husha.
I'm really surprised by that.
Most damage taken. Kind of interesting. Most damage dealt, of course, was there on Driver. Coming back to the Rumble builder, another thing he benefited from is now the fact that Liandry's has no mana on it. So it's much easier for Rumble to build, and obviously it's a dream item for him. Key matchup, was in that jungle. And I think, what was the Viego score? Was it 12-0?
I think it was 12-0. Yeah, I don't think he picked up a kill at the very, very end, but I'm pretty sure he was like 12-0 and 10 assists or something.
Yeah.
It was pretty ridiculous, whatever.
I've been a PCS Viego hater, but that just about convinced me.
Very occasionally you get a good one. I think Junjie had a few good games, Kenny Chan as well as Kongyue, the big one. Yeah, 12-0-9, 84% kill participation. And honestly, 20% damage as Viego is pretty surprising considering how much damage the entire team were doing.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like he was a Viego with a bunch of tanks surrounding him. It was just 4 damage champions and a Rakan. So yeah, very well played by Husha. I think very pleasantly surprised seeing him come back. Obviously, he played back in 2002, was benched pretty much the whole time of 2023, and now he's back, and he's back with a vengeance, taking down Kasa, who was pretty much the biggest name coming back.
And this was that fight that started in the river with that really nice engage. Sorta, he really did everything he could to get Shun out here, and he made it happen. But unfortunately, BYG just ran down the rest of the team, and it was Husha who managed to get through the fog of war here and find that kill on Shun. Shun did lose vision here, and honestly didn't expect this. And why would you? You know, I think most people just go straight to Baron here, but maybe felt hesitant to do Baron with the poke champion still alive, so Husha says, you know what, I'll fix that.
Yeah.
Comes out and assassinates Shun.
Yeah, no, really well played, and I think huge credit to 1116 as well, because a lot of that early game was set up by him. Obviously, I touched on it in-game when it was 5 kills for the side of BYG. It was like 5-3, which still a close game, and he was part of all 5 of them, and I think as a mid laner, that's a dream, really. I mean, some of the kills were top, some of the kills were mid, some of them were randomly in the jungle, so I think he really was where he needed to be when he needed to be. And a lot of that is, again, on CFO not playing correctly around the LeBlanc and the appropriate power spikes surrounding that champion. I want to say, though, I think Sword Art was kind of hard done by in that last game because he actually played really well, but his score was atrocious.
Yeah, it felt bad. I actually think that was one of the better bards I've seen in competitive, too. I think it was just, you know, really his team was too far behind. And I also think that, you know, I understand going for the Bard with the LeBlanc. Like, it's one of those comps that makes sense in your head, but I honestly think it's just more trouble than it's worth. I think a lot of the time it is just better to pick more consistent champions. Although, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing the Bard again with seeing how well he played it. I just think, you know, have some better champs around it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one thing that's exciting about this split again is that we will get to see these teams likely play again, because I'm assuming they're both going to make it into that upper bracket.
Think so.
And so I think seeing them with another best of 3 is really exciting because, I mean, in previous splits, we just had 2 separate best of 1s. And so, I mean, that's something to look forward to, assuming it does happen. But we're going to go to a quick post-game interview with Husha here with Paddy. So please enjoy.
Husha to the post-game interview. First of all, let's have Husha say hello to the audiences. 欢迎各位来到今天的赛后采访，我是主持人 Patty。今天我们邀请到的是 BYG 的打野选手胡夏来到我们的赛后采访。首先，请胡夏跟观众打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BYG 的打野胡夏。
Hello everyone, I am BYG's jungle player Husha. First of all, congratulations for the win today. This is the first game of PCS, and also you guys faced off against CFO, which is a very strong team in the league. So what are your feelings right now? 首先恭喜你赢下今天的第一场比赛，也是这个赛季的第一个比赛。想问一下，你对上 CFO 这样强劲的队伍，现在的心情如何呢？
因为这场打之前，没有人觉得我们会赢，所以我们当下赢的时候是非常激动。
Because no one thought we're gonna win today, so actually when we won, we were very excited and very happy about today's game. So we changed the matchup to BO3 in this season. So during the second game, actually, you guys have a hard time, and were able to change your strategy and win out the third game. So what kind of things do you guys change? 其实我们看到，在这个赛季我们改成了 BO3 的比赛，然后我们在第2局的时候，你们也是来到了比较一个困难的状态，输了第2局，然后却能够在第3局的时候赢下比赛。想问一下，你们是做了什么样的改动？
因为第2局的时候，其实我们前面也是有优势，但因为阵容缘故，我们还是有一点不太敢打，所以下一把就选个大家都有很勇敢的阵容。
Because during the second game, we were kind of scared of approaching because of our champion selection. So in the third game, we chose stronger champions and champions that our teammates are very good at. So we're able to be more confident in our matchup. The next question is actually there's a lot of new format changes in PCS this season. So the new format change for the 1v1 site selection. I want to ask you what your feelings about it is, and why do you guys choose driver for the representative of this matchup? 首先，我们想要问到，就是我们其实在这个赛季有比较多的这个赛制上面的改动，像是1v1的单挑赛。想问一下你对这个赛制改动的想法，以及为什么你们会选择让 Driver 来做你们的这个代表呢？
我觉得这个赛制还蛮有趣的吧，就是蛮娱乐的。然后，因为我们通常上路就是最着重打线细节的，所以我们车长也是我们单挑最强的，所以就派上他了。
Because I think it's very interesting, a very fun matchup for the 1v1. And the reason we chose Driver is because the top lane is very detailed and very, very good at the matchup in this patch. So we decided to choose him for the matchup. What is your opinion of the jungle changes in this patch? We saw that there are some map changes in the Baron area and also the Void Grubs before the Rift Herald. 想请问你，就是在新版本里面，在打野这边有比较多的野区的改动。作为一个打野选手，你自己对于巴龙这边的一些地图上的改动，以及虚空幼龙的产生，有什么样的想法吗？
现在那个虚空幼虫，它在能推塔的时候是非常强势的，但如果阵容不好点塔，那就没那么推荐了，就可能阻止对面吃全部就好。然后现在巴龙都变得挺硬的，所以在逼巴龙的时候。会比以前还要不一样，会比以前更难一点。
So Void Grubs is actually really good with pushing lanes and pushing the towers. So I think it's really important to have Void Grubs in this patch. Also, the Barons are very strong. So in the Baron, we're able to fight them, and if you get the Baron, it's really good for us. Since you played with Karsa today, who is a very strong jungle player, what are your feelings about it? 其实我们在看到你今天对上 Karsa 也是一个比较知名也比较有经历的选手，你自己的感觉如何呢？
因为 Karsa 的话，我在打职业前还蛮常会看他的比赛来学习的，所以我还蛮了解他的风格，就是比较主动一点，所以今天就大概知道他会做什么。
So before I became pro, I actually watched a lot of Karsa's games. He's a very aggressive player, and he's a very initiative player. So I really admire him, and so today I feel very honored to be playing against him. So you changed from PSG to BYG this season. What are your feelings about it? 其实你这个赛季也是从 PSG 转到了 BYG， 你自己对于转队的想法是什么？
因为 BYG 也是我比较熟悉的地方，然后回到这就会打得比较奔放，比较开心，然后也有上场机会了。
So BYG is actually a place that I'm very, very familiar with. So playing on BSX makes me really happy, and I'm very free in terms of my style playing in this game. Thank you so much for coming to this interview. And again, congratulations for your win today. 再次感谢我们的图下选手来到我们的赛后采访。我们先进广告，然后再回来是 DCG 与 WP 的精彩对决。
Oh boy, it's time for another best of 3, and honestly, more importantly, it's time for another 1v1 to decide champ select, because that, I think, is the most exciting part. I mean, our first one of the night resulted in Gory recalling and dying to the ring, so, I mean, you never know what's going to happen in these.
Yeah, it did not disappoint, that first 1v1. I mean, you couldn't make that up. It was insane. I think it's still yet to be seen which side is actually stronger. Right, obviously, we've only seen that one best of 3, and we just saw, you know, the same teams on the same sides all series long. I will say that I think the blue side first pick flexibility feels pretty good at the moment, right? Like having, obviously, the choice of bans, and then a lot of different power picks, such as the Rumble, such as the Azir. I think for red side, maybe there are some of the flexes that could be used more. Something like the Akali flex is something I'd like to see, or even Rumble uses a flex if you somehow manage to get it. I think also the potential to pick up bot lane combos could be kind of nice. At the same time, I feel like not often do you take your bot lane 1-2, and then it can be kind of hard, you know, to round out the comp from there. So, I'm not totally sure. Now, roster changes are on your screen here. West Point, they've changed a little bit.
Yeah, they've got a couple new faces, a couple familiar faces, of course, Char, Nuli and Rallia still staying there. And one thing I'm interested to see is if Rallia is still in Taiwan, because there was a noticeable difference in how well he played when he was able to play on LAN like everyone else versus sort of when he was playing from the Philippines. And now DCG, of course, on your screen. All players that played last split, they have Taco in the top lane, 665 there in the jungle. Criscata role swapping from AD carry last split now to the mid laner. Tide, who was the Hellpigs AD carry last split, and then Orca down the bot lane.
Yeah, pretty interesting to see a role swap, especially from ADC to mid. I think mid to ADC isn't actually that uncommon, but ADC to mid is pretty weird because not often in bot lane do you play a lot of the mage champs. Now, off the top of my head, I think Criscata did play Ziggs. Now, I think Ziggs is different from the very traditional control mages, so it's possible that we kind of see Criscata, you know, edge towards some of the mid lane mages, but also play a lot of ADCs mid. You know, stuff like Tristana, Lucian, and even Caitlyn mid are all quite viable at the moment, so definitely things you could look for.
Yeah, and on your screen there, the two youngest teams in the league facing off. I mean, personally, and maybe you're the same, maybe you're looking towards Criscata, but I'm most excited to see this Taco versus Rallia in the top lane, because there were some instances where Rallia would do some interesting decisions, and Taco, traditionally, if Hellpigs were winning in the last split, it was most commonly off the back of this guy in the top lane. And so I'm pretty excited. Rallia as well, again, if he is in Taiwan, he looked a lot stronger because this guy tended to play a lot of things like the Rallia, like the Fiora, Camille. He had a really pop-off game of Akali as well, I remember. So did really like to have his sort of damaging bruises, even Akali being an assassin up there in the top lane. And there we are going to have, I believe it is Taco versus Nuli as our 1v1 here. So that's a bit exciting. We've got a top laner versus a mid laner. And we'll get to finally see if what you say is true about these mid laners.
Yeah, we will see. I feel like Taco was really good at 1v1 in the last split, so he might be the one that comes out on top. Well, we'll get to see the bans this time. Caitlyn LeBlanc Vayne, that was a good choice. I didn't quite see the other side, but it ended up the Volibear versus Lee Sin.
A classic.
Now, as 1v1 Lee Sin, do you max W? I think you do.
I think you do, right? I think you do. Oh, Nuli. Showing a bit of prowess there. Getting in, quick trade, getting out. But, of course, Volibear and Lee Sin both have sustain in their kits.
There seems like an item gap. Two D-Blades?
Yeah. Okay.
See how it goes. I mean, Taco, he's building a lot of health.
He's going.
Wow.
Volibear is certainly a balanced champion.
That's insane. He's munching on his tower already.
Yeah, what? Well, he's got ult.
Maybe a flash kick angle?
Oh, no, he's not.
Oh, he's already used it.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he got the Executioner. And Nethima's Chains Rush coming out of the volley. Maybe the item's broken.
Wait, yeah, this guy's a genius.
He just takes no damage.
It looks like Nuli is also building towards the Anathemas.
Yeah.
The Taco being there first, big difference. Ignite comes out, Nuli very low. Looks like this will be it. And it is. Well,
now, he does have another...
Yes.
Oh, but maybe his tower just dies?
He does have another life, but is he even going to be able to get to use it? Because it doesn't appear he does.
Dude, I love how his team's just watching him back there. Oh. Well,
there it is.
Yeah, it is Taco picking that up. You know, something I wonder, especially if they're both rushing out chains, is have these teams actually scrimmed 1v1s, right?
Ooh.
Either between teams or just within the teams, because now that there is actually something to it, right? Now there is actually a side selection. There is an incentive to practice it. So, you know, it maybe is something that teams have looked to practice. It is the red side there chosen.
Yeah, and you could perhaps think that maybe teams that have a substitute middle top laner could just utilize that as a way to practice more and more in these 1v1s, because again, as I said in the last series, I think especially as the season progresses, it's going to be more impactful who wins as champion select gets more and more figured out as well. And also, depending what team you're against, it's going to become more and more important. Of course, there on your screen is West Point. I'm excited to see Nuli again. I think he finished off the split well. Of course, they didn't quite make playoffs. They were very close, but didn't quite get there. He certainly was kind of, I'd like to say, the carrier of the team. He was certainly the most solid. Pretty much performed well every game, and importantly, I guess his jungler last split on West Point was actually 665, who will be competing against him this time. So a little bit of rivalry there. You'd have to think
Potentially, and Relia looks like he will be playing there in Taiwan. So I have to see. He has a chance, I think, to kind of make a better name for himself, right? I think he did struggle a lot in the previous split, but obviously playing on higher ping remotely is going to do a lot, I think, especially for a lot of the champs that he played, right? Like, he played a lot of Relia, and, well, it's going to be pretty difficult on high ping.
for sure. And then again, other side of the rift, red side was selected after Taco won that 1v1. It is Taco, 65, Cascada, Tide, and Orca. Now, Taco and Tide, they both played on Hellpigs last split, and I think from anyone who watched it, they were the two shining lights in that roster. Adiog's having some good games, but definitely these two playing the most consistent. And now, biggest question mark, I suppose, is around Cascada. How well can he adapt to playing mid lane? Completely different role. You have to play the game entirely different. Of course, goal is to do a lot of damage, as is AD carry, but oftentimes you have more utility or other things you can offer the team, whereas AD carries oftentimes are just singularly focusing on damage.
Yeah. And I'll be very interested to see if he actually has, you know, a competitive mid lane champion pool, because I think it can take quite a lot of time to acclimate to the meta of a new role. That being said, you know, presumably he's been practicing all off season, right? Like, he should be able to play a lot of them by now, I think. And, you know, definitely later on in the game, AD carry and mid start to play more and more similar, so he shouldn't be completely inexperienced.
Do you think he just got sick of seeing his mid laners rush Ludens into Shadow Flame against full tank lineups, and he's like, I'm going to take this into my own hands?
I'll do it myself. It could be.
It could be. I mean, that was sort of the demise of DCG last split, was Mission deciding no matter what he was against, it was Luden's Shadow Flame. We'll see. I mean, I'm excited. I think Cascada being a mid laner now does raise a lot of questions. As you said, champion pool can be one. I mean, there is the option that some of these AD carries can be brought out where he might have prowess that other players don't. The likes of Tristana mid, Lucian mid even perhaps, obviously a little bit weaker in general than the Tristana. Certainly has a place in certain matchups.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been a fair amount of Lucian mid played. I remember even something like Lucian Ivern being fairly common, and I think there is potential for some of the weirder picks. You know, Cascada was a big Caitlyn player, and I think Lethality Caitlyn mid is actually pretty good too. Is it going to be the sort of champs you're picking over meta mids? Like, no, I don't really think so. But definitely if you drop into later in the draft and you find one of these weirder picks, then you could definitely go for it. I guess another big question is he comfortable on any of the kind of more niche mid laners, right? Like, I think something like Akali, for example, is very different from any ADC champ, right? Obviously, like, control mages and ADCs have a fair amount of overlap, but something very different, you know, like an Akali or even the AD LeBlanc at the moment play pretty differently from just a regular front to back. And I think that's where you can kind of be let down, I guess, by the role swap, is you're just not used to trying to find the, you know, the picks, the angles, just being a kind of shorter range champion in general, as you would compared to an ADC.
Yeah, for sure. And I really hope we don't see AD LeBlanc again, I think.
Really?
Again, well, it's just, I think for me, it's like, after last split, and now coming into what we've seen, the 2 games of it so far, it still seems like the PCS teams just aren't sort of equipped to play around how the LeBlanc needs to play. They don't really often want to play in the side lanes and wait for those 3 items to come online. I mean, we saw it last game, right? A lot of fights happening early, which kind of led to the demise of CFO. And so, kind of sick of seeing that, champ. Hope we don't see it again. Maybe I'm too quick to judge, though, as we head into this champion select. Udyr will be banned, so not going to be seeing that one in this game. And that could be something that Rallia wants to get rid of to open himself up to play one of these sort of more carry-oriented champs, because the likes of the Jax, the likes of the Aurelia, don't fare too well in a tour champ like Uri that can just sort of sit there, take the damage you do, and return it tenfold.
Yeah. Nigo now banned away too. I'm interested to see what champs Taco is going to play now as well, because I remember before he pretty much just rotated through the meta champs. I think at the time was a lot of Renekton and Cassante, and maybe some Nara in there as well. So obviously Cassante can still be played, but the Renekton and the Nara pretty firmly out of meta at the moment. Can they be played? Sure, but it doesn't feel like either of them are particularly amazing.
Yeah.
Nocturne is the last ban, so maybe just a ban towards 665.
Definitely played Nocturne quite a lot last split.
Yeah.
I can see it. I think he doesn't do too poorly with items like Titanic, even the Profound Hydra.
Yeah, I think you rush Experimental Hexplate as well.
Yeah.
On that champ a lot of the time. Last ban is that LeBlanc, so will not be picked up by Nuli. I remember Nuli played a lot of LeBlanc. I think he mainly played AP LeBlanc, though, off the top of my head.
I think he played a game of both, or something like that, but yeah. But again, I don't think they found that much success. Kalista, though, first time it's open.
And so is Rumble. Ooh. So do you respond with the Rumble? I mean, if you have lockdown for the Kalista, something like a Vi or a Rel, combine that with a Rumble, I think it can actually be pretty hard.
Could just be the Lucian.
Yeah, a Lucian lane.
I think Lucian Nami may make more sense here. The slow against Kalista feels pretty good. Although...
Yeah, I like the Vi. I think you can afford to delay your Nami a little bit longer, and I think Vi is very good into both Kalista and Lucian, so taking that away early is quite nice. I think also, that leaves you a very good Rumble option later in the draft if it doesn't get picked up any earlier here.
Yeah, that is the big concern, right? It is still open. It doesn't strike me as a Rallia champion, but can Nuli perhaps play it? I would hesitate to guess it yes.
Yeah, I feel like Rumble is definitely stronger top, but it can be used mid, and maybe taking advantage of Cascada, being newer to the role allows you to play some of those greedier picks that normally would get punished a little harder. And as Xin Zhao is picked up. So I think you take the Nami here. Morgana.
No way. Is this mid? I don't think it's support. there we go. No. We stop trolling now. It is going to be Emilio or Nami. I think I prefer the Nami.
I think I do too, but I suppose Emilio is fine. Yeah. They do lock that in. I guess you can use it to cleanse the Renata ult, so maybe it is actually better.
But I think what I'm thinking more is you have the lockdown from Vi. The Nami's going to do better at following up on that, just by use of either Tidal Wave or the bubble. And as well as just the slow in the lane against Kalista can often be very helpful. We'll see though. They've opted for the Milio. It's going to be the third time we see it today. It's looked very, very good the first two times. And now heading into the second ban phase, one Orianna ban is on the menu. Do you go towards mid laners to try and strangle Cascada out, or do you even know what Cascada plays yet?
Yeah, we'll have to see where they end up going. Maybe banning away this Rumble if they don't want it could be a good thing as well. Okay, they banned the Azir.
That seems like a difficult champ to pick up immediately.
Yeah. It is still a DPS champ though, so maybe Cascada would have picked it up without too much difficulty. And it could be another mid lane ban. It's been a lot of mid lane bans so far, so we have to reach pretty deep into the pool.
Yeah, Syndra...
Akali's still open, but...
Yeah.
Not sure to get picked here. Rumble is banned away.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay, so I think that might even just be to deny a good blind pick onto Rel here and give Tide that last pick. I think Tide, he should be able to use the counter pick pretty well. Talia is the ban, which is honestly a very good choice. I think playing Kalista into Talia really sucks.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Wow. Is this a flex or is this just mid or just top? We're not really sure at this point. I feel like it's a flex if they're willing to pick it here. And now, what do you pick? Ooh, okay, so it could be the Galio. I think Galio is really good into Akali and also has a couple builds. So you can go that tank Galio where they just go Hollow Radiance and Decanic, but no, they go for the Rise. So Rise is traditionally very good versus Akali because you end up very tanky and you punish her low wave clear. You can also just ult out whenever she commits her ult. So it's really good for a lot of reasons. That being said, playing Rise up against Lucian, Milio, and Vi is very, very difficult. Those are three champs that really punish short range. So While I think it's good for isolated 1v1, I'm not sure it's actually a good pick in this game. And then the blind pick, Aatrox, comes out. What will be the counter pick into it last?
Well, it looks like a Kali at the moment.
Ooh.
I want to see it, but I don't think we will.
Okay,
Oh my
then lock
God,
it
we
in.
do.
All right, so Hui, I think, is pretty good against this sort of comp. Hui is really good in games where he can just look to DPS, where you can play against, shorter range targets is very, very nice. I think the CC is great against the likes of Kalista and Ryze. It'll be interesting to see what build he goes for, because I think the most successful Hui builds seem to be the ones with a lot of CDR and Liandry's in it. So something like Seraph's Cosmic Liandry's, or even just Seraph's Liandry's, I think looks good. I've seen a lot of other things tried. I don't actually think they're that good, so we'll see his take on the build, but the Akali going top is interesting as well. Overall, though, I feel like DCG have got, in my opinion, a much better draft.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I think there's a lot of lockdown to punish the Kalista. Of course, the laning prowess of Kalista and Renata should lead them to be ahead early, and if they are able to get ahead early, then objectives should be under their control, and it's about snowballing. But if they aren't able to snowball sort of the amount they need to, then it's very easy for the side of DCG to shut them down. Of course, having the likes of the Akali as well as the Vi. I mean, the Kalista, if she's ever out of position, should just be going down. And at that stage, there's not a whole lot of damage that can come through. Of course, Ryze is there, but he's also very punishable with the long-range comp, or the long range coming out of Hui, as well as, again, lockdown that comes through from the rest of the team. So we'll see. I'm excited, though, to getting on to our second series here of the PCS in the spring split of 2024. It's exciting. Get to see Cascada in the mid lane. We get to see Taco back, Tide back. As well as, of course, 665 going up against his old organization in West Point. And then Newly returning. Found form at the end of last split. Relia as well. Coming to prove that they, once again, have what it takes to compete up here in the PCS.
We will see. Statement game, though, I think, for Cascada, if he can perform well in this one. Coming in and playing the newly released mid-champ and performing well would be a very good look. And I think it honestly is a pretty good Hui game. There's not a lot of threat onto him and can definitely punish the shorter range. I think we'll have to be careful of this Ryze Xin Zhao combo early, because that is enough threat that you might need to give up priority on the mid wave. And if you do have to give up priority in the mid wave, your bot lane can be in trouble as that Ryze and Xin Zhao move down the river, especially post 6. That being said, Hui has a lot of wave clear, so maybe even if you are somewhat vulnerable, you can still clear the waves from far enough away that it won't matter. So it could be something they look for.
Now, I'm not so knowledgeable on Hui. Do the runes look correct to you?
Yeah, they look pretty good to me. I think Comet, by far the most common, is just you got a lot of slows in your kit, so it's easy to guarantee. I'm a little surprised that he's gone for the biscuits. A lot of the time on Hui, they go for DMAT just so they can kill the wave a lot quicker. Just allows you to one-shot it with the QE a lot easier, but level 1, it is an invade from West Point, so they will attempt to split the map and play for this Kalista and Renata, which is a good start for them. I think having the split map here is pretty nice, but it also means that Cascada will be very safe from any ganks, and it's also very unlikely they'll be able to 4-man bot. But it does mean that bot lane will get their isolated 2v2 and should also receive a little bit of gank pressure from the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and one thing I want to touch on, going back to runes as well, as Rally has opted to go Arcane Comet against the Akali in the top lane. Does give you a little bit more extra sort of poke damage. If you land a Q, the Arcane Comet's going to land. If you land your W, it should land. Renyi, though, looking for his first gank here and is going to connect there, but shouldn't be a whole lot found. A lot of damage, though, from Ching9 on the Kalista.
Very difficult. That bot bush does make playing red side bot lane pretty hard. 665, he's going to trade away in the top side, but there's never going to be a play that you can make onto Rel here. He should just be too safe under his tower. In the meantime, bot can continue to be pressured after these camps from the Xin Zhao.
Yeah. Taco, lane's not in the best position, but he's able to get it in.
And Tide's pretty low. Xin Zhao's on his way by. If Ryze could somehow get prior of a mid and come down here, it would be good, but it feels unrealistic. Instead, though, Xin Zhao's going to look for the dive. Vi is not here yet, but she's actually just crushing straight bot. So 665, he's on his way.
They don't necessarily have to get a kill, but denying this minions from Tide will be very, very impactful. That's going to be the cleanse used, the flash also used. It's followed up, though, and first blood now found from Renyi. Statement game for him as well here on the Xin Zhao, and A lot of minions lost now for Tide in this bot lane.
Yeah, that's very, very costly, and especially because 665 actually gave up the top camps to try and path bot to defend this dive, but he got here slightly too late, and so it cost them very, very heavily, as now Lucian is really in the struggle city. I mean, down 20 CS, lost a plate as well, and a ton of XP, so not the start the DCG's bot lane would have wanted. It is just going to be very difficult. I mean, playing this hard weak side here, probably just needed to leave, but at the same time, they felt safe, right? Because the Vi is on her way bot. It just was a bit too late. And they left pretty much as soon as they could. Was there a way to get out here? Maybe if Tide had committed flash. Yeah. Could have flashed this. Could have also flashed somewhere in here a bit earlier.
Yeah.
And at that point, really is the worst case scenario, because Vi spending all that time to not find anything is definitely not good, as Relia takes a lot of damage there. Is the Ignite on the Sakali as well, so needs to be a little careful. Now, he does have Nullifying Orb, I believe, because there's nothing else really to take on Aatrox, but yeah, it's still a lot of all-in threat that can come out.
For sure. And Taco seemingly having a pretty good time for himself up here in the top lane. Not overly surprising. This guy has been a really solid top laner the entirety of the summer split. Really was able to put a lot of games on his back, but this bot lane is in an absolute state of affairs.
Yeah. Especially because that wave should...
Ooh. He's gone, and anyway, he does have the Ignite, as you pointed out. Q3 lands from Rallia, though, and now Taco's the one in trouble. Actually able to get out. Movement speed from that passive.
Yeah, has himself a nice little CS lead, and with that mid and top priority currently, 665 will come and start up these Void Grubs, so those should be secured. In the meantime, though, bot lane will continue to suffer.
This is a solo queue game that I get put AD carry in.
Does look pretty unfortunate. Looks like the Dragon will be the trade. Taco's level 6.
Wow.
Nice. Well played.
This guy can play Akali.
Yeah, gets a nice little solo kill up in that top lane, which is pretty nice. I mean, Taco, he did really well all last split. I think he actually had maybe the most solo kills, or tied for the most solo kills.
Yeah, I think it was tied for the most solo kills. And I think it was with Arja, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. So very impressive that he's already off to a good start here. And I think also very important is that Rallia didn't manage to get the Hex Drinker on first base. Obviously just didn't have enough gold. We'll get a replay of it. So Taco, with this crashing wave, does manage to hit 6 first, has the Ignite as well. So if he can commit that early before Rallia gets the healing, it's going to be hard. I wonder, did he just use a Q? Is that what caused Taco to go? Yeah, so the moment he used Q, Taco knew he could kill. I think Rallia there, you have to CS the wave without using Q. In the meantime, though, back in live, bot lane is getting dived.
Renyi might go down, though. It's going to be tower tanked up. But 665 is going to be on the hunt. Should be going down. It is going to be 1-for-1 trade, but very importantly, it's going to be this Lucian losing more and more minions. Actually has opted for the support item, so
yeah,
likely to be the Blood Song on the Lucian. And I guess he will be down in gold, but by the end of the game, Orca will be up in gold on the support counterpart.
Yeah, I think it's a smart choice, actually, especially once you're this far behind.
Yeah.
So he might have been planning to do it anyway, because we have seen, I think, a couple Lucians in pro play go for the Blood Song, but I like it here. Let's see how this dive happened.
Actually dodges everything.
Yeah, Vi once again on her way, but is just, very slightly late to the play, and those couple seconds make a big difference. Tide, he cleanses the Ignite pretty much immediately, but is just absolutely one-shot. Fortunately, those 665, I mean, he cleans up one, so better than none, but you feel pretty bad here as Tide.
Yeah.
Oh, perhaps looking for another solo kill.
Does pop the World Eater.
There's
Taco will connect with the Shuriken. Does not have ult.
Wait, his ult timed out.
Well, yeah, he timed out his ult. Misplay, but he might still just be able to get it, although Renyi on the way does dodge out of that Q3.
Yeah, he was trying to hold it to get the maximum execute, but it did just time out.
Yeah.
So a little bit unfortunate. It was very, very close. Still, though, he forces him back. And I wonder if Relia gets the... Yeah, now has the Hex Drinker. You feel like he probably is pretty impossible to kill at this point. But...
There's a man to make it happen.
Yeah.
So do we think it's going to be the Storm Surge Rush Akali?
Well, he has a Ruby, so maybe not.
Riftmaker?
Could be Riftmaker. I mean, we see the Proto Belt sometimes, but maybe if you're up against a tank, you go something like the Riftmaker Leandries. He has got the Conqueror, so it could make sense. We'll see what he ends up going for.
Definitely. Riftmaker and item Akali once upon a time did used to build, and of course Riftmaker. It got changed, but I think in general the power of it is higher now than it was before.
Definitely, yeah. Very strong item at the moment. Everywhere else, though, things are pretty quiet. Lucian is still suffering in the bot side, but honestly, he is going to be able to claw back a lot of this gold, and I hope they keep checking us in with the gold, as we're going to get a replay on the top plays. So, Taco, he already committed E, so that is a lot of damage missing. Although Relia, I think after using the Q3, Taco realizes, okay, well, the wave is on my side. I have the ability to chase him down. Was always going to be a bit ambitious because he doesn't have the Ignite, which is a lot of missing damage, but he does manage this pretty well. Yeah, just unfortunately, the R timed out. He knew.
I think he could have just used it here.
Yeah, I think he didn't want to dash too far away. But yeah, I don't know. Tough choice.
Yeah, definitely. But he made the right decision to not continue following, obviously, with Renier. Coming up, would have likely spelled his demise, of course, no flash. Ult will connect here from Hui. And
well, maybe the QW?
Oh!
Yep, forces the flash. Very nice
Well
play
played.
there. Yeah, Hui's doing good. Like I said, I think Hui should punish this short-range Ryze pretty well, as long as he doesn't get ganked too much by the Xin Zhao. Ryze will be going for that Rod of Ages, but is going to be very delayed in getting there. Only just now has the Catalyst, and also delayed his build with the Null Magic there. So it's going to take a while as Renier comes to start up these Void Grubs. It is on Vision, though, but with that bot priority, I think it will just be given over to West Point.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just going to be an even 3-for-3 trade in general with the Void Grubs, so nothing really that impactful. I think in general both teams aren't too concerned with the additional couple hundred true damage that you'll do to a tower. Now, Nuli has gone bot lane, and they have put the Kalista and Renata in mid. And I honestly feel like out of all the mid champs, Hui's probably one of the best to deal with it.
Yeah.
And so you shouldn't feel too bad. This looks like it's going to be a dead Relia. Does have flash available, does also have the World Eater, and doesn't know 665 yet. This is a dead.
Yeah, has that extra
Ignite as well. Cease and desist should come out. Actually, it's not even going to be needed. Double active on the Shuriken. It's going to be 665 who picks it up.
Nice kill there, as looks like West Point will take this opportunity to trade on the bot side. But this does give a little bit of time, you know, for Lucian to get back into the game. I wonder if it would have been better just to force a dive onto bot lane here rather than going for the drag, because it feels like snowballing this Kalista is super, super important for her to be able to play in this game. Nice trade comes out of the way there, gets the trap, followed up by the QW. And maybe Milio can be found here. Xin Zhao, he's on his way bot side.
Count the bot ganks.
Yeah. It's getting pretty ridiculous. Vi will not be here, but maybe can look for something on mid. Nuli's very tanky, though. Has a lot of magic resist. Frescata wants to get aggressive. And it looks like they're going to try force this. I wonder if it's too forced up. I'm not sure they actually have the damage.
They do have the ult. If ult connects, and it should because of the cease and desist. Going to land everything. This is going to be one dead Ryze.
Commits the flash.
Going to be the one that picks it up. Feels very, very good.
Yeah, I'm glad he committed the flash. I think kind of had to, just to ensure the kill. But that's really, really good. I mean, stopping Ryze from being able to begin his scaling is really, really important, as Frescata...
He stays a little bit too long there, getting a bit greedy for a tower plate. Does manage to get out, but it is going to cost him. As Ching9 as well, the roam committed by Char9. Does mean that heal will be lost on this Kalista.
Frescata does pick up that Seraphs, which I really like. Not sure what he's going to go for next, but he's got a lot of CDR already, which I think is what Hui absolutely loves. And a good look for him in game number 1, currently up almost 20 CS there in the mid lane, and it's definitely doing well for himself. Nuli was a pretty good mid laner last split, so definitely no slouch in the mid lane. And bot lane Tide, importantly, is starting to claw his way back into this game. In fact, it might even pressure the enemy bot lane here.
He's also sold the support item, so he is able to farm at will. Without obviously that farm punish. And here comes his hostile takeover. Will connect onto Tide, but Breath of Life does mean that not too much damage will be put onto 665 there by this Lucian.
They do just force him away. Mid tower is taking quite the beating. This is, remember, even without a Herald, this is just the extra Void Grubs damage, plus a lot of wave clear that comes out of Frescata allows him to always be hitting this tower. So that's a lot of gold picked up. And he should be feeling pretty good about his position. It's looking good for DCG. They're up a lot of gold, even despite how far behind their bot lane fell early. And I think you might even feel at this point that Lucian may just be more impactful than Kalista. I think if Kalista is played well and if they get good value out of the ults, Kalista will probably outperform. But I think it's a lot easier for the Lucian Milio just to do what they do best and play very aggro, especially on mid waves, and make that Kalista really have trouble.
Yeah, and it's very hard to play Kalista into the Vi as well.
Yeah.
And of course,
And
Taco. And honestly, Akali, as long as there's some lockdown, it's very easy for Akali to ensure your death. And Taco certainly is very far ahead. A lot of gold up in tower plates, as you're seeing there on your screen. And it is importantly the bot lane here of West Point really keeping them in the game in that regard.
Now DCG starting up this Herald. They could drop it mid pretty much immediately as that mid tower has always taken so much damage. And Culling comes out. Char, he's taken pretty low.
Oh yeah, Char's going to be going down. Will be taken out. Ult does connect here from Criscata as Rally is trying to find the damage. But it is ultimately going to be one kill picked up here. Tide starting the game very rough, been ganked 13 times, but is able to find himself a kill. Looks like they're headed towards this mid lane tower now. Renier waiting in the wings, but will be spotted on a ward.
That is the first tower picked up, though, in only 15 minutes. While it is 2 dragons to West Point, it is DCG. They have a fairly sizable gold lead. And this Rise is still at 15 minutes, does not have his Rod of Ages even beginning to stack. So that's very, very late. And you wonder if you're even going to get the time in this game, because I think already... Oh. Okay, he got in it. He's driving.
And there we are. Char will be there to receive the brunt of it. Here comes hostile takeover. Shouldn't mean a whole lot. Shuriken will connect onto Char, but a little bit deep under the tower there to commit anything as Nuli teleports in. Bit of a wasted teleport there.
I have to say, I love Criscata's build. He's going for the Leandry second. He's got as much CDR as he can get. I think this is the best Hwei build, and I actually haven't seen many people build it. I think there's a lot of Malignance addicts out there, so I'm really glad to see someone like Criscata building like this. Maybe you're right. Maybe he saw enough of Mission going Luden Shadow Flame no matter what and decided, well, I can make some mid builds of my own.
Heard of the Shock LOL YouTube channel?
I have not. Okay, so now third dragon is 20 seconds away. I think DCG should be much stronger around this, but they definitely do need to pick it up. I think stopping this drag win condition pretty much closes West Point out of a easy win con already. The engage is found.
Engage does come through. There's going to be cease and desist used on Renier here, and at worst he has a respawn, but in fact it's just going to be picked up the 1-for-1, 1-for-0 even, 665 going down. Nothing to answer. Fate's call was committed there to ensure Char's safety.
Yeah, I think enough was used there that DCG should still be able to maintain control. And in fact, they might go for more than that as Culling comes out.
Culling is absolutely demolishing Ching, and he's going to be able to get away. A little bit of help from the Rune Prison there out of Noli, but this is the Lucian that got tower dove while 2 waves were crashing, and then dove again, and then ganked another 3 times. That is just coming out absolute king in these mid waves.
Yeah, I think the Lucian Milio, all the Lucian army combos on that mid wave are very, very difficult to deal with. And importantly, that dragon didn't get taken down there by either team, so they're most likely going to look at it again. Criscata almost has his ult back. Unfortunately, did not land it in that previous fight, but very important as way that you fight with your ulti. It's just so key for adding a ton of additional CC and damage to the team fight. He's going to push out bot, and then it looks like they will just start up the drag. And it should be theirs, as Renier is on the top side. He grabs that red. Is he going to path down? I feel like if you're West Point, you may want to just force this dragon fight, just because it feels like your best way back into this game is to force a dragon win con. That being said, you are far enough behind that it might not be up to you.
Sure.
Aatrox is coming, though. Rally is pathing here. They want to fight this. Will it be too late? Taco also has some great TP flank wards, so they need to be very careful, West Point. I don't know how hard you want to commit to this.
Yeah, 665 very trapped in the pit at the moment. Obviously does have that Vault Breaker which can move, and I don't think West Point are aware how low this dragon is. It does just go over. Char will be found there by the Vault Breaker as Renier goes in, commits the flash out of Vi. Culling as well will be stopped. Char getting very, very low. And comes the fight. It is just going to be 665 going down very, very quickly. Although Taco in the Shroud next to 5 people is not able to pick up Nuli. This is just going to be the 1-for-0, but importantly, Dragon stacking has stopped for at least another 5 minutes. It is DCG getting themselves their first of the game in that Ocean Dragon.
Yep. And in the meantime, Cascada just TP's straight top. Unfortunately, did not have a lot of mana in that fight, so couldn't clean anything up. But can just TP back on the map and maybe even can even snag. Oh, there's a TP coming in from Reliant. I think Cascada with no flash is probably dead here. Although
the team is responding to this.
Yeah, he
does get the nice fear off. I don't think they're aware.
Yeah, maybe he's alright.
Okay, they definitely are. Blast Kona's going to get him out.
And realized just in time, very fortunately. In the meantime, though, that TP was committed and Taco just took a tower on the bot side. Second look at this fight, though, initial damage comes out from the DCG bot lane while that TP flank from Taco here zones them. In the meantime, Cascada was getting chased off your screen there, and ran out of mana. Couldn't really clean anything up. Taco, he tries to do what he can, but I think without the extra damage from his mid laner, just kind of lacks the ability to finish anyone off. I don't think he had vision there of Char.
Yeah.
Or he probably would have taken him out. And it was, okay, Riftmaker into Storm Surge on Akali. So I haven't seen that before. Riftmaker, Leandry, obviously very common, and Storm Surge, Shadow Flame, very common. But this is something a little bit new. Has a bit of both.
Certainly does, but I'll allow him to cook. He's played well so far, minus maybe one mistake with not using that perfect execution. Oh, Renier is in a bad position.
Yeah, he's been found and unaltered.
Yeah, cease and desist will come through. Taco lands the shuriken from downtown. Will be able to pick that one up. He's also in the shroud. He's going to secure the death here of Cheng. Hostile takeover will mean that he clips Orca around the head with that passive, but ultimately it will not be too bad for the side of DCG. And it looks like now they're going to get started on this Baron. And I think importantly, with how this Baron is set up, it's actually not so hard to start, and you can pretty much run away from any direction, so it feels a lot safer than the Baron pits of the past.
Definitely. And I think here with the shielding from Hui as well as the Leandries, they can take this down fairly quickly. So we'll just be able to get themselves a 20-minute Baron, and they're going to be in a really good spot in order to clean up this game. I think now, especially Kalista and Ryze are going to have such a hard time dealing with this comp. I think, you know, Ryze is a champ that you wouldn't think needs to snowball, but he kind of does just because of his short range really locks him out of being able to deal damage in team fights against comps like this. You know, the Milio, the Lucian, and the Vi. Even the Hui as well. I mean, just all make it really, really hard for him to DPS. And then the Kalista, obviously, same sort of thing. You know, if it snowballs, can play very aggressive, but once you fall a little far behind, or even just on ahead, it becomes so difficult to actually output damage that you just kind of feel irrelevant.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we see pretty much wave after wave the amount of damage that Tide has been able to do and pressure he's been able to exert. And it's very similar, of course, to both Xun as well as, who was it? Feng in the earlier series. Just the power that Lucio in combination with either Milio or Nami does offer you. And I think it's still impressive, though, that Tide has been able to do this despite what happened to him early game.
Yeah.
Now, 665 is looking for a flank. I think it's a bit scary to be going under towers at this stage. Probably wait for Cascada to get to his tower as well as Taco to exert some pressure over the top side. Of course, this Ryze really is going to struggle to lane up against the Akali. Although Renier's in the area.
DCG really putting on the pressure, though. They have snowballed pretty significantly, as already it's up to a 3,000 gold Baron power play, and they've still got a minute and a half on it. Taco definitely undivable up here, so nothing that can be found other than shoving this wave in.
Oh, we're going for it. Cease and desist used. There's a lot of lockdown. Really does get a lot of health back, though, as it will be the hostile takeover committed. Damage still being found here by Cascada as he's burning down Char. Won't be able to find it, though, as Relia picks up one kill onto 665. Does get the reset on that World Ender. The CC coming through from this way is fantastic as Cascada shows that he can absolutely play mid lane.
Very nice combos there on the way. Net them a kill. And they, importantly, did manage to break all the inner towers. So they didn't manage to break the base, which means that West Point can hold on for a little bit longer. But just the amount of gold that all the inner towers give you is pretty absurd. We'll get a replay of this. I think 665 spotted Relia looking a little out of position and decided to engage in him. The problem is, though, he has a Hex Drinker, and the Hui ult did go wide. So they're missing a lot of key damage here to actually finish him off. And it looks like they're just out here, but I think Char took so much damage in the middle of this And then Cascada, he flashed forward with the EE into, I think it was QQ. Yeah, EE into QQ, and the passive just finishes him off.
Yep, very well played. I think importantly too, if the Hui ult does connect there, then Relia won't have the movement speed to be able to chase down 665, so goes a whole lot different. But ultimately, he ended up in a 1-for-1. They're going to be able to pick up this Dragon now. A lot of pressure exerted. Again, it's a 3,200 Baron power play, which you're not too upset about at all. Void Staff coming in third now for Taco. Very close to completing it. Looks like Cascada might be going for the Crypt Balloon. Tide going to get CC'd up, but he's going to turn it around. He's not scared.
Yeah, did lose both his sums, though. Oh, Taco, he wants more.
Yeah, Chang is out of position. And by out of position, it means
he's dead.
Anywhere within Akali's screen has gone down. Obviously, Crypt Bloom, sorry, Storm Surge is the correct item. Was able to take him out there.
Yeah, it did get finished off, and I wonder how easy is it for DCG to actually break the base? Well, apparently easy enough.
Char goes down. Season Assist will also be used here on Renyaz. 665 maybe regretting what he's done a little bit. Breath of Life coming through, trying to help him survive. Nice dodges here. We'll be able to get out. The Overload's not connecting there onto 665. And Noli is still yet to complete his Rod of Ages. Ult connects here from the Hui, and Cascada will pick himself up a killing spree. 3-0-2 on his first showing here in the mid lane in the PCS. And I mean, I'm pretty impressed.
Yeah. I think importantly, being able to break the base there without even having to use the Baron is very, very key and shaves a lot of time off this game for the side of DCG. Are they worried about the game being too long? Not really, though. I think they're definitely outscaling in this one. It's becoming increasingly hard for Ryze and Kalista to deal any damage up against this comp. But Baron, only a minute and a half away, and with mid already broken, it means they can set their sights on those side lane towers. Third item is the Crypt Bloom there for Cascada. Did need a bit of Matter of Resist, and I really like it. I think it's a good choice here.
Yep, and Taco did pick up his Void Staff as well, so massive power spikes coming through from both the APs as well as Lucian now. Completing his Navori will mean a lot more damage coming through, as well as a little bit more survivability, being that your Relentless Pursuit uptime is just that much higher.
A lot of pings onto this top lane river. I think West Point really trying to maintain some control, but it's pretty difficult, especially with how strong DCG are.
Renye doesn't use the ultimate, but Tide certainly does a lot of damage to him, and he's going to get caught up now. Does commit the ultimate now. Is going to be able to pick himself up. One kill those. Taco comes in. That's a double. It's going to be a triple. Can it be more? He does land the Shuriken. It is thus far a triple kill, and Hui does pick up the last. It's almost a clean ace here. Only 665 going down, but ultimately Cascada and Taco playing so phenomenally should lead to the first game being picked up now by DCG.
And look at that damage there from Taco. Really, I think this entire game was Taco's playground. He found a solo kill, almost found another, and then in every team fight really displayed that not only could he play the Akali, but he was very, very good on it. So massive game coming out of the DCG solo laners. I will say also credit to the DCG bot lane that managed to still find a lot of impact despite being incredibly far behind after those first couple levels. And yeah, good luck for DCG.
Yeah, fantastic. And I mean, you being a mid laner, not sure about Cascada. Give me the rundown. What do you reckon?
Well, I have to say I'm very impressed by his build. I think it's the best way build. And I swear that champ always gets built wrong, and it makes it a lot harder. I also think it's pretty nice that he had some sort of specific counter ready. It's possible that he just planned on playing Hui anyway, but I think after seeing a Ryze, a champion that can't really pressure his lane so much and just pressures other lanes, it allows you to go for something very greedy like the Hui. That also punishes short range. You can kind of think of it like Talia in a way, but just the scaling's a little bit different. You have a bit more damage and you have a bit less control, but I mean, he played it very, very well. I think he punished the comp extremely well, and really importantly, use that red side 5P. A lot of the time that kind of gets
overlooked.
Wasted. Yeah. So it was really good to see that used.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, I honestly barely know what Hui's abilities do, but
fine.
The combos,
they were good. They were good.
Yeah. I think the bottom lane combos there were the highlight for me. Unfortunate that the ult missed. I think he missed a couple of them, but
it's hard. It's really hard to hit.
Yeah, it is a really weird projectile, I think. It's like kind of like Sejuani ult, where it's like almost slower than you expect or thinner than you expect. I'm not sure how to describe it, but very well played from the whole team. I think Taco would be my pick for MVP.
I think so too, yeah. Chris Carter close second though, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, 665 having a good game. Of course, there were a couple moments where he might have got a bit too aggressive, but ultimately he realized that sort of how strong Taco was, how strong Tide ended up being, as well as Cascada. Was like, if he just starts something, gets something going, then in general it should be beneficial for them. And that's kind of something we missed in the BYG series, right? Like, there was a lot of times where we just wished they'd do something which could sort of make their advantage sort of grow more and more. But I think DCG kind of had that factor that we were missing from BYG. I mean, the 20-minute Baron, as soon as they took out 3 people, they're like, yep, go start the Baron. They got it done. And maybe you could argue the skill of the competition was a bit lower in this one. I mean, I can't really tell yet, of course. It is just the first game. But definitely, I think their execution, their decision-making, macro gameplay was very, very good, and I think a very promising sign for the org.
I think I'd agree mostly. The one thing I'd be concerned about is that early game, because I feel like if you're against a better team and your bot lane falls that far behind, you could be in trouble. And then each time the gank was coming, the Vi was around 5 to 10 seconds late, and it's hard to say who the blame for that lies on, right? Is it Vi for not being there earlier? Is it Vi for not communicating that she's not there in time? Is it the bot lane's fault for not leaving earlier? You know, I think it's something that they really have to solve as a team, but the overall outcome of your bot lane just dying, you know, a couple times and losing that much CS, I think isn't really acceptable, and I think a better team will definitely run away with that lead. That being said, I do agree with you. They punished very well once they were ahead, and they recovered well from falling behind. But I really don't think you'll get those luxuries up against some of the higher level teams.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's also maybe an argument to be made that by Renier spending so much time in the bot lane, it actually was very detrimental to the top side of the map and even mid, because it does feel like while Ryze is going to struggle because of the range, there is gank potential onto Hwei. Like, there is a very, very good... If your flash is up, you can flash root the Hwei. Xin Zhao can pretty much one-shot that champion. And there's angles you could look for that, but... It was pretty much just on repeat, kept going bots, standing in that tri-bush, not even getting anything every time, but obviously got a couple of kills there, got 2 kills onto Tide, but it was just, I mean, Taco got a solo kill in the top lane, Cascada got almost an entire tower for free, and so you lost so much in the rest of the map that it kind of just didn't matter how far behind Tide was by the end.
Yeah, I think as well, like, the comp, I felt they were pretty comp gapped. You know, I really don't think that Kalista and Ryze can function, especially Ryze. I feel like the Ryze pick, while it was good in isolation against Akali, really just is kind of awful up against what DCG had already picked. So that was a bit weird to me, as we're seeing the Taco highlight reel was pretty much the entire game, honestly. The man had a montage game.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's promising signs, because especially last split, when we saw Taco on the likes of the Renekton, you felt like he'd be able to win the game. And that was kind of the big staple carry champ for Taco. But coming out game number 1 and having a performance like this gives you a lot of confidence. And I think for the team in general, seeing that they've picked Akali, you feel like Cascada probably can play Akali. Like, obviously we haven't seen it, and he was an 80 carry player before. It is a mid lane champion that tends to stick around through the metas. They pick it early, it gets countered, and they have an answer. They can just give Akali to Taco, and he'll do completely fine up in the top lane. I think that's a promising sign for the pick bans coming, forward in the PCS.
Yeah, definitely nice to have that flexibility. And the first time, is it our first Akali game? I believe it is.
It is,
and it's also our first Akali flex game, which I think is pretty important, because there will be some teams that flex Akali and some teams that can't. And I think that is a lot of what red side's power comes from, is having that flex. See, best stats, actually, okay. Yeah,
Cascada's rich. Taco went crazy.
Yeah.
And Renier was on the opposing team.
Yeah, Cascada had a lot of farm, and then all those plates really added up to there. But yeah, most damage taken. I mean, not much you could do about that, unfortunately. And a team matchup, no surprise, really.
Yeah, no, this was a bit of a domination. I mean, a complete domination.
Yeah.
It was one solo kill. Taco was probably he was probably spamming R just as it came up, went on to cooldown.
Yeah, it must have been so close.
And there was almost 2 solo kills, and I mean, just the advantage he gained up in top lane really spread out throughout the map, and it's not easy to do that as a top laner in general, especially when it comes to competitive gameplay. So I think a very, very well-deserved player of the game here for Taco.
Yeah, and I think, Taco, he was honestly probably a top 3 or top 4 top lane in the previous split on a much weaker team. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him achieve even higher highs this year. And I think Taco might even be the player to, upcoming player to watch for this season, because I think this could really be his chance to break out, so to speak. And one of those team fights here was this one where he, on the Akali, comes in, I think a little later. Yeah, here he is. He's got the flank. This is that final team fight where he manages to pick up 2 or even 3 kills. And here you're thinking, okay, this is like potentially a pentakill at the moment. I think he got CC'd up, so he couldn't quite finish everyone off, but it was very close.
It was a very good usage of that Fate's Call to stop Taco from actually just getting a straight quadra kill in that single usage of the ult. I think that was definitely not an easy sort of knock up to land at the best of times, on an ulting Akali. So, I mean, props there to Char for being able to land that one. And ultimately, it was obviously DCG picking up the win there, but it is a best of 3. So we still could have potentially 2 more games for West Point to turn it around. And I think certainly more than the first series, I think definitely we're going to see different draft because it just didn't work out. Nothing really seemed to work. They tried their best to punish bot lane. Bot lane ended up online anyway. And of course, the rest of the map was just so far behind that there really wasn't anything that the side of West Point could do.
Yeah, kind of agree. And it should be West Point having the side selection in this one. So possibly they will choose the red side. Do I think the sides really made a difference? I mean, maybe, honestly, just because of the Akali flex. I'm not sure if it's something they were aware of or just didn't really respect, but I feel like that could have been banned away in the second phase. I was trying to remember, they banned the Talia away from Cruscada, and I think it was the Azir as well.
Yeah, but Akali was picked 3rd.
Was it? I think it was picked 4th.
Oh, no, it was picked 4th. No, you are right, you are. It was picked 4th. But, I mean, it's something to look forward to, obviously. We are going to go to a small break now, but once we're back, game number 2 will resume between DCG and West Point. And we are back for what is potentially the last game of the first night here in 2024 for the PCS. And so far, I mean, in this series, obviously, we've only had the one game, but Taco got crazy in the top lane and Cascada looked very solid in the mid lane. So promising signs for DCG. I think coming into game 2, as we touched on before the break, draft should look a whole lot different. And when we find out side selection, of course, we'll find out how different it could possibly look.
Yeah, I think if there is something, if you decide to run the draft back, I think the main change I would like to see is the Ryze. I think the Ryze pick was pretty strange. Again, it's pretty good isolation into the Akali, but you've got to respect that it's a flex. Also, just doesn't function that well up against the comps that punish a lot of short range, right? So I'm not sure what champs were available. There were a lot of mid laners banned, to be fair, so maybe there wasn't a super S tier pick available, but I think there still must have been something better. And I don't think you should be surprised by like Lucian combos coming out anymore because, well, it's pretty common at this point, right? So you should be expecting those to come out, and then you have to kind of think about what is your mid pick going to be. And he could also, I could be wrong about this, but presumably Cascada doesn't have the biggest mid champion pool yet. So maybe there's something you could have taken away from him as well.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that, but I think if you're pulling out the Hui in game number 1, that's probably as difficult as mid lane champions get, like, immediately. Of course, eventually Hui will be somewhat figured out, similar to how Aphelios took a while, and then everyone learnt the perfect gun rotation and how to use them. I think for now, though, the champ just does so much and so much different things that I think there's a lot of time to learn it. And if he's put that time into Hui, maybe he is almost a bit of a one trick in that regard, but there's probably champs he can play. And, you know, worst case scenario, the likes of the Tristan and the likes of the Ziggs are there. They did have the Akali to play in the top lane for AP. So we'll see. I mean, I guess it's still a big question mark around Cascada. Of course, he's proven to be strong, at least on the Hui, and game number 1 looked really, really solid. But it is about solidifying yourself as a true threat in the mid lane. Of course, right now, maybe looking pretty good start of the season, but as each mid laner sort of starts to feel more comfortable, starts to pair well with their jungler better, it is going to get a lot harder.
Definitely agree. West Point, though, they chose the red side this game, so it is going to be a completely different draft, you'd have to think. And I wonder, what picks do you look for on the red side? I mean, maybe an Akali of their own could be something to look for. Yeah.
I mean, Akali just, in solo queue, looks really, really strong. I mean, in the last game we saw, looked very, very strong. I don't really see a reason not to. Of course, it's pretty hard to blind. There are answers to it.
Yeah.
But it is one of the safer blinds in terms of melees, at least. But we'll see. Obviously, now heading into draft. First ban's going to be that Lee Sin.
Yeah, I wonder what that's for. It could possibly be for some solo lane Lee Sin. I have seen Lee Sin both jungle and top with the standard Sky Rush, which I think is kind of strong. So maybe it's a champ that's been flexed, or maybe they just respect, you know, Rennie on it. Not too sure.
A lot of Ashe bans.
Yeah.
Day number 1, I believe 5 from 5 thus far. LeBlanc going to be banned out again by DCG.
Nico gets taken away as well. So what are we looking at now? I mean, the Rumble, the Akali, the Azir are all open. Kalista, Lucian. Possibly something we could look to trade again. Nocturne gets banned.
Okay, opposite sides this time, though.
Yeah, so I wonder if that's just a blue side ban. Maybe there's some sort of Nocturne combo that comes out on red side that people are scared of. Not too sure.
Perhaps. I do think there is a Lucian Milio brewing if Lucian is not to be banned here. It won't be. Hui
They
will
ban
be.
the Hui.
Respect
Okay.
ban.
I'm a little surprised by that, mainly because I think Hui was an answer to what West Point has shown, rather than just a champ they were going to pick all the time.
I like this.
And the first pick, Lucian, I think I like it too. I think it works better than Kalista, and it's definitely a champ that's a bit easier to pick. I think Kalista, you kind of prefer to see the enemy team having, you know, less CC options.
Yeah.
Now, does the Vi get picked up immediately? Because I think Vi is a pretty good answer. Maybe something like the Vi Akali could deal well with the Lucian trying to play aggressive.
Yeah, for sure. Something similar to what we saw last game. Although Caitlyn being the hover and will be locked in immediately. Will we see the Lux getting picked up here? Because there is always the potential. Now, while unlikely, if they don't pick up the Lux, it maybe Cascada plays it. Not the hardest champion in the game to learn. And honestly, with current items, doesn't do so poorly.
Yeah. Okay, what would just be that Lux taking alongside it? So Caitlyn Lux, obviously very, very strong in lane. I think you go Nami if you're playing up against this, right? I think you need that extra sustain.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not. I mean, maybe the PCS just really thinks Lucian Milio is that much stronger. Because so far we haven't seen a single Nami. The Vi Hubbard instead, and this can be a good pick again to apply some pressure to Caitlyn in the early game, although I don't think it's that great against Caitlyn in team fights just because the range is just a bit too difficult to deal with. And I think you have to take a Lucian pairing here. Maybe the Vi. Yeah. Well, I guess the Milio again. I mean, I think I prefer the Nami here, but it gets locked in anyway. So what gets picked up now? I mean, a priority jungler could be good. Possibly a mid into bans or a top into bans. Here, something like the Rumble is still available. So I could look for that. I think having a jungler that can help pressure bot, though, allow your Caitlyn and Lux to push could be good. Maybe the Xin Zhao could be something we look at here. Aurelia, I'd be surprised. This is a flex pick for West Point. They play at both mid and top.
I would assume, however, it's probably going to go to the top side.
Yeah, okay. So what do you ban for this? The Jax is a pretty obvious one.
Yeah, but it feels like there's so much you can just pick into it anyway. I don't... Like, even the likes of a Malphite, you can just play Malphite into Aurelia and you're feeling a whole lot better when it comes to team fighting.
Yeah, we'll have to see. So second phase bans, I think taking away junglers makes a lot of sense. That Sejuani is the first one to go.
Yeah, that's a good pairing with Aurelia, so I like the ban. Xin Zhao was the pickup from Renier last game. Will they choose to ban it out next? Of course, first we have to see West Point's ban. Could be an Akali.
Yeah.
Udyr.
Okay, they ban the Udyr instead. So
really...
Akali is open as an option. Now, in mid lane at least, Akali beats Aurelia. I'm not too sure if that's the case in top lane, just because there's a lot more distance and, you know, the extended trades tend to go the way of Aurelia. So maybe in top lane it's not so good, but we'll see what they look for. Taco is the kind of guy who probably could play some strong 1v1 though. The Xin Zhao does get banned away. So now you probably want to just save your mid for counter pick and pick up some sort of jungler here. The Rel is still open if that's something you want to look for.
Viego. Renier fancying himself as a bit of a carry jungler.
Yeah, not too sure how I feel about this. I think right now West Point's comp is extremely snowbally, but extremely heavy on execution.
Yeah.
This is a comp that has to get ahead or it's just going to be completely useless. If Krishkada can play it, I think take the Azir here. Makes a lot of sense.
I think take the Fizz.
Fizz would be pretty chad.
Very strong in solo queue. This is not solo queue.
It isn't. Looks like the Azir will be picked up. Now, Aurelia is a pretty good matchup into Azir, so that could be something that they go for. Alternatively, I mean, the Azir overall just is a strong blind, and it can do fine against Aurelia, but yeah, I like the Azir pick, and we'll have to see how good Krishkada is on it. Honestly, if you come out in your first 2 games and you do well on Hui and Azir, I think that's a pretty good starting point for your mid lane career. Will it be Mordekaiser?
I kind of hope to see it. That champ has been demolishing my solo queue games since the season started.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So I know nothing about this matchup. In my head, I would have thought that Aurelia would destroy Mord, because I would have thought that you just have, you know, the higher sustained DPS, but maybe that's not the case. I mean, obviously Taco thinks it doesn't go like that. Orianna is the pick into Azir. Most likely it will be that Comet W max Orianna, or at least 3 points W, which is very strong in lane. You're likely to see the Fleet Azir this game too, I would expect.
Do you remember last split? Taco played a game of Mordekaiser top where he rushed Proto Bout and just went full AP. Like, not a single tank stat. Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
And he was
game.
like 0-5 at one point, but then absolutely demolished a Renekton. I'm hoping we see the absolute full AP powerhouse Mordekaiser in the top.
Could do. I think pretty much every Mord I've seen is just going that, you know, Riftmaker, Leandri, Raleigh build. So probably going to see that, but hey, I wouldn't be opposed to it. And I think this game, I'm pretty sure DCG have the much better draft. I think that West Point, if you're a very, very good team, you could probably play what West Point has, but you're really, really relying on getting ahead pretty much all across the board. And it's a lot of moving parts at the same time, because a lot of the time, if you have 2 strong sides, you know, you've got an Aurelia in your top lane and then a Caitlyn Lux in your bot side, both of those lanes want to be played around. And arguably, both of those lanes need to be played around. And unfortunately, the jungler just cannot be everywhere at once. So sometimes when you play these sorts of comps, you can make up for that just by having 3 winning lanes and having enough pressure everywhere that even if one lane gets ganked, the other two lanes will carry. I'm not sure if West Point have that in them. I think that's a very, very difficult style to pull off. It kind of reminds me of like 2018 Invictus Gaming, you know, with like Rookie, The Shy, Jackie Love, etc. I think that's very, very hard to pull off. It's very exciting to watch. So, look, I'm looking forward to them putting their best foot forward, but I do think DCG will come out on top.
Yep, I'm inclined to agree. And potentially for the last time tonight, loading back onto the Rift. Of course, if you're a West Point fan, you want this to be the second to last time. And if they are going to do it, it has to be now. Of course, bot lane should be pretty winning for them for at least the start of the game, as well as mid. I think the problem may lie around top. I'm not sure how well this Aurelia will be doing into Taco on the Mordekaiser. Certainly one out on his 1v1 last game. Once again, it will be an AP champion against an AD bruiser. Now, Fleet Footwork is here once again this game.
Makes a lot of sense in this one, I think. I really want to see how the top lane does pan out because, again, in my head, I would have thought that Aurelia won, but you know what? I trust Taco. If he thinks it's a good matchup, then I'm down for it.
For sure. New rune picked up on Newly. Going to give himself an extra skill point at level 9. Bit of adaptive force at, I believe it's level 5, level 6, something like that.
I think it's level 6. I can't quite remember, though.
Now, Tide definitely going to want to have a better game for himself this game.
Yeah, if he can get a better start, he definitely performed well in the team fights, just needs to get off the ground a little bit. And to be honest, laning up against the Caitlyn Lux is a pretty tall order to begin with.
He's gone the longsword 3 pots, so he does have a little bit of extra sustain. It is slightly squishier though, so if any of these bindings do land, will be chunked out pretty hard. Rally though, hitting 2, immediately jumping onto Taco. It is going to force out Taco's flash very, very early. So certainly, at least for now, trade's going well in favor of this Aurelia.
Bot lane is pushing in, as Caitlyn Lux is wont to do. Vi's around, but most likely will just be pathing up, given that he started the red, although there are some pings around that bot tri-bush. I'd be very surprised to see Vi. Well,
I actually think he started Wolves, by the way.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, he definitely is planning for a bot lane gank then. And he's going to look. This is the red side bot lane.
We've seen this ward before, and once again, it's a little bit too late at spotting out. Now, there is flash available for both Char and Cheng. Although, the Vault Breaker will connect. First blood goes over to Milio. Not the ideal person to pick it up, but certainly nice to alleviate the pressure this early on in the Caitlyn lane.
Yeah. And that will mean that Viego can go away and steal some of these topside camps, but I think the damage has already been done to the Caitlyn Lux lane. And it just seems so hard to pull this off on the red side, right? Like, you can, again, you can ward that tri-bush, but then there are so many other gank paths. It's really difficult, I think, with one ward to protect yourself. Although, maybe they could have committed more wards. I think they use them in lane just for push control, but maybe that's just not an option on the red side. It's definitely not easy, whatever the solution is. Viego does get a lot of camps off of this. So 665, he's definitely sacrificed himself pretty heavily in order to create a fairly good position for his bot lane.
I want to say Chris Carter's trading in this mid lane better than most Azirs they're able to.
Yeah, I'd say Ori tends to come out very ahead in this matchup with the Comet build. Especially in those early levels. We saw it a lot at Worlds where the Ori's... Oh, no flash on Taco. I think he's gone.
Yeah, this guy should be not long for the world. It is a nice drag back there, but Rallier, only having to find a couple more autos, will be able to, and that's a kill up in the top lane here for Rallier on his name champion.
That is not looking good, though. That's a frozen wave pushing away from him, and he has no flash. So things are really dire in the top lane here for Taco. And remember, this is your top lane counter pick, so you can't really afford to be this far behind. Admittedly, Aurelia very strong in lane. If he can crash this wave, it looks like he will be able to. This is a big win because this being, having another death when this wave is pushing out would probably be GG for him. He has 2 cloth armors.
He certainly can battle Rallier in this minion wave. This is a mighty wave.
Yeah, it looks like Aurelia will actually just be able to freeze it still. Has the vamp, so can just keep it forever. And that's, to me, the most infuriating thing.
Yeah, and
I can't believe that's allowed.
Jungle on opposite sides. Renier can just look for another gank. Taco is experiencing the Tide treatment in this game. Is running away. Stun lands. Taco will once again almost certainly be going down. Oh, okay.
Damn.
Doesn't quite land. Doesn't quite dodge, sorry.
Maybe he's out.
Nice claw. Flash from Relia. But it is going to be yet another kill picked up. 2-0.
Yeah. Okay, well, it was double flash committed, and I think that means the wave should push back to him, so it's not the worst death, all things considered. And on the bot side, at least DCG are trading a little bit. They get some damage dealt on the bot lane, and as well as picking up this first dragon. But top lane, it seems pretty donezo. It now comes down to how well can he neutralize while the rest of the map gets ahead. It is that Vamp Scepter and 2-0, of course, on this Aurelia. So basically full build. They're now going to get these Void Grubs as well. So everything coming up West Point on the top side.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Taco does get back to lane. He has got the Bramble Vest, so not really going to help him that much, to be honest. But maybe it'll mean he's got a slightly higher chance of living next time he does get ganked. However, the bot side winning as Lucian Melio against the Lux and Caitlyn, not to be expected. And I think that could mean some big problems when it comes to the mid lane, or mid game, sorry, for the side of West Point. Really starting to sort of shape up to be a bot versus top kind of game. And Chris Carter doing an absurdly good job as the Azir into the Orianna.
It definitely is doing well. I'm a little surprised by Nuli going for the tier. Seraphs is the best build on the Orianna at the moment, but I think to win this matchup, you have to rush out a chapter, which is at least what was happening a lot of Worlds. So maybe could have done one of the newer AP builds, something where you go chapter into Storm Surge into Shadow Flame. You just play some sort of burst build without an actual mana item. So maybe could have looked for that. Instead, it's starting to fall behind in that 1v1. Not a place you want to be. Especially given that, again, you had that counter pick. And bot lane definitely is pulling far ahead.
Yeah. Lucian Melio being up a plate. Not where you want your Caitlyn Lux to be. That's one thing I'm certain of. Now, Taco will have this wave come back to him. He's going to lose at least the cannon for it. Ooh,
Maybe a
maybe
lose.
not. Yeah, none of the minions are targeting it.
But this current game state does feel like the reality of, again, you know, playing with that Aurelia and the Caitlyn on the same team. It's not really possible, or at least not very easy, to ensure that both of them are in winning states, because the jungler can just only be one place at a time. And you see that right Tide pulling very far ahead. In the meantime, you know, Aurelia really snowballing his lead up top. Now, Taco, he can probably keep this wave here for a while. I think the problem will come for the next set of Void Grubs. Does he win this fight? He seems to think he does.
Yeah, he's pretty confident in it. He's going to get ganked, but he also has a button to get rid of the gank.
Yeah, looks like he'll be able to walk it out. So that's pretty nice. Get that Aurelia ult. And managed to freeze the wave as well. So nicely played there by Taco. But coming back to my point, I think with 3 Void Grubs already picked up, you kind of want to contest the next one if you can. It's not the end of the world if you give them over, especially if you can trade something on bot side. But you would like to contest them. And I think that could be hard with the, you know, just the state of the top lane strength at the moment. Oh, the E was a bit poor, but is able to flash to safety.
There's a lot of resources being spent top here, and fortunately for Taco, that means the game for him is not particularly easy. But to the benefit of his bot side, of course. I'm very impressed with Chris Carter.
There's another top lane gank coming out. He does have ult for this, and Relia is really low on mana. I think Mord wins this. Yeah.
Oh, Relia just got Mordekaisered.
He did.
All right, is able to trade back, but certainly not what you want. You've just spent the last, 7 minutes of this game living in top lane for him to get 1v1'd.
Yeah, I think that's a huge win there for Taco. I think just misplay from Relia, must have mismanaged his mana. Because you really would like to get that successful dive off, take a couple plates, and then just go for a reset. And we'll see it again here. So Relia, I think you should just save E, probably, but I guess he felt like he had to use it. Unfortunately, just once he runs him, has nothing left. And it's just cleaned up. It was extra gold there picked up. Back in live, though.
Yeah, we're going to cease and desist onto Renier. It's going to be a flash out here from 665, but Chaser will not be able to come through. Very nice stoppage there from Orca. But, I mean, you're Lucian into Caitlyn, and you're up 30 CS. I think things are looking pretty good Have you seen now? Oh, Blade of the Ruined King finished. This is a full build Aurelia.
Yeah. She's like 12 items now. Does force them away.
Especially with the new Blade of the Ruined King, where first auto is the one that slows you. Instead of at least having to get 3 off. Oh.
That's so unhealthy.
Oh, nice dodge.
Oh, actually walks back in.
Oh, Taco. Oh, my goodness. Aurelia is able to win. So
Yeah.
It wasn't the easiest trade of his life.
Gonna grab all these Void Grubs. Now, despite the massive top deficit, the gold is pretty even. So bot lane is really making up for that. And Tide, he goes for the first item Voltaic, which I'm excited to see. I think this build is pretty good. Definitely gives you a lot of power immediately.
6 Void Grubs, though, for the side of West Point. So
Yeah, that can be pretty nice, I think, with winning top as well as the Caitlyn. You see that ball completed is just able to go on Taco and really nothing he can do to trade back up against this. And then this is I think this is illegal. Although back to the line.
Yeah, 665 going to get that Vault Breaker blocked by Renier. He's going to finish off that kill with Heartbreaker and now turns into Vi. Looking towards this Dragon. Of course, Tide still sitting in that bot lane. Doesn't look like they're really going to have anything to say about this. Should just be the Dragon going over and a 1-to-1 apiece at least. Taco, he's oh, is he going to... There's no way. Oh my.
Ooh, actually does a lot of damage.
Yeah. Those isolated Qs.
Yeah, guess with the fully stacked Conqueror. Does hit pretty hard. Unfortunately, Aurelia with the Bork will probably just heal that up. But for now, gold is starting to go slightly into West Point's favor.
Oh. There's no way I dodged that that E there.
It was pretty close. No, Taco just able to heal up, and honestly, if Taco can neutralize, I think DCG have a very solid chance of winning this game still, because they are ahead where they need to be. But it's just this Aurelia could really be a problem. That being said, the Mord can remove her later in the game, or just ult one of these other champs and take him out, steal his stats.
Yeah,
Oh, no binding.
Wow. Tide dodging absolutely everything. Culling not the greatest, but certainly playing very risky and I mean, showing his mechanics, really.
Yeah, the culling did go pretty wide. Now Viego's in the area, so Renier, he can counter this dive if they need to. This tower is getting very low, though, and it would be first tower of the game picked up if DCG can get it. And that would be a big gold injection on your Lucian, and we've seen what Lucian can do.
Oh, this is so sad.
Yeah. Well, he'll be fine. He's scaling. Okay, this first tower looks like it could be going down bot soon enough. Cheng needs to be careful.
Tide is really, really good mechanically. That's one thing I'm learning. I mean, I already kind of knew that from last split, but at least in these last 2 games, it's really been shown to me in full effect. As well as Chris Carter. He's been at Nuli's tower about the whole game as the losing side of a Zero Oriana.
Yeah, pretty nice.
Does end up going for the Lost Chapter, by the way, so...
Yeah,
Got to be a very scaling build, but...
Yeah.
Oh,
that's so low. Didn't quite manage to get it. Had to run away from that Aurelia. That's actually a big deal because he has to base without that first tower gold, which is pretty significant. In the meantime, this Herald is being pulled by West Point, which I'm not sure how good this is.
yeah, Taco's
Aurelia,
going to kill someone.
Yeah, if Aurelia TPs into this as well, you immediately lose your bot tower. So I feel like DCG should try force a contest just to get Aurelia away from bot and then pick up that free tower. Doesn't look like they're going to get here in time, though, although they're still looking.
Are going to use that cease and desist. It does land, and Taco now trying to find any damage he can. Char trying to flash away. Will end up getting stuck here in the death realm. Taco trying to locate this Lux. Will find it. Culling comes out. Will be Tide picking himself up a kill there. Nuli just flashing away from that grasp. And ultimately, this Rift Herald picked up here. Going to be in that inventory of Renier. But it was 1 kill traded back there. Going on to Tide. Probably the member of the team you'd most want it with. Maybe aside from Azir.
Yeah. Most bot tower still 1 hit away, but Criscata does not feel comfortable moving up to it. He can keep Aurelia away from his tower, though, which is pretty important. Obviously, with those 6 Void Grubs that can be taken out in rather short order. A Herald as well. So West Point have the ability to really blow this game open here if they can find an opportunity. But look at the ADC item difference at the moment.
Ooh.
It's pretty significant.
Yeah, Relia, quite the menace at the moment, though.
Now, what we might see is kind of similar to Game 1 of today in our very first series, where just by having priority over mid lane in the mid game, it makes it impossible for the split pusher to really get anything done. So in that game, it was Gory's LeBlanc just couldn't really do anything. And in this game, I could see Relia's, really getting stuck on the side lane, unable to actually take any towers just because you don't feel comfortable pushing. But here, they have mid-prior somehow, and they're bringing 4 members down. Krishkata, he's in trouble.
He's trying to clear out the wave. Does look like he might be able to. 65, though, going to get locked up. A lot going down onto him. He still remains at half HP, and Relia actually getting chunked very low. Bone plating comes out. Stun will miss. Relia now very, very low. Krishkata picking up that kill. Still continuing. These Sand Soldiers are doing some work here. Goes forward with that E. Is a little bit stuck now, but the Vault Breaker finds 2. Ching as well as Char going to both be found, and it's just a clean wipe. DCG able to collect 4 of them. Meanwhile, up on the top side, not much happening, but a huge turn of events here for the side of DCG.
It's just a horror story for West Point as they get annihilated in that team fight, and that's really why, with these picks that West Point have gone for, they have to execute so well here. They had that priority on mid, so they come down and look to make a pick, but unfortunately, they just lack the damage. You can see here that the team just isn't that strong. They can't take out 665, and then Relia, unable to really stack up, is just chunked super low before the fight even starts. Has to flash out, immediately taken down. And this is Krishkata's Kingdom, where he just gets the DPS for free. And I think, again, you really just see the ease of execution here. Like, I feel like West Point had to play this so well, and they just didn't. And honestly, DCG played it really well, right? Like, the 665 flash at the end there was very, very nice. Obviously, pretty happy with that one. And that should now be that bot tower got picked up as well. And a pretty big gold swing. Well, Renier's in trouble.
Yeah.
Taco's level 11.
Yeah, look, this is just payback.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
Tide's
personal.
going to connect it, though. Honestly, probably not the worst. Lucian now sitting on those 2 items. Likely to be looking for Stormrazor next. And Krishkata really having a good game. Good series, even.
Yeah, he's pretty strong.
I'd argue this proves that 80 carry players are just better.
Well, let's not go too far. Let's get a replay. Wait, what happened here? Thought this was going to be something completely different, but I think Cheng Nai might have just been caught on the mid wave by a Vi.
Oh, Vi pressed the funny button.
Yeah. Not much that can be done here. It's just taken out pretty much immediately. Now back to live, Krishkata getting a lot of damage down. And this can be the problem with the Void Grubs, is that you do kind of need to be winning to actually use the power. Now, chances are, if you get all 6 Void Grubs, you are winning, right? But in a game like this, where if you get them and then you immediately start falling behind, they can actually end up pretty useless, which is kind of what's happening. As now another side lane tower has fallen. And mid lane's probably not too far behind. Although there is still a Rift Herald for the Viego.
That's true. I don't feel too confident that Relia just straight up wins the 1v1 anymore.
Yeah, I'm not too sure either.
Is working towards those Merc treads, but the Riftmaker now being completed, has a bit of CDR as well as armor boots and the Bramble Vest. Makes the 1v1 potential of this Mordekaiser, at least against the Relia, just that much stronger. I mean, ultimately, I think Taco will pretty much beat anyone in his death realm. The only question mark would be Relia.
Okay, deploying back on the map is DCG. Herald gets dropped mid, but I don't really think anyone... Okay, well, he's going to get into it. Oh, no, he doesn't know how to drive.
Uh-oh.
Or does he?
Uh-oh.
He does not. Oh, no.
That is drink driving.
Yeah, he definitely needs some more practice with that.
Do you think it was a situation? 'Cause I don't know if this has happened to you, but there's been occasions where I don't even think I've clicked the thing and I just hop on in.
I accidentally jumped into it once. But I think there he was going for it. Or maybe he decided that, like, he got in it and then he thought it was a bad idea, so he just played it around. But
yeah, that's fair.
Very strange use of the Rift Herald. Obviously didn't achieve anything. So now it's DCG's turn to make a play, and it looks like this mid tower is where they will focus their efforts. A 665. Oh, that was very close.
Yeah. Good spotting using that sweeper. Able to see that that Vi is in fact in the bush. Char has to be careful though. Definitely quite weak is this Lux.
This feels pretty forced.
Does feel very forced. Shockwave coming out though means that 665 will get that much closer to Char, but will be taken out. That's a nice kill picked up here for Nully on the Oriana, as Rallia will commit that teleport to arrive at the play as well. Now the Sandcastle is up, and Cascada does do a lot of damage, although I don't imagine there's a whole lot of life left on this tower. There isn't. Taco's going to come in. Char will be going down.
Char is absolutely massacred. Rallia, I think, not far behind. This could also be a Baron.
It certainly could be. Tide, though, is getting taken out by Renyi. Will be taken out. And now there is an extra Lucian to add to this play. Taco turning around. Is not in the death round. Does not have it available for him.
At West Point, they really want to try and get more here, but I don't know if it's possible. I think Cascada is so strong in the Azir and has all sums as well as the ult. If he's kept safe, he can just DPS for free.
Yeah, 665 returning to the play as well.
Ooh.
Cascada, he's looking for the catch. Renyi might just be caught out. A Heartstopper comes out. Streamer shuffle into the Emperor's Divide. Renyi actually living. Cascada going to get taken down. Shockwave. It's a nice amount of CC there onto those three members of West Point as 665 continues on forward. Taco as well. Looking for Char. Does go wide there on that smash, and it looks like he will be taken out. So everything coming up pretty good for West Point for the time being, although Tide now respawning, will be trying to deploy out to help his teammates.
Pretty ambitious there from DCG, I think, with that as the TP. Probably could have just backed off Rel here.
Oh, Tide gonna have to dodge that stun. It might not even matter. It does get hit by it, but here comes the cease and desist. Rally still turns it around. Out comes that ult, and he's looking now for 665. Does get a bit of a speed boost to get himself out, but what a turnaround from Wellia.
Yeah, pings on the Baron now, so DCG, they really don't want to give this one over, and maybe Cascada can get here in time. He has to run here pretty much immediately, and I don't think it'll be enough. And this would be an insane throw from DCG. They had this game in their hands and potentially giving it over. Now, they can take the portals, so possibly even with this Baron going over, they might be able to take the fight after. At least they're going to try.
Yeah, Cascada will get here to try and stop backs and whatnot, but it does look a little bit like the play is going to be over. Char might be taken out. In fact, he won't. Just loses his flash, and pretty giant throw, all things considered here from DCG, but well played by West Point to be able to capitalize on the misplay coming out.
Yeah, Cascada, he ended up with nowhere to go. He did deal a lot of damage, but with Lucian dead, you know, you're wondering, should you even be looking for these fights? Because it is always going to be a 4v5, and, you know, after the Azir dies, there really isn't much damage remaining. And then the plays afterwards really put the nail in the coffin. They died on the mid-wave to the Aurelia, and ended up giving over the Baron. So it's a pretty big swing. That being said, DCG are still pretty comfortably ahead. So it's still looking reasonably good for them. That being said, West Point, especially with their Void Grubs, if they can push down a lane, have the potential to really grab themselves a lot of gold. But do they actually feel strong enough to do so? I'm not sure. I feel like the Caitlyn is a bit too weak to siege. I mean, look at her items. It's pretty rough.
Yeah, Rallia is looking. We'll be able to get some resets on that mid-wave, but not able to find the stun. Cascada playing respectfully enough to get away. He's finding a lot of damage here as the Azir. Looks like he might be building Crypt Bloom, which I find a little bit curious. Cheng9 will be able to get away with that 90 caliber net. Gets very, very low. Char looking for the ult. And here comes the shockwave. It lands onto 665. That's reset number one. There's an extra Vi now for the side of West Point if they choose to continue. Rallia certainly will, but here comes the death round. Taco perhaps saving the rest of his team, and in fact looking to turn it around even onto Rallia. Won't be able to find it. Grasp also will go wide, so all things considered, it is just 665 going down. Dragon now, though, will be looked at by the side of West Point.
Yeah, I think Dragon can be given over here as DCG. You want to just eliminate some of this Baron time, and if West Point spend time on it, should be fine. Maybe Rallia can come down bot, grab themselves a tier 1, a little bit of gold. Could be nice. I wonder if DCG should try find a way to get some healing reduction on someone that's not Mordekaiser here. Although maybe Mord's always going to be ulting Rallia, so it might not be a problem, but it feels like Rallia is just so hard to deal with at the moment.
For sure. Tide now, after his recall, is going to be able to have his Storm Razor completed. So a whole lot more power, and Cascada maybe gets the Crypt Bloom. Let's have a look. Yep, we'll have it. What do you think of the Crypt Bloom?
Yeah, I kind of like the Crypt Bloom. I think Azir is a champ that can definitely get very high AP builds later on, and the only magic resist here is on the Aurelia, who I think will be in the Death Realm, and then there's just that little bit of magic resist on the Viego. So I think going for the Crypt Bloom is fine. Maybe there's an argument that Aurelia is by far the most annoying champ here, so maybe you should just build a Void literally for her. Kind of be thinking, okay, if I deal with that Aurelia, no one else is really an issue. So I think it's fine. We'll see how it ends up going. And 4 minutes on the next drag, so probably not a super realistic win con for either team. But you feel like DCG, they have the tools to win this game. They just need to find a way to deal with Relia, and then they should be able to win a fight and win the Baron or something after that.
For sure. Well, on the other side, West Point certainly have the opportunity too. Of course, Relia extremely strong right now. Newly also playing fairly consistently, although didn't have the greatest start. He's looking for Chris Carter. Chris Carter is looking like he's going to get out, and don't know what happened there, but Char's gone.
Yeah, I think that was just an opportunistic ult. He was trying to get out, found the Lux on the way, and said, hey, I'll take a little bit of that gold. And now Nuli needs to be careful. There's no Oriole here. Oh, TP comes through.
Yeah, Taco will be coming in. Does have that death
no
round.
flash.
I think as long as Taco's here, there's not a whole lot West Point can do, because if Relia tries to do anything, we'll just get death round. Maybe Chirrut is able to kill Taco, but it should be a team fight win for DCG in the meantime.
Okay, so moving down the map, it is finally the IE picked up on the Caitlyn. She is a full item and a half behind the Lucian, and also doesn't have, anyone buffing her. So ADC difference is well and truly in DCG's favor. I think West Point really need a big Ori ult or Relia to go absolutely ballistic in a team fight for them to end up with a win.
Cosmic Drive on the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, a little interesting. I mean, going for the Cosmic it would make me think that he's going to ult someone else and try and chase him down with the movement speed, but maybe just thinks it's the best stat-wise. Get a bit of CDR, put out some more Qs.
Maybe it's to try and make sure your ult's up every time you have
that
a fight.
could be it too.
Okay, now Siege coming up onto this top side, but is it being answered by DCG mid?
Yeah, very hard to make headway into this Azir. Meanwhile, the Orianna does not feel anywhere near as safe, so a tier 2 goes down for free. That being said, lots of pings onto mid. It seems like West Point, they want this fight.
665 definitely going the risky way, does get stunned up. Breath of Life comes out. Taco will find the ultimate here onto Renier. He's trying to find the kill. Renier has run out of space, but getting over that wall with the Heartstopper. It's going to be 2 kills picked up from West Point so far, but Chris Carter does remain alive. He is the strongest player on the Rift for the side of DCG. As you can see with his damage coming out, does flash the Shockwave. And now Orca rejoining his team. It is still a 2v4 as Relia gets to work on this mid tower. Chris Carter trying to cut things off. He does build the sandcastle and... Ooh.
He's just scaring him a little.
Scaring me a little.
And Griscata is going for the Zhonya next, which I think is kind of surprising. I think, yeah, Zhonya this game I think is just inferior to Rabadon. Let's see how this started. So 665 caught out pretty early on. And importantly, Griscata is not here at the start of the fight. And he actually TP's very far up, so he went for another flank, and that meant that he couldn't just DPS this whole time. He did manage to find Viego, which is pretty critical because it means they don't end up just losing a Baron afterwards. But I think out of position there, probably just needed to be TPing with his team. But now, third Dragon 30 seconds away. Baron already up and available, and there's a lot of DPS here from the Azir. I wouldn't be surprised to see DCG once again pull the trigger and just start this one, especially because Relia is going to show bot here, and that could be the info they need.
Does have teleport, sorry. So we'll be able to join after, of course, the channel time. And now, ward's cleared. 65 will start hitting this Baron. There is a ward in the pit, so West Point are very well aware of what is going on as Renier is around. Relia, though, still working on this bot lane tower. Does commit the teleport now. It's in the middle of the pit. Taco will likely ult him. In fact, will. It's also going to get the ult out, but it's a steal. Renier comes in, gets the Baron. The fight is breaking out. Relia's getting very, very low. And comes the Zhonyas. Relia will be going down. It's a shutdown, goes over to Chris Carter. But not before Renier gets in and gets out with the Baron.
Again, that Baron pickup is very, very nice. Unfortunately, they don't get on this split pusher.
Comes through. Char will be going down. There's another one found, and it looks like Tide might be getting found, but is just able to dodge out of that. Chung Q and now Taco back up top lane. Starting to get to work. All things breaking out at once. It is going to be this third dragon picked up on West Point. Baron empowered recalls means that not much can be found up in top, but huge mistake by DCG giving over that Baron.
Yeah, and I think maybe a mistake to give over the dragon too, because it was a 5 vs 3 on the map, and they elect to give up that dragon just to shove in the waves and take the camp. So must be very, very confident that they're going to get the next one. Zonya's now completed for Cascada, so he is going to be able to make some of those big plays. And the way he seems to want to go, you know, he's been trying to flank, trying to find angles with his TP. I think it kind of makes sense, but having no death cap this late in the build, very, very strange. And it even has an alternator on the way.
Yeah. Looking for Shadow Flame, I suppose. Get a few crits going on. Interesting build, that's for sure.
Does feel a bit odd. Baron power play is currently minus 300, but obviously you know it would have been a lot worse if DCG had picked that one up.
For sure.
665. He might look around mid. He snuck into this bush. Culling comes out.
Culling melting away the health of this Caitlyn. 665 going to get hit there by the binding. In fact, getting hit by everything is just taken out.
Yeah, kind of hesitated there. Wasn't sure if he should pull that trigger or not, and ends up just being stuck in no man's land. Is taken out by all that damage on the way out. And Renier, he might try and fool something here. They still have 50 seconds on the Baron, so if they can make some headway, especially while Vi's dead, could blow this game open. Again, they can siege very, very quickly. If they ever get a couple kills here, have the chance to end the game.
For sure. Now, minions aren't getting the chance at the tower just yet. No one really pushing. And a massive chunk there onto Cheng. Teleport will be coming through now. Cascada arriving at the play. Few low health bars. Char and Cheng both supporting roughly 100% HP between the two.
Well, Tide, he does get to this midway first, and West Point will be cycling through their recalls here. 3 items now on the Caitlyn. I feel like at this point can start to deal some damage. Was really struggling up until now, but I think has some impact in this game. You wonder if it's too late. Obviously, the game is still quite close, but there are some very big items on the other team.
I think as Cascada at this point in the game, you really want to avoid, because now Rallia has picked up
double
a more.
MR.
Yeah, there's a Banshees coming through as well for Nuli. There's just so much MR you have to shred. You have the most gold in the game by a mile. It's really up to you. The ball is really in your court to be able to get this one across the line, and I don't think Crypt Bloom is the item to do that. The ability to haste, while not a complete waste, isn't the most important stat.
Definitely not great on Azir. And also, I think if you are going Crypt Bloom, you want more AP, right?
Yeah.
And so not having a Rabadons in your build looks very, very strange.
Yep. I definitely feel like it's time to sell the Crypt Bloom. I don't even think you finish your last item. I think you just want to get Void Staff as soon as possible. Because while it's only 10%, the extra 10% Magic Pen turns out to be a considerable amount with the amount of damage that Cascada is able to put out in such a short amount of time.
1.5 minutes on what would be West Point's 4th dragon if they could pick it up. You have to think
Soul.
DCG will not let that happen. They currently are dropping all their vision on bot sides. They know that this is going to be the battleground next. Going to go for resets, spend all their gold, and then come and try and make this fight happen. Baron also spawning 20 seconds after the dragon, so a trade here isn't that realistic. I think the dragon will fall over very, very quickly. I think if you're West Point, honestly, maybe just play for a steal. If you can get in here, get some control, try and get your Viego in a position to take this away. Could heist it.
For sure. Already seen him manage to steal 1 Baron so far this game. And it's going to be constant eyes, really, on where this Rallia is, on who Taco's ulting.
Cascada picks up a Lich Bane, which is actually pretty good on Azir because you can proc it now with your soldiers. The only problem being, again, it synergizes with having more AP, and he doesn't have a Rabadon, so he's going to have to get that somehow. Azir coming through mid.
Well, Rally is trying to look for the play. Does land the stun here onto Tide, but won't be able to follow up. Does have max passive, and all is breaking out now onto Rally. The ult actually come through from Taco. All possible damage that could have been going down on that Rally are now missing. More does proc, coming out of the world ender now, and getting so low is Taco, but it's Tide who finds the kill. Emperor's Divide will be flashed away from by Nui here. But it is a 1 for 0, and importantly, it's the Aurelia off the map completely. DCG going to be able to find their third dragon and stop the fourth from West Point.
This could maybe even be both objectives. I think they can look for the Baron after. Relia is such a big part of this team, and he is down for another 38 more seconds. So DCG, they will set their sights on this Baron, and they should be able to get it. I don't know how West Point are going to contest, but I think they have to try.
Yeah, Renier almost has ult, does have flash, so can get into the pit. Should also have vision with... Oh, here comes the ult, and Vi has gone to the other side of the world. 665, though, maybe paying the price, is able to get out for now. And it's going to be Cheng, who's found by Taco. Taco's going to be able to take out this AD carry. Both AD carry and as well as 665 have gone down, so that stops the Baron.
I think...
What a mess.
Yeah, I think... let's take a look at this first. This was a very close fight, I think. Relia almost turned this around.
Yeah, Taco, I think, griefed it a little bit.
Yeah, he got a huge chunk here, but then unfortunately goes a bit forward, takes half his health bar on the way out, and I think the culling pretty much does nothing just because the Aurelia's in the death realm the whole time. I think Chris Carter might have saved this fight a little bit, zoned out for a while, and also the Crypt Bloom heal, I think, actually got very high value here. It healed pretty much everyone. Sometimes, you know, it doesn't do much because everyone's full HP, but definitely did there. And I feel like after that, 665, that was a free Baron if he hadn't chased into the jungle. Instead, just ends up trading his life, and no Baron picked up, so the show goes on. And I want Chris Carter to sell something. I'm not sure what it is, but he needs a Rabadons, and he probably needs a Void too.
I think it's sell boots angle.
Sell boots? Maybe.
Well, I think every other item is reasonably important. Like,
yeah.
If Aurelia ever gets on you, you have to Zhonya's. And it's not the hardest job for Aurelia to get onto in his ear. 65 Light Binding will land on him, and he is just absolutely eliminated once again. Cascada, though, doing his best to find damage, and find damage he is. Culling coming through. Aurelia going to have to flash away so low. The Leandries is burning, but will not have the damage to find it. So down goes 665 yet again, but the damage found onto Aurelia should mean this Baron is very hard to look for. And all honesty, in front of this Cascada, probably not likely to happen anyway.
Yeah, I think he is a bit too threatening at this point. Remember as well that Mord can ult the jungler and just make this a smiteless Baron at this point, which could be really risky. Cascada has to be a little careful. Stun connects.
Oh, that was
so
close.
Yeah.
Rally's on a flank.
No flash, though. I wonder, are West Point going to try force this? They might try.
Cascada has to be so careful. He is the entire team. Tide looking for Renier. These Sand Soldiers being repositioned constantly, but the jungler is split from the rest of the team. He's doing his Raptors. Likely to come around. Oh, Taco might be in trouble. Does land the thing. Is going to get so low. Relia trying to find the damage. Taco does have the Zhonya's active available for him. He is able to just escape, actually. Oh, and a massive ult. 665 and Cascada both being found. The damage was not there, though. A lot of defensive items being purchased by Nuli on this Orianna, and now Baron will be started up.
Yeah, I think this is just gone. I don't see a way of DCG getting back into this, and I think with that, it feels like West Point are taking major control of this game, as now they should be the ones that can control all around the dragon.
All right, Cascada sells something. He sold something.
Oh, he's thinking about the boots.
Oh, he's selling everything.
What's he doing? He decided against it.
3 items got sold and undid, and then he left the base.
No death cap this late in the game. Pretty weird. Maybe he was checking if he had enough gold for it or something. I'm not too sure. But really needs to get that death cap somewhere soon.
Is it ever a sell Leandries? Because it's not like there's a whole lot of health stack.
I think you sell Lichbane for Rabadon, or Boots for Rabadon, or even Zhonya for Rabadon. Just something has to go.
What was his secondary runes? Do you remember? It was likely to be inspiration.
Probably sorcery? I'm not sure.
Does anyone in this game have Gathering Storm? Maybe Char?
Yeah.
Likely Scorch.
He probably has Scorch, yeah. I think Ori probably has Scorch too. I'm not sure there's any Gathering Enjoyers.
If there ever was, this is a game for it. Approaching 40 minutes now. A lot of long games. It's the theme of the PCS thus far.
Right here has a lot of pressure on bot. I think West Point have a very good position here. They can even just cut this next wave and make sure that DCG can't siege at all. DCG kind of needs to protect this wave, and maybe they can, but Tide needs to be careful.
Tide's trying.
Yeah.
Looks like they've managed to. And Taco has fended off.
Okay,
the
they're
base
just going to
for
go
now.
down mid, so they're going to ignore the dragon. Honestly, they could end.
Yeah, this could
West
be a
Point
really
need
good...
a base.
Yeah, Cascada's going to one-shot absolutely every tower. All the recalls are coming through.
Are they just going to end?
Okay. At least for now, Renyi is continuing on with this dragon, so if they don't end here, likely will be the game over.
Ooh.
And it looks like Relia might have enough to save it. In comes Cascada. It's a two-man Emperor divide. He does go golden, but Relia might just be able to clean up this team fight. It's 1,000 gold. Tide manages to find himself one. Nuli's looking for the kill himself. Char will not land. Oh, Tide, it's all up to you, buddy. He's going to get locked up. He's going to get killed. There's 3 left remaining up against Taco. He does have the death realm available for him, but he has no opportunity to use it. And with that, everyone is dead. Teleport's coming through here for Nuli. It's looking like game number 2 will be picked up here from West Point. 20 seconds left on respawn timers for 665, as well as Orca. Do they have the damage to end the game?
I think they... Ooh, maybe they don't quite have it. 665 comes up in 10 seconds, so there is one more chance here for DCG. But they've lost their bot inhibitor. That being said, the buffs have been reset, and a lot of summoners have been used from both sides. So next fight, pretty much everything is on the line for that one.
Hextech Soul for West Point, though. That is a massive game changer.
And I think once again, 665 got too aggressive here. I think didn't realize that there were more people here and not just Relia. He engages early, probably thinking it's just, well, no. But at this point, he's seen them, but goes in too deep, immediately flashes out and dies. And then Cascada once again saves this with a fantastic flash engage. And I think Tide maybe should have just gone aggressively here. I don't know. He probably needs to look for something aggressive, but it's hard. And now a death cap comes through for Oriana, so probably has a lot more AP than the Azir at this point. Marching down mid lane is West Point. At this point, any small skirmish could easily end the game. Even just one death would probably make the difference.
Extremely back and forward. All right, Azir items have not changed.
Okay, West Point, they want to maintain control around mid. It's pretty easy as well with the Caitlyn traps. Quite hard for DCG to regain that control.
I have to feel like Void Staff, as well as Death Cap, could be a good decision here for Cascada.
Yeah, we'll see. He should have a lot of gold. He's maybe just not sure what to sell at this point. Have to defend this top tower as well. Although can let it go, but it makes contesting Baron a little bit harder. And that feels like it's going to be potentially the thing that ends the game here.
For sure. West Point have had 3 Barons thus far. Might just take 4 to end.
We'll see. I'm not sure they're getting this. I think West Point have so much control, as well as that bot inhib threatening the whole time, which forces someone to respond.
Darko is headed down there. Is at 4 items himself too, so very much anyone's games in terms of items. Of course, the buffs, the Hextech Soul, makes West Point's job quite a lot easier. It's going to take some heroics out of the carries here. Death Cap is purchased.
Oh, thank God. That's looking good. I like his build. He's got move speed from the Lich Bane. I think he'll be okay. It gives him a lot more damage. I wonder how much more AP he got with that. It would have been pretty ridiculous. But now looking at this last fight, I feel like the Caitlyn is actually really, really strong. In fact, Caitlyn's building a Zhonya.
Well, 665. Oh, he gets out.
I wonder if he just bought that as like a stopwatch, you know?
Who was this?
The Caitlyn.
Oh, maybe.
Because the stopwatch for Vial is pretty good.
Yeah, for sure.
Very interesting.
Honestly, the Caitlyn doesn't feel like she's the most important. If she can delay time for Norley, for Rallia, almost feels like enough. And oh my,
big damage.
That was a soldier Q landing and an auto attack from 2 soldiers.
Yep. 665, I don't think you want to look for this engage. As long as you can force West Point out, you can be the ones getting the Baron control and then set up. Don't chase into the Caitlyn traps. There is that bot wave threatening, so at some point Taco will have to reset and clear that out. Wow, the shield just tanks the whole thing. That's pretty good.
I think their bot lane inhib should be respawning somewhat soon.
Yeah, are they going to force this? Or, okay, so Taco answers bot. And as soon as West Point see this, they're going to want to get aggressive here. But currently, it is DCG that hold all the control. And it is quite hard to move past these Azir soldiers.
Sure. They are collapsing, though. Rally's looking. The flash goes through. And Chris Carter is just eliminated. Nothing he can do now. His Tide is going to be locked up. He does flash away. They are running. They are maybe getting out. But with the Hextech Soul, it doesn't look too likely. Culling comes through. They're able to pop at least the GA. Tide should be away with his life. And it might just be the Baron, but Chris Carter critically getting caught out there. Well played by Rally to find that. And now Baron number 4 for West Point in this 47-minute affair.
The Baron will get picked up here, but Chris Carter is alive for this Elder, and Vi also can get this bot side scuttled. So I'm not sure how much the Baron is actually going to be relevant here. It's all going to come down to who ends up getting this Elder, because no one can push past it before this Elder is taken. So there is one more chance for DCG in this game. Now, Relia and I think, yeah, there were 3 flashes actually burned there by West Point. So despite having the Baron, this might actually be a DCG advantage fight, although Ty lost his sums as well. Krishkata is going to have to TP into this very early. He needs to get himself in a safe position. Okay, TP's very safely. I like it. All right.
All inhibs are up.
This should be the final fight. 47 minutes into the game.
I've had a DCG game like this before.
I wonder, are we just going to play for the coin flip? Because with the Baron, West Point, they can play it slow, just keep pushing down mid. It's kind of up to DCG to force something, and they might just DPS it down.
Yeah,
it all comes down to this.
It might just come down to the flip. A lot of damage here onto Chris Carter, getting very, very low. Rally looking for the flank. It's so low. It gets picked up, and it's picked up by Char. But the fight does come out. Rally is very, very low. Might just burn to the Leandri, sorry, and he does. But the fight is continuing on. Renier does get out. Tako's flashing after him. Tide, Chris Carter. There's so many low health bars from the side of West Point. But it's going to be Char who picks up the Elder. He picks up another kill. He's looking for Chris Carter. Orca trying to get out. Tide's dead. 665 is dead. It's a 4v3. But health bars definitely in favor of the side of DCG. So many low health bars, but it's time after time. West Point coming up trumps.
Somehow, some way, this game is still going. They have the Baron, they have the Elder. Surely they can get it done here, as we'll get a replay of this fight. I don't know how Lux got this Elder. Like, what happened to both the junglers? It was just on like 100 HP for like 3 seconds or something.
Time.
Let's see. So 665, he's on a trap. Renier's right there, and I think he just missed Smite. So somehow that Dragon got picked up by the Lux, and then a ton of damage coming out of Krishkata in this fight. I think he did pretty well on that back end there. Tide, he goes aggressive, almost has the damage, but doesn't quite, and then I guess is sniped on the way out. Yeah, unfortunately, didn't really have anywhere to go with the wall on one side of him, so very well placed there. But okay, these buffs, they will run out eventually. Can West Point finally get it done here? I think they should be able to. It should be too hard, I think, for DCG to hold their base, especially into what is a pretty good siege comp from the side of West Point.
Minions are getting taken out. Baron does go away in 6 seconds. So the pressure will be from this Elder as well as the Hextech Soul. They certainly should be favored in a fight, but at least for now, with all the advantages they've had, haven't been able to get it done cleanly. Minion waves are just getting taken out. There is no more Baron. Tide's looking for damage.
Wow. They're actually going to defend.
That was one auto attack.
Has a lot of damage. But it looks like these buffs will actually expire. The Baron is already gone, and the Elder not far behind. Oh, are they really going to fight right now? They should wait like 10 more seconds. Wait for the Elder to be gone. Oh, Nui takes a lot of damage again. He's so low.
Oh, serious pop.
The Elder
Rally is so low. Oh, and goes 665. He's definitely in the back line. He doesn't want to be there, and that's a reset. That's Crypt Bloom Heal. A lot of low health bars, and a lot of times I've watched Devi go way too deep.
Yeah, 665 not having the best fight. Oh, the fail flash.
No, they failed
everything. Went wide.
Hextech Soul, though, it's so hard to chase into. DCG, by the skin of their teeth, are still remaining in this game. We're 50 minutes in. There is so much on the line here. West Point to continue the series, DCG to close it out.
And this is insane. I mean, I don't know how both teams have failed to end this many times.
Nuli still hasn't died.
Yeah, Nui just sold his boots for Cosmic as well, which I'm a big fan of. He must have so much AP over there.
One big Azir ult, one big Orianna ult, and the game ends.
Yep. I feel like whichever team wins this doesn't feel very good about it.
No.
But you feel a hell of a lot worse if you lose. And Baron spawning a minute and 15 seconds from now. Could this be the Baron to finally end the game? I sure hope so.
We'll see. It hasn't been the cleanest affair.
Cascada sold Zhonya for Banshee.
Wow.
Kind of interesting.
Yeah, I guess maybe just he keeps getting Caitlyn altered, or...
Yeah,
I mean,
know.
I don't feel like... I don't know. Maybe it just feels like Nuli and Char doing so much damage, the MR's worth more than the active.
Yeah, could be. Something I forgot about this whole time is that West Point have Hextech Soul.
Yeah.
And there's still not enough.
Yeah, they've had 4 Barons as well. Oh, Tide's back to full health. We're at the point where the AD carry just gleefully tanks the other AD carry's ult.
Yep. Or
this Hextech
the
Soul.
pressure's building.
Yeah.
A lot of damage coming out of Cascada. Loses Banshee there. It's quite hard for DCG to face check into these Caitlyn traps. So they have to try and force a response on mid. But with Baron only 10 seconds away, I think the window is already closed, and this is looking better and better for West Point, but they get pretty aggressive
Tide
here.
is still confident enough to walk forward. Breath of Light comes out. We're splitting the map in opposite directions. Culling, so much damage. Nuli's going to be able to get away. And it's just so impossible for the side of DCG to play into this Hextech Soul. West Point playing phenomenally.
Oh, DCG, though, they've managed to get past the Caitlyn traps, which is pretty important here, and now the teams have actually swapped sides somehow.
Okay. Luxalt will go wide. Oh no, I've seen this one before. He's stunned up, but Rally's getting very, very low. Tide does flash, but the mark is on, and if Rally chooses to go, but Rally's gone into the GA. Tide is finding the damage. Taco's ulting. It's Ching9. Taco is going to be taken out. Rally does get taken out on the other side, however. Actually, Taco's surviving. It's Tide. Tide is finding everyone. There's 2. There's 3, and all that's left is going to be Chang, who's taken out by Taco. And despite all odds, Tide finds a quadra to take the game. 54 minutes in.
54 minutes in, and West Point have 100,000 gold. And Lucian in one team fight puts up almost 11k damage. Tide just played that fight so well. And at long last, this series will be closed out 2-0, but man, I think if you're DCG, it doesn't in any way feel like a 2-0.
No, this last game in itself felt like about a 7-6 or something. What an absolute game. We had a Baron steal. We had 4 Barons for the side of West Point. They couldn't get it done. I think that is not good signs.
No,
I think
no.
ultimately. And yeah, I'm a bit speechless as to what I just witnessed. I will say I think Tide played that game very, very well. I think as well with Orca. Orca, of course, playing the Milio. Goes a little bit unnoticed, but I think the amount of times Tide escapes 1 HP to be able to keep the game going. Very impressive. Bot lane, I think Tide's my MVP. I don't even know what else to talk about.
I give it to Tide or Cascada. I think Cascada also saved the game a lot of times. For me, the big question mark would be 665 on the Vi, because he made, honestly, so many game-losing plays, and then his team bailed him out of it. But yeah, it's rough. I mean, of course, it's only one game, and everyone has bad games.
Game 1 Vi looked really strong.
Yeah, exactly.
Game 2 Vi,
Yeah.
Better happy gaming.
And it is hard, right? Like, if you end up, especially ultra late game, you aren't really tanky at all anymore, so you're engaging and pretty much dying immediately. But I do think there are many ults before that where, I remember that one where they could have just taken Baron, and instead he's like ulting Caitlyn in their top jungle, ends up being a 1-for-1, and they don't get Baron. And that alone, I think, extended the game by, a good 20 minutes, because they really could have taken Baron and just cleaned it up then, but they didn't manage to do it. But I don't know, hectic game. It was, not clean at all from either side, and I'm pretty thankful that was a 2-0, to be honest.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, that game took a lot out of me.
Yeah.
But it was entertaining. Let's not get that confused. I don't even remember how the game was started. I remember Relia was absolutely dumpstering Taco, which was the opposite from game 1. And then Tide and Orca were giga demolishing bot lane. I mean, when you have a Lucian Milio lane, you expect when it starts to get around the mid game, when you're able to start, contesting mid waves, that's when your power spike is. That's when you really come into your own. But they were in the lane phase, took the tower, were up like 40, 50 CS. That is a massive, massive problem if you're West Point. I think that you can't be picking lanes that you're supposed to absolutely dominate and then get destroyed like that. And one more thing I want to say is it really seems like Renier's playstyle is choose a lane and just gank it on repeat non-stop.
Yeah. I would say so. I mean, I think a lot of the bot lane being behind was because of that. Like, naturally, you can't really weak side as Caitlyn Lux for the whole game and expect to be even. So I think that is the problem with playing Aurelia on one side and Caitlyn Lux on the bot side. What do you think after seeing that game of the Mordekaiser into the Aurelia? Because it didn't feel like it went very well, but possibly, he lost Flash level 2 and then died to the gank and then died to a gank again, right? So maybe if he doesn't lose Flash level 2, maybe that's a very different game and we see a very different Mord, but obviously from that game, didn't look amazing.
Yeah, no, I think the Mord was pretty invisible most of that game. There was the one time where he was able to turn a kill around onto Relia up in top, but other than that, I mean, and I kind of agree. I think if he doesn't lose his Flash level 2, I think that game goes a whole lot different because then first gank, he's able to escape, reset, feels a little bit better other than die, come to lane, push slightly, die again. Because I think at that stage, no matter who you are and to what matchup, you're going to have a really, really rough time. And the fact he was even able to turn around a kill after that is like, there is some merit in the matchup perhaps just because of that. But yeah, of course, he fell behind and then was really, really invisible. And I guess it happens,
Yeah, it does. We'll see some highlights, the many highlights of this game. Was this the very last fight? I think it was. Yeah, this is the very last fight. I actually think one of the problems here is that Relia is just not tanky enough anymore. Like he actually just falls apart to Tide, which kills him so quickly. Taco went pretty big in this fight. I think he wasted a lot of Cheng's time.
I don't know how he lived for so long.
Yeah, and also, did that trap miss? Yes, the trap was just barely misplaced. That could have been a different fight, honestly, if that trap were placed slightly to the left. Maybe DCG still win it, but it was pretty close. Let's see the absurd damage numbers.
Yeah.
They're pretty high.
They are pretty high.
Lux damage.
I'm actually surprised that, obviously in team fights, I think it was very obvious that Tide was doing the most damage in his team, but I would have thought that Cascada would have done the most simply because there's so many times where he just throws out a soldier, auto-attacks someone for 1,200 damage and then just, Leandries burns them. But, I mean, fair play there to Tide. Milio maybe needed to step it up, only 5,400 damage in a 54-minute game.
He's working on it.
Pretty surprised by Taco's damage. Obviously, 665 kind of turned into an ult bot, and the ults were left a little bit to be desired a lot of the time. I also think a big turning point for that game was Taco ulting Renier to secure the smite, and the smite being missed to a Lux. Yeah. That was like a really, really big mistake that you can't really afford to have, especially going forward. 92% kill participation.
Yeah, it's very high. I mean, obviously, having a lot of AoE makes it pretty easy, but still impressive. Damage taken, obviously, was very, very high there for 665. No surprises, really. He's probably going to get the most damage taken award, although it could have gone to Relia.
Yeah, I think Relia heals a lot, so...
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm excited to see the stats. I think this time we might actually have a little bit more
different
all over the place. Yeah.
Nope. Oh, never mind.
No, we don't.
We take it back.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry,
most damage taken, it was 665.
Yeah.
Took almost 70k damage.
Is this champion damage? Because you know, like when you go into stats and your solo queue game, it's always the jungler because they just sit there face tanking creeps.
I mean, I would assume it's champion damage.
Yeah. I guess looking at how much damage Tide did, it makes sense it could be. Actually, I don't know.
It could be. I mean, you're getting hit by a bunch of different dudes.
Yeah, that's true. Key matchup, well, it's obviously going to go to Tide here. I think that was the only logical person to go to. Chris Carter maybe, but I think Tide. I mean, the way he was playing team fights was pretty much how they were able to survive for so long a lot of the time.
Yeah, Tide, he played pretty well all series. I think Tide, Chris Carter were probably the MVPs of the series overall. I would have given it to Taco, but I think game number 2 definitely wasn't the greatest. But look at that. It was 6,000 gold up at the end, and I'm pretty sure they were both full build. You know, that's and as a team, I remember, you know, West Point with 100,000 gold at the end. That's just an insane number.
Yeah, no, it's an insane amount of gold to have found. And of course, First Strike does help a little bit, but I think we saw in lane phase, he was probably already up 2,000-ish gold just through lane dominance, honestly. And obviously finding that first gank that 665 found led them to be that successful.
Yeah.
But what a series. I mean, game 1 was just an absolute stomp, and game 2 was
anything but
about as far from a stomp as possible. I mean, the PCS is already shaping up to be on par with last split. I mean, I feel like the bottom end has gotten better. And so that means we're probably in store for a bunch more of these kind of games instead of the sort of random game where you just watch someone go 0-12. I'm glad that is a thing of the past now. And I'm glad the 1v1s are back. I think
that's cool, I
think that's the highlight for me for the 2024 season.
Yeah, especially with how they started. I mean, if I see more deaths to the ring just by basing, I'd be very impressed.
Now, do you think there's going to be the developing meta where you just take Athena's change?
Well, maybe. I mean, we'll have to see. I really want to see like the kind of scrim meta around that. I think we'll see as the split goes on what kind of champs and items people really prefer.
Absolutely. We are going to throw it now to an interview with Paddy, and we'll be right back afterwards.
首先，congratulations on winning the game that is very crazy in this game. So how do you feel about winning that crazy game? 首先，恭喜你们赢得这场史诗级的大战。想要问一下，你现在赢下这场比赛的心情如何？
非常开心。
I'm very happy about it. So actually, there's a lot of different picks that can be used in this patch. And do you think there's going to be a lot of picks that are still strong, but not the main picks to be used in this patch? For example, like Mordekaiser or Hui. 其实在这个版本有很多的英雄可以使用。那其实我们可以看到，可能会有很多不是 main 角流，但是也非常强势的英雄在这个版本中使用。想问你，对于像魔斗凯瑟或是赫威这样的英雄，有没有可能出现在赛场上呢？
我觉得有可能，就阵容合理都可以。
I think it's possible as long as the matchup and our team composition is able to use that, and we'll be able to use those champions. Okay, so the patch has a really good mid lane strength. So do you think this is also your first game to play as a mid laner after you transfer from the AD carry? So how do you feel about your strength, and also the mid lane strength in this patch? 所以其实在这个版本，这个中单也是非常的强势，这也是你第一次以中单选手的身份出现在赛场上。你之前打的是 AD 选手 ，AD 对吧？所以想问一下你自己对中单强势这个说法什么样的见解？
我觉得还不错。
I think it's pretty good. Mid lane is pretty good. Okay. So you have more older players on the team in the past, in the last year. And this year you actually have more rookies on the team. How do you think the team's cooperation is right now? 其实在去年你们队上有比较多的老将离队，现在你的队上有比较多的新秀选手，想问一下你在队上的磨合如何，以及还有什么样的进步空间？
我觉得默契还不错。
I think we have pretty good cooperation right now. So what is your goal for the season? 你对于这个赛季有什么样的期许以及目标吗？
目标嘛，赢越多越好。
My goal is to win as much as possible. Thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on the win today. 非常谢谢赢得今天的比赛，以及我们谢谢你来到今天的赛后采访。现在我们把这个丢回主播台。
新年快乐。
What an interview!
Yeah,
I'm happy Chris Carter's found his own. I think he played pretty well in both games.
I think so too.
But question marks around the build. I swear Void Staff had to have been picked up. I swear Void stuff had to be.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like ultra late game, the crit bloom is really good, right?
heal?
Like having, what do you have? I think I saw at one point like 903 AP, so that's a pretty substantial heal. You know,
Yeah.
I think it's about at that point maybe 550 AOE heal to everyone, and I think if it procs at the right time, it's good. Sometimes though, obviously it can be kind of a waste. Taking a look at today's results though, I think the first one definitely not something people would have expected. I think I would have gone, CFO 2-0 or 2-1, and so
Yeah.
going the other way, especially in the fashion that it did, very nice from Beyond. Now, standings obviously were very early days. Of course, it is DCG and Beyond. Now in that first place position, DCG have the better map score overall,
Yes.
so they will be in that sole first place position.
It doesn't feel like they had the better map
No.
score. Like game number 2, didn't feel like it was just a regular win. Obviously, tomorrow we have Frank versus J Team. Very exciting to see that one. Quite closely matched up, I'd have to say. And then PSG versus Halpigs. Halpigs with God JJ being picked up. He, back in the day, was actually a member of Taipei Assassins. So will we see Halpigs winning season 2024?
We will have to see. What do we think about the PSG? I mean, PSG are looking pretty fierce.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the same team, right? Except instead of Waka, they have
There's
Betty.
Betty,
And while I don't think it's clear that one of them was substantially better than the other or not, I think Betty, on average, is more likely to giga carry a game.
Yeah.
And so I think when you have Maple, you have Junjie, you have Betty. And I mean, we saw at Worlds, I think, in terms of the minor regions at least, I think RJ looked like the best top laner, sort of that came from, Vietnam or Latin America, Brazil, wherever. That guy, he performed really, really well, other than against Adams Garen, which no one seemed to perform very well against, so fair enough. But I'm very excited to see them. Woody, I mean, we'll see what he plays. I think he always looked more comfortable on Enchanters.
Yeah, it's his meta, really.
And it feels like Enchanters are good again. He looked like he was good on sort of mage supports, like when he could play Zyra and stuff like that, and then Enchanters. And so right now it feels like we're really back in Woody's meta, which we had in spring, by the way. And, and it felt a lot better than what we saw in summer on tanks. So I'm very excited to see the PSG lineup. Of course, returning champions from both splits last year, but that'll do us now for the first day of the 2024 season of the PCS. Please do come back tomorrow, though, where we have 2 more exciting best of 3s and 2 more exciting best of 1s. We'll see you there.